Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Wielded Chaos Magic. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Those who don't believe in magic will never find it. The diagnosis is cataclysmic, it's fatal, and it's dangerous for Midoriya Izuku. He's 4 almost 5. His quirk was supposed to come in a while ago, but it hasn't yet. So his mama took him to his doctor to see what was wrong. He wondered if it would be something cool like his mama's a telekinesis pull quirk. He still has faint memories of being a little baby and pulled towards his mama when he was crying, but he's too big to be pulled close to her now. Or maybe something like his papa's? Whatever his papa's quirk was. His mama didn't like to talk about him. He doesn't know why, but she looks sad whenever Izuku asks, so he doesn't. The energy in the air drains immediately and his vision is replaced with snow when his doctor says the single word. Quirkless. He's not gonna have a quirk, he won't ever have a quirk. He's not gonna get whatever his papa can do, he's not gonna get his mama's pull, he's not going to have anything. It's rare, the doctor said to his mama, whose face had gone as white as a sheet upon the word too. But not impossible. Only about 3% of the population today does not have a quirk. 3%. Izuku held tight to the all-might figure he'd brought along with him, though the plastic elbow of it was beginning to dig into the palms of his hands. How could he be quirkless? How could the universe do this to him? It repeated like a broken record in his head, and he didn't respond when the kind nurse at the desk offered him a lollipop on his way out. He didn't say anything as his mom buckled him into the car seat as they left. He dropped the all-might figure onto the ground of the car and turned his head to see out the window. He was empty. He was quirkless. Probably can't be a hero, give up, the doctor said to him, when his mother was stopped at the front desk to get paperwork. The doctor passed him as they left, too, and he didn't need to lean down to whisper it into Izuku's soul. Can't be a hero. He couldn't save people, he couldn't help people with a smile like All Might did. He couldn't do it because he was quirkless. Not many people were quirkless, especially at his age. Izuku couldn't think of anyone quirkless except for their neighbor, who was in his late 60s and definitely couldn't play heroes with him. He couldn't think of anyone on the TV who was quirkless. There were no quirkless heroes. There was nobody like him at his age. He was probably the only kid in the neighborhood, hey, maybe the only kid in his school to be quirkless. Izuku was alone. You're not alone, the universe whispered to him, but he could barely hear it. What if his papa was quirkless? What if that's why his mama didn't talk about him? Was she going to leave him cause he's quirkless too? I'm not going to leave you, Izuku, his mother consoled him weeks later. She didn't say anything about his papa, about who the man was or what he did. But being held by his mama close, assured Izuku that she was not going to leave him like everyone else did. Not all men are created equal, whispered the universe. But you are made extraordinary, Izuku. Izuku is almost 6 now. It's strange how fast everything can change in almost a year, from his diagnosis as quirkless. But Izuku thinks he's handling it pretty darn well. Pretty darn well is a lie. Izuku didn't have any friends, and any time his classmates wanted to play heroes and villains with him, he's always made the villain who can make people quirkless. It's not fun to play the villain all the time, plus, what kind of villain is that? He wanted to be a hero too. He wanted to show his classmates that a quirkless person can be a hero too. But he can't be. His teachers sometimes whisper about him in low voices when they think Izuku can't hear. But he heard them. His classmates are more vocal about everything, especially his supposed best friend/cousin but not blood-related. Kaken was the most vocal of all his classmates. It's how he got the name Deku. It's his name, but read as useless. Useless. Worthless. They had been friends, once upon a time. They were determined to be heroes together. Katsuki, at number 1, with Izuku at number 2, because Izuku didn't care about being the strongest or best hero as long as he could help people like the heroes do on TV. But when their teacher announced that fateful day that little Izuku is quirkless, please be kind to him, like it was some sort of curse, some sort of plague, everything changed. You're Deku, you're quirkless. You can only follow us if you ever develop a quirk. No dekus allowed. It was a lonely life. You are not alone, Izuku, the universe told him, a little bit louder. It was a lonely life, but Izuku talked to the grass and the bugs and the trees and sky instead. Trees and bugs and clouds didn't judge him for being quirkless, they listened to his incoherent talk about heroes and their quirks and how cool they are. They didn't make fun of him for not having one. They also weren't encouraging, they never responded to his questions, but the weird hum that they gave off was comforting enough. Instead of playing with the neighborhood kids, Kakin and Tsubasa and Marina and the others, he's left alone, usually. Which is fine, it's not really. Izuku can spend more time reading and watching heroes and writing about their quirk and talking to the trees and sky. He's tried to play with them, but he's come home with far too many bruises and scrapes and burns under his clothes. He stood up from the bench he was sitting at. The roar of laughter from the playground is nearby, but it isn't welcoming. Kakin toppled over Tsubasa on the swing set. Tsubasa beat crowned the villain for the day. It's better for Izuku to just go home and keep quiet as his mama works from home than sitting alone all day. He swung his bag over his shoulder and began his lonely walk home. Izuku wasn't supposed to walk or go anywhere alone. His mama wouldn't tell him why, but he's seen little snippets of the news. Quirkless people. Young people, disappearing, kidnapped, missing. But he had no one else to walk home with, and it was better to walk home as fast as he could than confrontation from Kakin and the others. But it was also just his neighborhood, which his mama always said was safe. The adults, at least, he could go to just in case something bad happened. The adults were pretty nice, once he ignored the looks of pity sent his way. As he skipped over cracks in the pavement to avoid unwanted curses his mama's way, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. "Be careful, little Izuku," the universe said to him. It was always a small voice in the back of his head, but for some reason, today it was louder. Louder than the sound of his feet hitting the ground, louder than the sound of his heartbeat in his chest, louder than the small hum of the trees and buildings around him. Izuku hesitated, before daring a small peek over his shoulder. There was no one there. "In front of you," the universe said. Izuku whipped his head back around. Before him stood a man, taller than most people he's encountered in his 6 years of living. He had to crane his neck up to see where the man's face should be, but the man wasn't like normal people. His body was replaced by some sort of cloud, some sort of nighttime sky that was entrancing and terrifying all at the same time. "Oh, hello there," the man said. Izuku knew he shouldn't talk to strangers. He blinked, nervously, taking a step back. "I think I've gotten a bit lost. Do you think you could take me?" The name of the specific place was lost as Izuku's heart beat too loudly to hear. Run, he wanted to run, but the man in front of him was too tall. If the man wanted to do him harm, running wouldn't do anything. If the man wanted him, the man would be able to catch him, with whatever his quirk was, or without it. "I dunno where that is," Izuku stammered out quietly, not meeting the yellow eyes of the man that barely poked out from the mist. "Oh, I'm sure you can just point me in the right direction, can't you?" The man rested a hand on Izuku's right shoulder and squeezed. This can't be happening to Izuku. It felt like the man was a vortex behind him, a black hole, like Space Hero 13 was behind them, sking up whatever was nearby. But it was only Izuku, and he heard the stranger man villain say calmly, "Come with me quietly." Izuku's mouth was deciding to not work with him, and he couldn't speak. Fear? Anger? If he had a quirk, he could get out of this. He could just blink and be gone. Teleportation would be nice, to get out of this stranger's grasp. Or maybe some sort of touch-based freezing quirk. Or maybe. "I am with you," the universe said. "Say these words with me, Izuku." The black hole seemed to be consuming and spreading, and even as Izuku backed up and tried to run, it would catch him. But the universe was with him, and he listened, and said the words that it whispered to him. "Sway iktu." Izuku remembered tripping over something as the black hole spread to his foot, and he landed roughly on his back. His ears popped. Everything seemed to be much colder all of a sudden, and he closed his eyes, not wanting to look around, to see where he was, wherever the man had taken him away from his mama and his home. Nothing happened. "What the?" the man's voice echoed, but it sounded faint and distorted. Intel must have been wrong. The boy was not quirkless. Izuku cracked open an eye and saw the tall man standing right next to him. Except, the tall man wasn't quite there. It looked like an old photo, one that his mama showed him of his great-great-great-something grandpa from so long ago, a family treasure. There was no color in the man whatsoever, and there was no color whatsoever anywhere around Izuku. He glanced at his hands, which were still the warm color he knew them as. But everything else did not have color, and the man walked through Izuku like he wasn't there, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Maybe, was it impossible? No, not entirely. There was a small chance that people born quirkless, diagnosed as quirkless, were misdiagnosed. He knew the statistics. He'd read books with numbers and words that made his head spin, that the librarian said might be too big for him to understand, but he read it anyway. He always held onto the 0.007% chance of the toe mutation quirk thing like it was a lifeline. A 0.007% chance was so low, a number Izuku couldn't understand, but it was something, and it was better than nothing. Something told him that this wasn't a quirk. Not the whispers he's had since he could remember, of another warm person standing with him, but something else. Something deep down inside of him told him it wasn't a quirk. But then, what could it be? By the looks of it, he was the impossible. He was the 0.007% chance. He's the improbability, the impossible. Izuku looked around him. He could see another adult walking across the street, but he shouted to them and they didn't hear him. A car drove by, and Izuku felt the car drive through him. How do I go back? How do I get the color back? He was stuck. Midoriya Izuku was having a strange day. For starters, the moment they woke up, everything told them that it was a gender out the window sort of day. Nothing felt comfortable on their skin except loose fabrics and their loose, purple robe. Luckily, most of their clothes were loose and wrapped around them gently, which was nice. Gender was fake and dead. It was the 2300s after all. Sometime around the afternoon, though, they felt something else off. It wasn't a feeling they ever had before, one they couldn't explain. Something just came to be in that moment, like it had been waiting for a while to exist and chose that moment to exist. It could be many things. It could be a magical leak that they have to go fix before it hurts any non-mages. It could be a flower blooming. It could be anything. And they would have looked over it too, if something had not felt off about it. They reached out their magic into the ley lines, sending a quick prayer to Mother. Can you tell me what happened? It is time, my child, the magic whispered back. Time? Time for what? A million things ran through their mind. A large magical leak, but Ayumu couldn't handle that alone. Any mages left in Japan were hours away. Could be. No, Hisashi had been missing for years. But maybe. Where do you need me, Mother? They asked, moving to shoo the last few customers out of their store because of a family emergency. The customers trusted Ayumu with their word, and left hastily, without a spell cast to convince anyone. Follow, Mother said. And they did. Ayumu wasn't too familiar with Mizudafu, even though they'd lived close to this area their whole life. It is where their business just happened to take them, and if they were closer to Inko-san and their nephew, that was a coincidence, or Mother Magic working her will for it to be. Inko-san. Little Izuku. The thought came suddenly to them. They hadn't reached out to Inko much after Hisashi disappeared, in fear of making things too uncomfortable between them. Even though Ayumu and Hisashi were a few years apart, they were 19 when Inko and Hisashi married in their late 20s, after all, and didn't look alike. They didn't want to remind Inko of anyone. Inko was PR'd the next year after they married, and gave BRH to Izuku. When Ayumu was 21 years old the year following, Hisashi disappeared. They interacted very little when Hisashi was still around. They didn't know Inko, and had only met Izuku once when he was born. But it was possible that Izuku had been born a mage as well. Very small chance. Ayumu didn't know of mages that hadn't skipped generations. Ayumu and Hisashi's grandmother was a mage, and taught them everything she knew before she died young, leaving her fortune of magical tomes to the two of them. A skipped generation. So, hypothetically, Izuku's children had a higher chance of being mages. But there was that small bit that could mean Izuku was a mage. They followed the pull of magic through the city to a bench. It was close to where Inko-san lived, at a small playground not too far away. A small group of kids played on the swings and laughed loudly, pretending to be heroes and villains. But the pull ended at the bench and no one was visible. "He is here," Mother said, before she didn't respond anymore. Their hunch was right, it seemed. Little Izuku did have magic like his father before him, against all the odds. But the possibilities of spells to be ingrained with were too many. Hisashi's ingrained spell was Draco Respiratus, fire breath. But there were no scorch marks around, no signs of burning. The only heat around was from one of the children nearby whose hands let off small sparks of explosions, a powerful quirk. Ayumu's ingrained spell was also a respiratus spell, but it was just the normal wind elemental. Those were out. Ayuma closed their eyes, reaching out again to the magic around them. Mother magic might not help them with this step, but she would never steer any of her children wrong. So Izuku was here, just not visible. A small ping echoed in their magic, and Izuku was curled up on the bench. Not invisible, or they would have heard something from Izuku. Around his yellow magical energy was a small aura of purple. "No way!" Sway Iktu, Ayuma cast, and felt their ears pop as color faded around them. Sitting in the shadow world was little Midoriya Izuku, curled up on the bench. Sway Iktu, what an ingrained spell. Chaos magic, and Ayuma hoped that it wouldn't be the case that Izuku would lean towards it as he got older. They've never met a mage whose ingrained spell as not an element, but an energy. Izuku would be powerful. It's the first time Ayumu has seen Izuku since he was a baby, and Izuku was definitely smaller than any other 5-year-old. He's got the Midoriya curly hair, green, from Inko's side. His arms are decorated with freckles all up and down his arms and legs. "Hey!" Izuku looked up. His green eyes from his mother, again were wide and red from crying, but in the green irises, Ayuma could see the stars, a galaxy, shimmering in them with magical energy. Definitely magic. Before Ayumu can even say anything else, Izuku jumped up from the bench and ran into them. "You're in color," he cried out. They've never been good with kids. Kids are snotty, are messy and wild. An energy that cannot be matched by quirk or by magic. But Izuku runs into him immediately, and Ayumu feels it that Izuku is magic and one of them, and doesn't mind the snotty, crying kid. "I want to go home, but Mama won't see me and I don't know how to get out of here," Izuku cried. Ayumu slowly moved one arm around Izuku and then another, awkwardly leaning down and hugging the boy. They're probably the only warm, solid thing in the ether that he's encountered, and Ayuma doesn't know how long Izuku has been here. The sun is beginning to set, and Izuku buries his face in a stranger's tunic. The group of kids at the playground are beginning to head back to their respective homes for dinner. Ayumu let Izuku cry for a minute. Whatever Izuku needed to get out, even if it was a bunch of snot and tears on their tunic, he let him. Magic and emotions mixed a little too well, and Ayuma didn't want to overload Izuku at once. They move so that both of them are sitting back on the bench. "There you go," Ayuma said. "Better." Izuku had spent however long crying, and he nodded, rubbing the tears away from his eyes. "All right, how did you get here?" "There was a strange man, and he tried to take me away." The words sent immediate chills down Ayumu's spine, but they let Izuku continue. I tried to run away, and then someone told me to say these words I don't remember, and then I ended up here. I just want to see my mama." The younger boy got more sniffly as he kept talking, and Ayuma quickly rested a hand on Izuku's left shoulder. "It's okay, Izuku." The name rolled off their tongue quickly, but the child didn't catch it. "Here, stand up. I'll help you get home." Izuku hesitated before getting up. Ayuma wondered if Mother Magic was already with him, if she was telling him that it's safe. "Can you repeat these words with me?" Ayuma felt magic flow through them, but held it back. "Iktusue." Izuku nodded. He grabbed the hand that Ayuma held out and repeated them together. "Iktusue." Spells backwards have the opposite effect that they normally do. For one to blink into the shadows, it is a one-way trip until they reverse it to get out. Their ears pop, and color washes over everything. Izuku kept his eyes squeezed shut, and opened them a moment later. I'm back. Ayumu nodded. Yes. We should get you home now. Izuku nodded. The bag on his back seemed too big for him, it encompassed half of his body, but the boy was strong. Being back into this world gave him newfound energy too. Is that your quirk? What's your name? Why am I trusting you so easily? Why do you look like a wizard? It's as if Pandora's box opened on Ayumu. It wasn't something they expected, so suddenly, but they couldn't help but chuckle at it. I will answer those questions for you soon. First, let's get you safely home. Inko-san never moved out of the apartment Izuku was born in. By the time they get to the door, Izuku doesn't hesitate to open the door with the hidden key hidden under the mat. The sun has set by now, and Inko was looking stressed, talking to someone over the phone. Izuku suddenly bursting through the door and crashing into her pulled her out of the conversation she was having. Mama! Oh, Izuku! She quickly turned back to the phone. Mitsuki, I'll call you back soon, he just came in, and she dropped the phone to hug her son. Izuku, what happened? I saw Katsuki and your friends walk by the window but you weren't anywhere to be seen, and I was so worried. There was a strange man and he tried to take me, Mama. And then everything got weird and gray and I don't know if it was my quirk or something else. It was really scary, I don't want to go back. Izuku replied. They were both crying already. Ayumu felt awkward standing in the doorframe, but they didn't move or say anything. Inko-san looked up and met their eyes, and it was an instant understanding, an instant, oh, is definitely an understatement. Izuku got a large cup of water to drink before he rushed off to the bathroom, having drank too much too quickly. Instead of reprimanding her son for running down the hall and almost into the wall, she let him. Inko-san turned to Ayumu. It's great to see you again, You too. An awkward beat of silence. Izuku is a mage. Ayumu said, breaking it. Awkwardly. As one does. I was wondering if he was. Inko said, passing Ayumu a mug of tea she had finished boiling. Ever since he was diagnosed quirkless, I was wondering. Well, what if he's just like Hisashi? A mother's intuition is never wrong. She weakly laughed. Maybe they should have paid a bit more attention to Izuku's life. Been a little more involved, before quirks and magic ever became a problem that Izuku would have to deal with. But, after everything that happened when Hisashi disappeared, maybe it'd be better for Inko to not have to deal with a different mage that shared her husband's blood. That was their thought process, but that was the past. The present is now, and now there's a 6-year-old mage running around with the ability to disappear into the shadows at will. Quirkless? How long ago? It wasn't long after a mage turned 4 that they would have an outburst, and they would be ingrained with their first spell. A year ago, almost to the day. Inko sighed. I've read almost every book on raising a quirkless child, and they haven't been much help. I see him come home every day so sad. And I hate it, but it's the life he's got. She took a sip of her tea. Are there any books about raising a magical child out there? Ayumu shrugged. None that I've heard of, sorry. Inko smiled over her mug of tea. It was mostly a joke anyway. They heard the toilet flush. Wash your hands, Izuku. Inko called out to her son. There was a small, okay, yell back. I'll help you. Ayumu said. I'll teach Izuku whatever he wants to know about magic. I'll help him control it. As of that day, they're the only adult mage in all of Japan. Even if they don't have experience training anyone, they have the books and the knowledge of their grandmother. There was no other option and Ayumu didn't want a small child with chaotic magic running around. Who knows what trouble that could spell? Thank you, Ayumu. Inko paused. Why haven't you visited at all? You know you're always welcome here. We're family, her eyes said. They looked away. I always felt like I'd remind you of him. I didn't want to put you through that. Magic. She and Hisashi got into it all, and when he vanished into the night, she was heartbroken. Could never declare he's dead, could never take any life insurance money. There was still the smallest ember of hope deep in her soul, it seemed. Maybe during the first year it would hurt. Inko-san said, brutally honest. But you're always welcome here. You're part of the family too, Ayu. Izuku ran back into the kitchen, full of even more energy. Magic and energy was a dangerous duo, But as long as Izuku had no intent to harm, for now it would be fine. Mama, I think I got my quirk. Inko gave Ayumu a look. Ayumu, you're the mage, help me explain this to him, is exactly what her glance says, and Ayumu sighed. Looks like they have to give the talk. Ayumu cleared their throat. Not entirely. Izuku turns his head, eyes wide, then back to his mother, confused. Ah, Izuku, this is Iu-san. Your dad's sibling, Inko introduced. My dad has a sibling? Ayumu nodded. Yes. Do you remember anything about your dad? Izuku was younger when his dad disappeared, maybe too young to remember. He shook his head, and it's lucky that he's turned away from his mom, because Ayumu watched her heart crack. Well, he's like me. He's like you. Ayumu outstretched their hands, allowing the magic to flow through them. They felt the energy, and Izuku's eyes sparkled with the energy as well. We're different than others. We're magic. Izuku blanked for a second. And then he yelled, what? We must tell our stories ourselves, you know, or else they will destroy us in their own violent making. Ryan La Sala. Izuku had been dealing with magic leaks for a good year now alone, so feeling mother tug on him wasn't too surprising. It was just annoying that it was at 2 in the morning. He rolled over in his bed, trying to ignore the pull, just for another few minutes of sleep. Please? He asked. Go, the universe said. Fine. Izuku sat up in his bed, blinking in the darkness of his bedroom. The glow-in-the-dark stars still illuminated his ceiling a little bit, but it wasn't like the light of the moon coming in through his window that lit up his floor that let him see. He grabbed his wand, changed into a pair of jeans, and poked his head out of the door to his bedroom. The apartment was quiet at 2 in the morning. The small fish tank, that their one Molly fish lived in, was lit up but the fish was not there. A small thud from the room down the hall told Izuku that Isan was awake too. Looks like Izuku wasn't going to go alone for this trip. He grabbed the cloak that hung off the hook by the door, pulling it around his shoulders. It was cool to the touch, and felt more like a second skin than fabric, even without the hood up. Good morning, Izuku. U-san greeted him with a yawn, pulling off his own cloak from the hook as well. Suppose it's too big for you to go alone to. I guess. He was 13, almost 14 now, but being sent off in the middle of the night to repair a magic leak on his own isn't a smart idea. Mother Magic might be a bit of a merciless deity sometimes, but she wasn't cruel enough to send Izuku out on his own for this, at least. Sen checked his reflection in the mirror nearby, making sure his own conduit, an intricate eye amulet, was sealed around his neck, before nodding. Let's go. They're quiet as they leave through the stairs and out through the back of the shop. Any sort of criminals could lurk nearby, even though there were spells of safety set up around the shop to deter any theft or harm. Izuku felt the warmth of the shop fade as they descended into the dark of the night, following the trail of magic that Mother had left for them to the leak. It wasn't Izuku's first leak. He remembers that too clearly. Magical energy exploding out of a fountain, creating strange illusions that terrified other non-mages. U-san took care of it quickly. It was blamed on a rogue villain with an illusion quirk that was causing trouble nearby. The villain was probably the cause of the leak, as sometimes quirks do tear open the ley lines, but not always. Sometimes it burst like an old pipe, and Izuku was the humble plumber. The leak isn't too far away. They both get there within 10 minutes, and it looks like it's one of those times that it's caused by a villain attack, unfortunately. U-san quickly pulled Izuku out of the sight of the fight. Ugh, heroes. He mumbled, Izuku barely catching it. U-san was not a big fan of heroes, especially when they got in the way of fixing the occasional leak. He turned to Izuku. You remember the invisibility spell, right? Izuku nodded. See Kaylee, he casted, feeling the magic well up inside of him, probably aided by the leak nearby. U-san followed and casted the same spell, and reached out to grab Izuku's hand so that they could both see each other. It was pretty much a normal night, except for the villain fight. Fixing up leaks, making sure non-mages weren't hurt. Izuku has done a few on his own lately, but not much, and having Au-san's presence as they walk by an alley fight between an underground hero and a villain was comforting. Izuku recognized the hero immediately, Eraserhead. A hero that had some sort of respect in Au-san's mind was one he had to remember. The villain wasn't one he did, probably a one-off criminal that was up to no good, with what seemed to be a quirk that made them a large, walking tiger. A furry, accursed part of Izuku's mind whispered, and he bit his lip to avoid the laughter coming out. The leak was behind them both, a strange cut in the ground that leaked out warm, yellow light. Nice try, Eraserhead. Just 'cause you erased my quirk doesn't mean you erased this. The villain shouted from behind. Eraserhead didn't respond, and Izuku didn't turn around to find out what happened next, more focused on the leak in front of them. Watch my back, Usan whispered, letting go of Izuku's hand. He couldn't see his uncle anywhere, but remembered what space of the place that he occupied and stood between his uncle and the fight behind them. He cast, probably a protection spell, if they got too close. One based on wind, so that the fight couldn't see it. Casting a flame protection spell, or even just a water protection spell, would draw attention and light to behind them that Izuku certainly didn't need. He rubbed a few fingers over the bent metal of his wand, watching the fight closely, trying to absorb the information he could while listening for Eusan to be done with the leak patching. Eraserhead got hit by a swipe of the villain's claws, but he got back up without complaint. It seemed like a majority of this fight was the tiger person swiping claws and getting attacks in at Eraserhead as he kept their actual quirk erased. Lakis, Izuku heard Eusan say. The leak repair was beginning, but he couldn't let his guard down yet. Eraserhead dodged an attack from the tiger villain, but got hit in the side. There was already a bit of blood dripping from his forehead, from what Izuku could see from far away. Had he gotten hit in the head? Izuku was supposed to keep watch and not interfere. Eusan didn't mind that Izuku still wanted to be a hero, after everything society had once thrown at him and kept throwing at him, but Eusan didn't hold heroes high. Or most of them. Eraserhead was one of the few exceptions. Izuku could feel the leak behind them stitching itself back up. The invisibility spell would wear off soon, but they would jump into the shadows before either hero or villain could react to them. One of the upsides of Izuku's ingrained spell being blink, at least. Look out, a warning went off in Izuku's head. He barely ducked under the thrown body of Eraserhead. The underground hero was definitely not having that good of a night, it seemed, but despite how much he's been thrown around, the hero didn't seem keen on quitting then. Oh, give it up, Eraserhead. The villain chuckled. It definitely wasn't a one-off mugger, or whatever. The villain smirked and looked through the mages to Eraserhead behind them. I'm going to get a pretty price for bringing your head on a silver platter to my boss. The tiger liked their lips. Clauses, Usan finished, allowing the leak to firmly close. He glanced around, grabbing a hold of Izuku's still invisible breathed leg to see him. Unfortunately, the villain heard him. Who's there? The tiger villain looked around, wide-eyed. Their pupils were thinned to slits. We should get out of here, Izuku. Usan whispered into his ear. But Eraserhead, Izuku glanced back. The hero wasn't doing his best, but he was on guard now at the sound of Usan's voice. Usan looked back, before sighing. He read Izuku's mind so quickly. Help, please, we need to help him. Eraserhead can't do this alone. You're helping with the baking for the entire weekend. Izuku nodded, and allowed the invisibility spell to fade off of him, appearing between the heroes. Usan wasn't too far behind. Where'd you two come from? The tiger snarled. Whatever, you're just two bugs in the way of my prey. Usan pushed Izuku behind him. Respiratus, he said, and Izuku felt the magic swell up before releasing in a large breath of wind from Usan, knocking the villain back out of the alley and into the street. Izuku ducked over to Eraserhead. Where are you hurt? He asked, holding his wand tightly in his left hand, preparing to pull on the magic again. You two again. It wasn't the first time Izuku had encountered the hero out on patrol, when he was fixing a leak. It certainly wouldn't be the last. Izuku helped the hero to sit down, so he could heal the massive wound in the pro-hero's head. Haven't seen you in a while. We go where we're commanded. Even though Eusan was always the cryptic one, Izuku couldn't help but follow suit. The cloaked, they were known by few underground heroes. No one could prove their existence, and they never interfered much. Or, well, Usan didn't. Izuku might be a bit too gung-ho on the idea of being a hero, but he always knew when he should step in and help. Manus Iasis. He casted, and a warm light covered his hands like thick gloves, on top of the gloves he already had on. He set his hands on Eraserhead's head and allowed the magic to slowly repair whatever had been wounded, which seemed mostly like a concussion and a scrape in his hairline. Not anything a minor healing spell couldn't fix. Izuku never could have imagined that this would be his life after he discovered his magic when he was 6. When he and his mom moved into his uncle, Eusan's apartment, above the cafe and bookshop they owned, Izuku thought his life was going to be a little better. After all, now he had something to his name. Not a quirk, but magic, which was more than what other kids had, but he wasn't quirkless and useless anymore. That's what he thought, at least. But the reality of it was grim. Magic was marked down on quirk forms, just to protect his true, quirkless identity from anyone wishing to do him harm, even though cases of missing quirkless people had gone down in the area after that. But it didn't bring him the instant adoration of his peers, the broken friendships back. It only brought more drama onto him. The first day after filling out the forms, the teacher doesn't say anything about it. But when he's asked why he was missing for a week, he answers excitedly. The word spreads to the playground too quickly. Is it true, Deku? Do you have a quirk now, or what? Kakin asked, spitting the unfortunate nickname, glaring at him over a book. His fists clenched tight enough for his knuckles to turn white, and the two boys who always follow him, a winged boy and a boy with long fingernails, have the same expression, almost. I bet it's as shitty as he is. They were at the age that they were discovering the joy of using curse words when they weren't supposed to and getting the thrill out of it. It's supposed to be a quirk, Izuku remembered, and he nods. He nodded like his life depends on it, because maybe if he impressed these kids, he can be one of them. Yeah, but I can't do it right now. Why not? Is it that bad? It's not bad. Izuku flinched as Kakin sent off a ripple of explosions in his hand. I'm not good at it yet. He did only find out about his quirk 2 weeks ago at this point. Eusan wasn't teaching him any spells, only how to control his magic so that he doesn't accidentally cause a leak of it. I think he just has a bad one and doesn't want anyone to know. One of the other boys snickered. No, that's not it. Izuku doesn't have enough time to rebuke him when Kakin leaned in close and sent off an explosion in his ear. It isn't too loud, but his ear does pop. Izuku shrunk back down. Even if it's a good quirk, it'd be a waste on someone like you. So don't try anything, okay? He smiled, but not the kind of smile that he gets when he sees Eusan or his mom, but a smile that a villain would have. Izuku nodded, shrinking in on himself even more. Keeping it quiet was probably for the best for everyone here. Eusan would teach him how to control the magic, how to connect to it, and then how to cast spells. And if all Izuku's classmates thought of his quirk was that he could disappear and reappear at will, then so be it. He was still going to be a hero, no matter what. I'm going to give you some rules to magic, Izuku. Eusan tells him when he's finally ready to start learning spells. Once he starts on the basics, everything will grow exponentially, so Eusan is getting at him early, Izuku's uncle explains. They're not the official rules, but they are things you need to keep in mind when you start learning spells. Izuku nodded, looking up from his notebook, ready to write everything down. They were shuffled into the storage room of the White Feather, the cafe bookstore Aizawa ran and worked in, and one Izuku would start helping in when he got a bit older, too. The back room is cluttered with old tomes of magic, of spells that Izuku can feel hidden between their pages. Izuku sunk a bit into the ratty old couch in the back room, so he sat on the floor with the small little coffee table to use as a makeshift desk. You already know how fickle magic is. We may be able to bend it and control it, but it is up to Mother Magic in the end to let us do what we please with it, Eusan explained. It's one of her female days, too, and she's used some spell that Izuku doesn't particularly care to learn in the future that changed the length of her hair a little bit longer, past her shoulders. She brings out her conduit, the intricate amulet. We have conduits. You found something for now, right? Izuku nodded, pulling his bag up. Before pulling out the stick he'd found at the playground the other day. It called out to him to be his first conduit. But a humble conduit you started out with. Eusan giggled. You know, your father chose a rock for his first conduit. Learning magic also led to more truths about who his papa was. He was a mage, too. Aosan didn't know what happened to him either, but now Izuku was learning more about his father from both his uncle and his mama, and he couldn't complain about it. Izuku giggled too. A rock for a conduit. How silly. But if it works in the end, it works in the end. When you want to cast a spell, always remember if it needs a conduit for the energy. Usan explains. Or else you might seriously injure yourself. Mother magic is forgiving, but the magic itself is a force on its own. That's rule number 1. Always use a conduit. Izuku scribbled it down in his notebook. Rule number 1. Always use a conduit for spells that need it. Seemed pretty simple. Your second rule is something I never want you to break, okay? Izuku nodded, suddenly shocked by the turn of tone from Aosan. The once kind voice had turned a stone, cold, stern tone, and Aosan's face held no emotion. Rule number 2. Never use chaos magic on a non-mage. Chaos magic was one of the few energies of magic. It was a lot of information at once, but Aosan was always there as his own personal Google search for anything magical related. Magic has 7 types, 4 elements and 3 energies. Chaos magic was one of them, and the spell that his ingrained one, the first one he learned from Mother Magic, was a part of. Chaos magic wasn't bad. It was made of pure energy times 10, it was the energy of laughter and fun but also of madness and ruin. It could shift between things quickly, it encompassed shadows and darkness and death, but was made of so much energy. It was powerful. It held whatever spells couldn't fit into any other category. But it was the most dangerous for non-mages. Not every spell fell into this category. As Izuku learned as he got older, not every chaos spell would destroy the sanity of a non-mage. Especially if he was careful enough. And at least, it's not the first spell he reached for as the manhole cover behind him burst out into a mass of slime. He was walking home from the library, where he'd taken his studies. It was for the better that his schooling moved online, they decided a few years ago, but sometimes the cafe would get too crowded and loud, so he went to the small library nearby, which always had a quiet zone he could do his homework in. What he wasn't expecting that day as he was walking home, to be told by Mother Magic to watch out, behind you. The mass of slime formed some sort of human face, without a nose and just eyes and teeth floating in green mucus. Izuku felt himself GG at it, but held his wand tightly. Wasn't expecting him to be out and about today. The slime complained. Izuku didn't know what pronoun to throw at it and hoped it wouldn't offend it, but by the way Mother Magic warned him, whatever this was, didn't bring anything good his way. The slime looked around, before the eyes settled on Izuku at the other side of the underpass, frozen. A disguise? You'll do. The villain lunged. Nope, nope, nope. Izuku's thoughts are racing, but he has enough time to think one coherent thought. Magic. It's not even one he needs his wand for, and the words slip out of his mouth. Arcs Tarot. The cement below Izuku shook, before shooting upwards with magical energy. The slime lunged right into the wall, and Izuku could hear a splat sound from the other side. Gross. The slime pooled at the bottom of the land shield Izuku had called upon hastily, but Izuku didn't hesitate in backing away from it. There wasn't any movement. Had Izuku knocked out slime? Somehow? The slime was pooling more around the bottom of the shield. Probably not. Nice try, kiddo. Can't kill me that easily. The teeth formed a moth, and then an eye, and then another eye, and it was some sort of repugnant happy face looking back at him. He wasn't going to kill the villain. Izuku didn't even know how he could kill slime. As the villain laughed, Izuku glanced around. Think. Izuku didn't have time to think, because something else was coming. Another figure jumped out from the manhole the slime came out from, and Izuku couldn't see the figure correctly from the other side of the barrier he had made, but he watched as a large, imposing human jumped out and landed between Izuku and the slime. No way. Sometimes, quirks could give off certain energies. Izuku knew his mother's familiar energy tugged on his hair sometimes. He felt it as a younger kid as the warmth that circulated Kaken's hands. Eraserhead's quirk was one of the few that felt like nothing, but Izuku ended up passing so many people with so many quirks that they all faded into the background. Except this one. It felt like Izuku was looking right into a leak of magical energy. I am here. So this is what All Might looked like in person. The world is full of magic things, patiently waiting for our senses to grow sharper. W.B. Yeats. I am here. The sudden appearance of the All Might stunned Izuku. He wasn't that big of an All Might stan, he dropped some of his obsession of heroes once he learned about magic, but everyone would be in awe of the #1 hero, the symbol of peace himself, especially if he stood before him. Ah, sheet. The slime groaned. But Izuku wasn't paying attention to the slime, or to the way the slime tried to escape away, before being caught by All Might. He wasn't paying attention to any of that, other than the fact that All Might glowed just like a magical leak of pure power, radiating off of him like the sun. Fascinating. Quirks do come from magic, and whatever All Might's quirk is, it's powerful. This is a whole other caliber. But, young man, you are not harmed, are you? All Might asked. Izuku's heart could die happy now. He shook his head. No, I'm okay. It almost got him, but a quick spell shot the ground up quickly. Izuku glanced behind All Might, at the pillar of concrete and earth that was still standing. He should fix that. Am I right to assume it was you who created that pillar, then? Izuku immediately feels his face flush. Yeah, but I can fix it. Being caught for illegal quirk use, even though it's not technically a quirk, it's magic, but All Might doesn't know about that, is not what Izuku wanted to happen to him today. Even if it was legal in self-defense, he didn't want to get caught accidentally destroying public property. A quick spell reversal sent the pillar back down into the ground, and it looked like nothing had ever happened. Quite an impressive quirk you have there. All Might commented. It made Izuku's heart soar. Even though it wasn't a quirk, praises from the All Might hit hard. Izuku lied. He's still totally a hero fanboy. Thank you, sir. He quickly swung his bag around his shoulders and pulled out a notebook. If you don't mind? The notebook is swiped out of his hands, but back in them faster than Izuku can cast the blinking spell. There, written in large script, across 2 of his science notebook's pages, notes BGMI, it was an autograph from All Might, was the signature he'd never lose. Oh me god, thank you so much, thys will be triasurt familiar lum for thy to come. All Might chuckled and smiled at him. It was no problem, young man. He turned around. If there is nothing else you need, I must be off to turn this evildoer to the police. He held up an empty liter of soda, where familiar eyes and teeth floated around. Izuku nodded, and All Might gave him a thumbs up before the hero leapt up into the sky and flew away. Or, well, jumped away. All Might's quirk doesn't allow for flight, just some sort of strength enhancement. Some sort of strong one, too. By the way, it was so powerful it was almost blinding. Even though Izuku could have gotten killed today, he glanced at the notebook with the signature and burst out into excited laughter. All Might gave him a thumbs up. All Might complimented his quirk. He couldn't contain his glee. Yagi Toshinori was wary of that kid. He kept on his usual hero persona until he dropped, blocks away, into an alley and let himself shrink. The villain was knocked out by the spinning pressure of being stuffed into a soda bottle and shot through the air, still stuck in his pocket, and no one looked his way as he stepped out of the alley. He sighed. He was running low on time, wasn't he? There was something odd about that boy. He looked plain enough, curly green hair, freckled, almost baby face that didn't help Toshinori figure out his age. But there was something else. The power the boy had. A simple stick, but he created a pillar out of the earth, and mumbled words that Toshinori didn't understand to push the pillar back into the ground. The slime villain certainly was no match for him either. What kind of quirk did the boy have? He seemed sweet and excited to meet All Might, but there was something unsettling about the way the boy's eyes sparkled. Something almost not human, but still there. He already felt one for all fading by the time he'd collected the slime villain into the poured-out soda, so he had to get out of there fast after signing the boy's notebook. Strange. Toshinori didn't think school was out this early in the day either. Perhaps the boy was homeschooled or something, but seeing a young boy walking alone wasn't the most unusual thing. Only at this time of day. Good. He landed close to the police station nearby. There aren't any officers that he recognizes outside, but he's probably able to play the All Might assistant who was told to drop this off card and get out of there quickly before any detective could come question him. He reached a hand for his pocket. The villain was gone. The high of meeting All Might carried Izuku almost the entire way back home, to the cafe where he'd probably take a shift of running the register or organizing the books. Izuku, a voice called. He stopped dead in his tracks. Yes, Mother? He asked, glancing up to the sky. He never met Mother Magic before, but he's heard her all his life. She was the voice that stayed in the back of his mind, a familiar chime when he was alone. Usan said every mage had a connection to her, and she would pull them to her whims whenever she desired, as a payment for letting them use her magic. Which was fine. As long as Izuku didn't have to kill anyone, that was fine. Hurry, she said louder. Izuku felt the familiar pull on his soul, acting like a GPS. She didn't say what was happening. Only hurry. She wouldn't send him on anything too dangerous yet, would she? He broke out into a run, following the pull of magic. Possibilities ran through his head. Could it be a sudden leak that he had to take care of before something bad happened? Usan said that non-mages could occasionally get infected by leaks, but it had only happened a few times that Izuku had been alive. Or it was a small leak that didn't matter, but any leak of magical energy needed to be patched as soon as possible. The idea of it being a small leak was quickly crushed, as he turned a corner and noticed the smell of smoke in the air. Something burning. Which, clearly wasn't good. You're not throwing me straight into danger, are you? Izuku sent a quick message out. She didn't respond. He turned another corner and saw a crowd gathering at the other end of the street. There was clearly some villain-hero battle happening, and it was a big one, by the size of the crowd. But that couldn't be it, could it? She wouldn't just send him out into danger unless she knew he'd be okay, right? Mother will never lead you astray, Usan's comforting words come to mind. It might not make sense to him, but she has a plan for all of her children. He reached out to feel the direction of the magic, slowing down as he approached the crowd. Wow, poor kid. Why aren't any of the heroes intervening? A stranger in the crowd asked, craning their neck to see the fight. Izuku took a quick look at all the heroes around. Kamui Woods. Death Arms. Emilady, all heroes he recognized in one way or another, but neither were approaching the actual fight. Backdraft was there too, trying to focus on putting out the fires that were being set. It doesn't look like any of them can. Another stranger remarked. They turned to the first stranger, shrugging. We can only hope a hero comes along who can help. Izuku tried to see over the crowd, but there were too many people and he was just a little too short. The magic was pulling him that way, though, and he groaned, trying to squeeze himself through the crowd. It wasn't just pulling him, it was tugging him, almost to the point he could let it just move him through the crowd itself. An explosion went off. A too familiar explosion. Izuku felt his blood run cold. He finally made it to the front of the crowd to look out, and he saw a horrifying sight. Whatever shops were on the street were evacuated, a few of them up in flames that heroes were trying to stop. No other people seemed to be in the way, at least, and Kamui Woods stood between the fires and the villain and the crowd to protect them. The slime was there. In the slime's clutches, held hostage, was Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki. A face Izuku didn't expect to see for a while. If his blood ran cold before, then now it felt like ice. No heroes were even trying to reach out and Lady couldn't fight in closed spaces, it was too hot for Kamui Woods. The villain was probably too fluid for Death Arm strength. Their limits, it seemed, but what would a hero be if they didn't try to stretch past their limits to help someone who needed it? Izuku felt his feet move before he was even thinking, his wand at ready. Kamui Woods tried to reach out and stop him, but Izuku was just fast enough to get out of his grip. There was some sound of "Kid, wait, stop" behind him, but he wasn't going to stop. He had to help. He had to help. Mother Magic might have pulled him here, but it was his body that moved without thinking, his body that pulled upon the magic below, pooling into his hand and his conduit. The good thing about being a mage, at least, his brain ran a little bit faster. And that small bit gave him enough time to throw out a spell. There wasn't a lot of water in the air, so Izuku went for the next best thing he could think of that could hit the villain without hurting its hostage. Furio Ventu. The words slipped out too easily, and so did the gust of wind that exploded from the tip of his wand. It could have been strong enough to be a gale, but he wasn't strong enough to pull off one of those yet. His will and his intent were balanced, and it hit the target of the villain. It didn't blow it off Kaken completely, but it loosened the villain enough so that Izuku could grab the boy's arm and pull. Deku, what the hell? He was still pretty recognizable, it seemed. It had only been a few years, not much had changed. I don't need your help. Kaken was coughing up some slime for the villain, gasping for breaths in between. He needed someone's help, and if the heroes wouldn't help, Izuku would. I'm not going to leave you and let you die. Izuku cried, pulling as hard as he could, but the slime villain is like quicksand and tight around Kaken's body. He's getting him out slowly, but not quickly enough. What the hell, you again? The slime villain also shouted, recognizing Izuku immediately. I don't need to deal with you too. Izuku saw one of the eyes swim in the slime before looking directly at him, and he ignored the bile in the back of his throat. But he's not afraid. He's enough of a distraction. Kaken was almost free, and he was coughing less and fighting a bit more. One more explosion in the slime, even though it didn't do much, loosened him enough that Izuku could pull him out. Izuku felt it come up from behind him, the same familiar energy from not even an hour ago. A burst of energy, a light, warm and heroic and powerful, and he recognizes it immediately. I am here. All Might took the villain out in one punch. He punched so hard that it began to rain, which put out most of the fires on the street. It was easy to find the remains of the slime villain, and the police packed bits of it up into different plastic containers. Which, Izuku would totally have loved to watch. Cleanups after villain fights are important for heroes to help with, too. But he was a bit distracted. That was extremely reckless, young man. Death Arms scolded. You were lucky that All Might was there, but what if no one had been able to help you? You could have gotten yourself and the other boy killed. Bold choice to scold Izuku. He still felt himself shrink down under not just the glare of one hero, but many heroes, all angry at him for helping someone else. Kamui Woods couldn't deal with heat very well, but the hero could have helped pull Kaken out of the slime easily. Surely tree branches were strong enough, if the villain was caught off guard. And the lady could have shrunk herself down to her normal height and taken on the fight that way, fought quirkless, if she wanted to help. The hero who was really scolding him glanced around. They needed someone to pick up some rubble somewhere. We have to take you to the police station to get a statement from you still, so don't go running anywhere. Death Arms finished, before turning to one of the people who arrived at the scene as soon as the heroes had left. Stay with him? The person nodded, and Izuku turned his head to see who his new babysitter was. The person looked like their body was being held together by a string and had a sunken-in face. They wore large clothes that devoured their entire body, adding to the illusion of being frail. Or maybe they actually were frail. What was most peculiar about this person was the fact they had the same light as All Might. Or, at least, something similar and weaker about them. Are you all right, young man? The person asked. Izuku nodded. I'm okay. A bit thirsty, but the EMTs who had arrived on scene had given him a blanket over his shoulders and a water bottle. He could drink it, but his conduit. They took his conduit, to make sure he wouldn't use it to get away, or use it for some odd bizarre reason. He'd get it back after he was questioned, but it felt like he'd been ripped away from a part of his being. Oh, and Aizawa was going to be so angry. Even if Mother Magic sent him this way, Aizawa was still going to be angry that he dashed in, headfirst, without trying to think of a plan before running. If you ask me, the person spoke again, dragging Izuku from his thoughts. That I think you did something really heroic today, kid. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. You're not going to scold me too? Even the EMTs had given him a bit of a disappointed tone before the actual heroes turned from checking on Kaken, making sure he was okay, and went off on Izuku. Well, perhaps there could have been a bit more tactfulness in your actions. But no hero was going to act, and it left it down to whoever came. The person looked out at all the damaged buildings. They weren't actually that damaged, but the storefronts clearly had better days. Are you going to be applying for any hero schools by chance? Izuku nodded. Yeah. UA is at the top of my list, but I might try Shiketsu too. He said, I really don't care where my education gets done, I just want to be a hero to help people. Well, you've already got the soul of a hero. The person said, watching as the heroes began walking back over with a police officer, most likely to escort Izuku to the nearest police station. What's your name, by the way? Midoriya Izuku. Well, Midoriya, best of luck on being a hero. The person nodded, before turning the other way, already gone by the time Death Arms and the police officer arrived. Of all the things Ayumu expected that afternoon, it was not a call from Inko asking her to go to the local police station to be with Izuku for something. Izuku wasn't a troublemaker. Sure, he had bouts of mischief every now and again, but he's a 13-year-old boy with no friends. If some of the books in the apartment were enchanted to squawk like ducks when they were opened, then that was typical behavior. Ayumu can remember how much trouble she and Hisashi got into as kids with budding magical power. But he wasn't an outright miscreant. So hearing that he was at the local police station brought a lot of questions. It was near closing time already, so she asked one of the few employees she hired that weren't directly related to the Midoriyas to keep a look after the shop. Hopefully, if she plays her cards right, it shouldn't take long. All it took to get her airborne is a quick Ferroforma, a spell she's meant to teach Izuku but isn't quite comfortable with him knowing yet, and she flew off into the sky in the form of a crow. She landed quickly near the police station, allowing herself to change back, surprising the officer who was just leaving and a few. Any quirk that allowed use of travel was permitted to be used if they had the proper license, and Ayumu quickly showed the card before popping into the police station. Heroes were distasteful in Ayumu's opinion. Few could win her over, and it heavily leaned more towards underground heroes during the times she's had to fix up a magical leak on her own. They were usually more lenient. Heroes that stepped out into the public eye were not her favorite at all. Even if they weren't doing it for attention and fame, they still were in a position of power over people. She did not like that. The police were similar to public heroes in a way. They didn't have the authority to use their quirks, which made them a bit more hounded in a way, but they at least didn't showboat their power around like some heroes did. Hello, ma'am, what can I help you with today? The euphoria of being gendered correctly, despite the fact she's put in the bare minimum of effort that day, hit her, but she let it slide off. The lady behind the desk smiled at her as she walked up. My nephew, Midoriya Izuku, is supposed to be speaking with detectives. I believe his mother said that I was on my way. The lady nodded, picking up the phone next to her hand. She repeated the information and nodded. Right. The detective will be out to lead you back in a second. True to her word, a detective did come out. A tall man with just a simple trench coat over a button-up and slacks. Not the most fashionable, but then again, he was a detective. He greeted her before leading her back. Your nephew is not in any trouble, the detective said. We need him to answer a few questions in a villain attack he was involved with today, and since he's a minor, he needs a guardian present. Ayumu nodded. Made sense. Even the fact that Izuku was involved in a villain attack, though she could have sworn she taught him better. His ingrained spell would have let him get away easily, away from police hands, but they might have grabbed something of his before he could go. The room Izuku sat in was comfortable, at least, though it looked like the same room they would take a 4-year-old into question. A small office desk and a large, comfortable couch. He was fiddling with the strings of his hoodie as Ayumu entered with the detective, and he brightened up upon seeing her. San. He greeted, though there wasn't any excited smile to greet him either. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. Usan sat next to him on the couch. It was pretty firm for a couch, but not too uncomfortable. It won't take long, we just can't get a statement without a guardian present, Miss Midoriya. I'm his aunt. Even though they only ever used the word uncle around Ayumu, it seemed better to tell the detective the more feminine form of the word. Relation didn't matter, but she was still listed as a legal guardian on the papers, if they desired to read further into her. Yes, thank you. I am Tsukachi, one of the detectives here. The detective nodded, and another police officer, a normal face Ayumu didn't even glance at, entered as well. Midoriya here was involved in a villain attack today, as I'm sure you heard. He was not physically harmed, however. He stepped in and used his quirk illegally against the villain, which could have put not only himself at risk, but a hostage at risk. As the detective spoke, Izuku shrunk down on himself. We do not wish to charge him on illegal quirk usage as long as he gives us a statement against the villain. Tsukachi explained, and looked at Izuku. Izuku cleared his throat. But I was just walking home from the library, and I noticed there was a big crowd forming around something. I wanted to check it out, and when I saw there was someone who needed help, my legs moved before I could think. And I used my quirk, and then All Might came, and yeah, that's it. The other officer wrote furious notes down. Were you familiar with the villain? You appeared to know how to counter the villain pretty easily with your quirk. I don't know the villain. Ayumu watched as her nephew's statement made the detective's eyebrow twitch. If this was going to take any longer, Ayumu would just use a spell to get them both out of there, but they clearly have something of Izuku's. They took his conduit. There's nothing worse a person can do to a mage, taking their conduit. Sure, mages can make new conduits easily, use whatever they can find if they desperately need something, but having one taken definitely leaves them feeling defenseless and wrong. Detective, if I may, Ayumu said, getting the attention of both officers. She pulled immediately on her magic. Swadia Grazia. A spell she hadn't taught Izuku yet, but one he was surely going to question her on for months. The magic slipped off her tongue like venom, and she felt it seep into the minds of the detective and the officer. Give Izuku back what you took, and let us go. He's had enough. The officer nodded, standing up to go retrieve Izuku's conduit. Yes, ma'am. I apologize if this caused any inconvenience to you. Tsukachi said, standing up as well. I'll lead you both out, and I hope you both have a nice evening. Thank you. She didn't want to slip up and let the charm backfire, so she held it as tightly as she could. The other officer returned quickly with Izuku's bag and his conduit, which he took as soon as he could get his hands on it. The detective led them out, and before they knew it, they were standing in front of the police station. Once they were in the clear, Ayumu let the charm go. Hopefully the detective and officer wouldn't notice for a bit that they had been duped. Ayumu turned to Izuku, and she spoke before he could. You have a little bit of explaining to do. Anyone who has loved has been touched by magic. It is such a simple and such an extraordinary part of the lives we live. Nora Roberts. Well, he wasn't grounded after the slime villain incident, at least. He was given a lot more work to do at the White Feather, but he wasn't grounded by either his mom or Ayu-san. In fact, it seemed more like Ayu-san was furious with how he was treated. Once he had told the whole story, more of what he told the detective and the officers on the scene. Making sure the books are in the section they're supposed to be in is distracting enough from everything, and the store itself is quiet for a Saturday afternoon. The employees that work for Ayu-san tended to avoid Izuku, so he was by himself, doing what he knew he had to do. Izuku gave off that energy just like Ayu-san. Weird, unsettling, strange. His classmates would point it out at school and made fun of him for it. Whatever. He had more time in his thoughts at least, as he picked up a few books in the kids section that had probably been left by the group of teens that had just been through the store. Everything is quiet, but his mind is racing. The UA entrance exam is in 9 months. He's been diving deep into studies of both magical and mundane, making sure he had a good amount of spells even if half of them were useless. Having a bunch of almost mini quirks is better than having one spell he could barely control and a good grasp of knowledge about basic things. Like geometry, or history, or English. Who knows what the test would have on it? Kaito, one of the employees, asked Izuku to cover the register while they took their legally mandated break. It was only the two of them, and a third employee helping Ayu-san make the next batch of pastries in the back, for the day. Sitting at the register and ringing up books and bagging up pastries seemed like a pretty easy thing to switch over to, one that didn't require too much brain power as well. The stool had to be adjusted, of course, by the time Izuku got there. Dim in his height. He was almost zoned out until he noticed a person walk in. A familiar person. Oh, he should get Ayu-san out here. It isn't often that the Eraserhead walks around during the day. He was only able to recognize the hero because the hero had the same shirt on that he's worn out on patrols, even though it clashed with the hot pink sweatpants. Eraserhead is a person too, and was probably drawn to the white feather from hearing about it elsewhere. Coworkers, maybe? Do underground heroes even have coworkers? Or maybe he has a day job. He did come in with a bag, probably to take a seat at the cafe to do some sort of paperwork. The hero wandered a few aisles of the books before coming to the front, where the pastries were located. He looked at the croissants, the cannels and the macaroons, before looking up at Izuku and catching his eye. Hopefully there would be no recognition the other way around either. Izuku didn't help Aizawa much with leaks at night either, but Eraserhead was the most familiar with the kind of vigilantes that were the cloaks. Even if there was a faint look of familiarity, it flickered away without comment. The chocolate croissants just came out a few minutes ago, they're pretty fresh. Izuku stammered out. Or, if you're not in a chocolate mood, we have lemon, pistachio, vanilla, coffee, and matcha-flavored macarons as well. French? Eraserhead asked. Yes. We change out our selection here every few weeks. A while ago we had a lot of German pastries that I could barely pronounce. Our next selection will be American pastries. Izuku's got the whole spiel memorized from hearing Iusan sell it so often. We also have taiyaki and mochi, if you're looking for something a bit more local. Eraserhead hummed, looking Izuku up and down. Aren't you a little young to be working? This is my family's business that I help out with. In payment for lessons, sometimes, Izuku thought, but it isn't said aloud. My uncle runs it. Eraserhead nodded, again, glancing up at the menu behind Izuku, which read most of their drinks. Mostly teas and coffee, but there was lemonade, milk and water available as well. I'll have an espresso and one of those chocolate croissants, please. Izuku nodded, already hitting the keys on the cash register. Can I get a name for the order? He asked instinctually. And then, oh shit, am I actually going to get Eraserhead's name? He's been trying to hold in the excitement because Eraserhead is supposed to be an underground hero, and sure, he's popped up a few times for being an instructor at UA, maybe that's his day job, so he's not completely out of public view. But Izuku can sit up late and scroll through hero forums until the early hours of the morning, so he can dig deep into stuff. Aizawa, the hero said, and Izuku wrote it down on the order. Thank you, sir. He ducked down quickly to pull out a fresh croissant, still warm. Maybe Iusan adds enhancements to the pastries that keep them warmer, because they're still fresh but shouldn't be this warm. Your coffee will be right out. Holy shit, I have his name, is Izuku's thought. He has the name of one of the few heroes Iusan respected. He has the name of one of the heroes he's encountered before, and a teacher at UA, if he remembers right. Holy shit. When Hisashi suggested he head to this place called the White Feather, to work on the papers for classes he has to grade, a punishment for kicking out his last class, it seemed, Shota definitely wasn't expecting, well, it felt too peaceful inside. There was a pleasant aroma, and it felt like one could get lost in books for hours before finding what you're looking for, even if you came in not looking for anything. It was tranquil, almost too tranquil. It was a whimsical little shop, a bit bigger on the inside than it seemed. His stomach growled at the thought of a chocolate croissant, something he's never had before. He's never been too far out of Japan to try pastries from where he's been with his coffee sounded delightful, and a nice distraction from hunching over papers for the next couple of hours. But the boy at the register seemed a bit familiar. Shota couldn't place it exactly, but there was something familiar about the weird feeling he felt in the pit of his stomach when he looked at the boy. He looked a little too young to be working anything, but if this was a family business, it could just be his chores to help out at the shop. So Shota didn't budge. The espresso was delivered to the table he'd taken rather quickly. It was in a little mug that had 2 cat ears on the side, and the handle curled out into a tail. Glancing at the dish rack, it seemed all the mugs and cups were of an odd arrangement. It was strange to feel so welcomed at a cafe so immediately, even if the vibes of the boy who was working was off. It was only 100 yen to refill it too, and if these papers are as bad as Hisashi described, he'd be needing more than one refill. It was good that Aizawa could train Izuku in spells, but he was missing a bit of that combat experience, which he never should have mentioned to his uncle, or they wouldn't be out at this beach in the early hours of the morning to practice magic in combat. I'm not going to throw things at you all crazy, Izuku. Usan explained, though he explained it with a certain smile on his face that made Izuku slightly worried. You still have how many months? 6. Izuku's still a bit groggy, but the upside of having online school aside from the fact he can just get ahead whenever he wants is that as long as his assigned work for the day is done before 7 in the evening, he can take as many naps as he wants. 6. It'll be a bit more of a crash course, but they can train you at school for the more hero-related combat stuff. There were no ifs, ands, or buts about his situation. Izuku was going to get into a hero school whether it was UA, or some smaller, lesser-known school in Japan, or outside of Japan, it's always an option too. He was going to get into a hero school and become a hero. Even if Aizawa didn't like heroes, his uncle was still supportive of his dreams. Which was nice. The best combat spells are the elemental ones. Flame, water, wind, and land. Aizawa maneuvered around the piles of trash, Izuku not too far behind. Dagobah Beach was definitely needing a cleanup, by the looks of it. You remember the rules, right? Izuku nodded, stifling another yawn. Don't use any energies against non-mages, but they can take elemental magic fine. And what are the energies? Is his uncle really trying to quiz him this early in the morning? Chaos, order, and time. Good. Usan stopped. There was a small clearing between the trash, where it looked like an old car used to live before probably being ripped apart for value, or taken elsewhere to trade in for money. Both magic you can use with and without conduits are both good for combat. It depends on how close you are to the person you're fighting. He lifted his hands, and a white light surrounded them. It surrounded a few objects on top of a nearby trash pile, and they floated through the air to land in front of Izuku. A headless remains of a mannequin, with 2 tube televisions wedged on either side to prop it up. Let's see how you attack first. The older mage walked around, to be behind Izuku. What spell do you go for first? Izuku juggled his wand in his hand for a minute, thinking. Don't think. Just cast. Usan even gave him a little nudge closer to the dummy that he had created. He nodded, pulling on his magic, before casting the first spell that came to mind. Furio Igni. At his cry, a small flame ignited at the end of his conduit, hitting the dummy that Usan had set up. It hit the target, but it probably helped that he was standing right in front of it. Good, Izuku. His uncle said, looking at the damage that had been done. It wasn't hot enough to melt the plastic of the mannequin, but it definitely charred it. But what about a moving target? Izuku gulped. This wasn't going to go well, was it? He was right in that belief his uncle casted a new spell Izuku hadn't known existed, hitting the mannequin as well. It shimmered in pure, white light, before moving on its own. Izuku had many questions about Aizawa's method of teaching, but it was better that he fought and destroyed garbage than risking his magic cast on another living being, mage or not. The mannequin, still headless and partially charred, freed itself from the televisions that used to prop it up by its feet and turned its neck towards Usan, who seemed to give it some sort of order. And then it turned to Izuku and clenched its fists. Izuku quickly backed up before breaking out into a sprint. The mannequin wasn't too far behind. Aren't you supposed to teach me something first? Izuku asked, his voice cracking as he ducked under a swing from the mannequin. He knew it was just plastic and weak and wouldn't hurt him much, but the adrenaline was still going in his body and his heart was still beating quickly. When it comes to this, I believe more in learning on the job. Sen chuckled, now perched at the top of a trash pile. It'll stand down when you cast a spell. Of course. Usan was a great magic teacher. Izuku couldn't fault him on that. His uncle was great at teaching magic, even though Izuku was his first ever student. Most of it was hands-on learning, helping Izuku get the flow of magic right. He was hands-on in this too. Izuku was expecting a little warm-up exercises, things to keep in mind, things being fired at him to dodge quickly. Not an animated, headless mannequin chasing him down in a trash maze. Focus, Izuku. He grabbed his wand tightly, taking a quick left around a car that had been abandoned. The mannequin was slower to turn than he was, and the few seconds it took to turn, Izuku grabbed the magic and fired off the first spell that came to mind. Vita. A spark of white, magical energy shot out from the tip of his wand again, but this time, it didn't shoot. Instead, it extended itself out like a reaching arm, before surrounding the mannequin completely. Vita. He aimed carefully with his wand, lifting the mannequin up from the ground it stood on. It didn't thrash about in his grip, it froze as soon as the magic hit it. Izuku felt the strain of holding something with his magic. He wasn't strong enough with this spell. It seemed so he threw his arm up into the air quickly as the magic died down. The lifeless mannequin fell onto the ground, one of the arms breaking off. Usan looked down from where he perched on top of garbage. Good, Izuku. Let's try that again. No. It seemed that having garbage brought to life to help you practice your combat magic can make time fly by. Izuku threw himself into fighting whatever chimera of trash his uncle would make to help him train along with his regular studies as well. Usan focused mostly on helping Izuku work on magic in combat, though Izuku did add a few new spells to his list of known spells, though whether they would work for the entrance exams would be another story. The Shiketsuhai exam was too easy for Izuku. He'd flown through the tests, and the practical exam was demonstrating his quirk for a few proctors who asked questions, threw targets at him to fight, just what he had expected when he looked up the school's test online. Easy peasy. But the UA exam remained much more mysterious. The school would punish any current students if they spoke out about the entrance exam, through outright expulsion or a myriad of other punishments that a school could do that made students too terrified to sneak things out. It also didn't help that the practical exam was changed every few years, to keep things and fresh and unexpected. It was good Izuku didn't know what he was going into. That's what he told himself, at least, even as he stood in front of the gates to UA. The building was massive, even he could see from so far away. He juggled his conduit in his hand anxiously. It had been approved as a support item, which was good, because without it he could seriously harm himself if he tried any magic that required it. There were spells that he could use that didn't require it, sure, but he didn't want to solely rely on them. He wanted to show the school what he could truly do. What a mage hero would truly look like. Usan had been honest to him from the beginning. No mage had ever tried to become a hero. Even though quirks descended from magic, no mage had tried to become a pro-hero in the modern day. Most mages took one spell, usually their ingrained one, to blend into regular society. Usan was a rare exception. They didn't write off their ingrained spell as a quirk. In fact, all of their official papers say they're quirkless. His father had done the same, but for Izuku, he was given the quirk name Magic. Not the most creative on his end, but it gave him protection over whatever had happened to the disappearing quirkless people so he wouldn't just become another number. Mages used to be revered as wise, powerful beings, but the lineage started to skip generations entirely, slowly fading away from obscurity. Usan wouldn't tell him exactly why, but Izuku had an inkling of a feeling it had to do with Mother Magic. Mother Magic, who it felt, was very excited that Izuku was here. He felt his magic pulling him in every direction, and as he closed his eyes and focused on the ley lines, he noticed it. UA was not built on one ley line, like many buildings were balanced on. Not even two. UA was on a convergence of ley lines, an intersection of power. Fascinating, Izuku mumbled, opening his eyes again. A few kids had passed by, giving him odd looks, and he felt himself shrink down. He was probably going to have to hold that in for the future. Oh, he was also just in a sweater and jeans, unlike many other students, who came in their school uniforms. The blessing of online school. As Izuku took his first steps onto campus, he felt a loose brick catch his foot. This is how it ends, huh? He can't help but think morbidly. Taken out by the actual school before he can take the exam. But the fall never happens. Not by some divine intervention, but he felt some sort of palm roughly hit the middle of his back, and gravity just stopped working. He was inches from the ground and could see the texture of the bricks, but his face never met the brick. I'm sorry. A pleasant voice called up to him, and the hand helped pull him back up into a standing position. You were about to fall, so I used my quirk to catch you. Got you pretty close there, huh? They laughed. Izuku nodded, feeling his face blush a bit. Thank you. There was a loose brick. He added a bit of laughter too, but it felt nervous and awkward. The person who helped him smiled. She had a bob of brown hair and big, brown eyes, and rosy cheeks. Well, It'd be bad luck to fall on the day of the exam, wouldn't it? She rested the tips of her fingers together, and Izuku felt gravity return to him. Wow, you're really light. He was pretty small compared to the rest of the boys his age. It was a mage thing, apparently, along with genetics. Iusan wasn't short like him, but had the same lean body type that didn't gain muscle very well. But just because there wasn't any visible muscle didn't mean there wasn't any strength under those loose, unassuming clothes. There's probably something to do with magic too, but thinking about how magic affects his growth brings up too many questions about mortality Izuku is not ready to deal with, so he just put it in a box in the back of his brain to address later. The girl looked up at the building, smiling wide. Izuku didn't know someone could radiate such energy until he met All Might, but this was a different kind of energy, feeling like a candy his uncle brought back from a trip a few years ago that was light and bubbly in the center. It's nerve-wracking, isn't it? The girl asked. Izuku nodded. She looked back at him and gave him the same smile. Well, good luck in there. You too. He had done it. He had talked to someone new. Being homeschooled left him a bit of a social recluse, but he still had a bit of social skills left in him. Izuku felt his heart swell with pride, and with no other distractions, followed the crowd of prospective students into the big building that was UA. Nedzu is smart. He knows that. He wouldn't be where he was, the principal of the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan, if he wasn't smart. He might still be back with them, or he might be like any other animal, if he wasn't smart. Humans were funny to underestimate him, but Nedzu is smart. So as he's looking over the files of the students who had passed the practical exam for the hero course, sorting them out into class ideas that he would later discuss with the homeroom teachers, one quirk in particular caught his eye. He glanced up at the name of the file. Midoriya Izuku. Why did the name sound familiar? The picture that came with the file brought back recognition to the boy who had taken down the zero-pointer in one of the areas, with a strange burst of unfamiliar, dark energy. His arm had been pretty badly bruised and broken after he had used his quirk. Clearly it was something he needed his support item for. Homeschooled. Midoriya had passed all his classes with flying colors a month before the entrance exam took place, graduating from junior high the moment he submitted his last paper. He was ordinary but shy, from the picture and what a note from his online teacher sent to the school. But the name stood out. Nedzu put a pin on that thought, before his eyes flickered back down to the quirk. Magic. A peculiar name, and the description of it was rather vague. Taking energy from the world and making what he determines out of it. It was rare to see a vague quirk, but the small description could lead to so many possibilities and maybe even. Nedzu chuckled at the thought. Too smart. He knows more than quirks exist in the world. He's encountered quite a few of the beings in this world who aren't defined by quirk factors and powers and rules, but instead, by a different sort of energy. Mages. But their kind has slowly been dying out. He didn't know the full details. It had been a passing conversation from two brothers, Nedzu remembered. A passing thought, they didn't even know he was there. He had a very good memory. Why the name Midoriya seemed familiar should come to him soon enough. But a mage, becoming a hero? Oh, Nedzu had to keep an eye on this student. Midoriya Izuku. He marked the file with a red marker, putting it in the pile for Class 1A. That's the thing about magic. You've got to know it's still here, all around us, or it just stays invisible for you. Charles Delint. Izuku felt magic ebb and flow like a tide at sea. He'd never used magic without a conduit before, and aside from the dull throb of a healed broken arm, there was another thing happening. Usan said it was a magic fever. Mages were immune to most human diseases, but every now and then magic could get caught up in their system like it would in the ley lines. If they overdid it, displeased Mother Magic, or, well, anything rude. Everything was really bright. Izuku couldn't look anywhere but at the ceiling of his bedroom, which was the only empty space that was not full of hero memorabilia or magical notes, spread out for easier studying. His head pounded and his magic churned like a sea during a storm. It could have been worse. It could have been a magic cold, the opposite of what he was having, when there would be no magic at all. Even though every time he sneezed he had to make sure he wasn't setting anything on fire or freezing anything with ice, and had to wear gloves to prevent his hands from leaking raw magic on everything. He would much rather have this than be completely without magic. It's only temporary, he told himself, though he still wanted to just hide under the covers and sleep more, but one could only eat and sleep so much until their mind went stir-crazy. I'll be better soon, right? Mother Magic did not respond. Yeah, she was probably angry at Izuku for attempting something so foolish, but Izuku had to think quickly to save the girl Uraraka from being crushed under that zero-pointer, and he dropped his wand at some point during the third wave of robots. He got it back at the end, but he was a bit out of it after Recovery Girl patched him up. His phone buzzed again. Izuku sneezed, again, but nothing came out this time. He sat up, trying to blink the brightness away, even though all the lights were off and the curtains were closed, before reaching over to his phone. It was bright, but the blue light overtook the warm, yellow brightness that was everywhere, so it was nice. Uraraka texted him again. Uravity, I got my letter today. The text immediately sent Izuku's heart soaring. They didn't talk much over the phone, but it was easier to text, and from what they'd been talking about for the week since the entrance exam, except for updates on Izuku's health, was how anxious it felt waiting for their letters. Midoriya. Did you get in? Uravity, yes. I got in. Izuku glanced to his desk, where the letter to Shiketsu High still laid, open. He was accepted, but he wanted to wait to hear back from UA to make his final decision. His phone buzzing again caught his attention. Uravity, did you get yours yet? They said they'd be sending them all at the same time, and you live close to the school, so you should have gotten yours today too. Midoriya, I haven't checked the mail. But I'll go look. He set his phone back down on his nightstand before carefully sliding out of his covers. The feeling of the floor beneath his feet sent shivers up his spine, more sensory information he would have to deal with all at once. If only he could turn everything down slightly, things would be much better. Just in case, Izuku grabbed his weighted blanket and wrapped it around him like his cloak. Didn't do much but put a bit of pressure on his shoulders, but sometimes modern remedies help better than magical ones. His mom was out at work today, and Ayu-san was running the cafe below him, but a stack of mail had been left on the dining table at some point. The dining table that was hardly used. He carefully walked over, feeling his heart beating out of his chest. Anxiety filled his thoughts. What if he didn't get it? What if I didn't get in? Shiketsu High was an option, of course, but there was something restrictive about their school that Izuku wasn't too fond of. The school was a bit too off the ley lines, and the teachers there felt off as well, even though they were also all pro heroes. It felt restrictive. What if I didn't even get a letter, because I failed that badly? He shook his head of all the bad thoughts, taking a deep breath and trying to rationalize, like his mom always told him to do. If I failed the practical exam, I would still be in on my grades and written exam alone, and I can work up. He would take UA's general studies program over Shiketsu any day. Izuku cringed at the papery feeling of envelopes as he searched through them, looking, searching, hoping, praying, please, please. It was a standard envelope, and Izuku couldn't see into it other than feeling a weird, plastic shape inside. Open it, Mother said to him. The brightness seemed to be dying down now, and holding the envelope didn't make Izuku want to fling himself off a building anymore, which was good. Whether Mother Magic was granting him mercy after a week, or he was just feeling a bit better moving around was beside the point, and Izuku took the letter and bolted back to his room, and he flicked on his desk lamp. Too bright. He dimmed it slightly, before looking over the envelope and deciding to just open it. It tore open and the weird shape fell out onto his desk, sparking up to a projection immediately. There stood the All Might, even though it was just a small projection on his desk. I am here. As a projection. Izuku yelped. He wasn't expecting it to be that loud on his already sensitive ears. Luckily, one of the sides of the weird disc allowed him to lower the volume. Congratulations, young Midoriya, the All Might projection said, holding up a sheet of paper he was reading off of. Izuku assumed. You passed the written exam, with some fine colors indeed, which would automatically accept you into general education. However, you also took the practical exam for the hero course and All Might was interrupted. He looked to the side, at someone off camera. How many of these do I have to do? Another pause. That many? All personalized. Another pause. Good grief. All Might sighed before turning back to the camera. Edit that out in post, will you? They clearly didn't, if Izuku was seeing this. He couldn't help but giggle at it. Young Midoriya, you took down 9 villain robots in total, giving you 15 points in total. 15 points? Izuku hadn't been counting his numbers, he was just shooting the robots with the first spell that came to mind, trying to avoid hitting other examinees around him at the same time. This would not be enough to allow you into the hero course. 15 points wouldn't be enough to pass. He'd gotten close though. How close had he gotten? However, first we must show you something. The screen flickered to something else in office, it seemed, and Izuku watched as a familiar shape, flanked by an unfamiliar one, entered the room. Uraraka and another boy. Was that? Right, it was the other boy at the exam, the one Izuku had asked to help lift Uraraka out of the rubble while he held it up with the first spell he'd cast without his conduit. Izuku watched as the two asked Present Mike, who was sitting in the office, if they could give some of their points to him. He's the one who told me what to do. The boy said, bearing a sharp-toothed grin. I can't take all the credit for saving her. This is a hero school, isn't it? Uraraka had asked. You should be rewarding students who do heroic acts. He said he only had 9 points, can you please give him some of mine too? Present Mike laughed on the other end. Don't you two listeners worry your little heads, everything works out in the end here, yeah? The screen cut back to All Might. As you can see, young Midoriya, you had 2 students who would risk their chance at getting into UA to help you, after your heroic actions on the battlefield. As All Might spoke, a few images of Izuku showed up on the screen. He might have gotten a little distracted during the initial rush, and tried to help a few students he'd noticed who got hit pretty quickly, giving them a quick heal or helping them pick themselves out of rubble, or even tag-teaming a robot to save another student. All actions Izuku had done without a thought, letting his legs pull him where he needed to go. What sort of school would UA be if we did not reward students for acts of pure heroism in our entrance exam? Which is where the secret point system of rescue points come in. A group of judges will vote out points based on actions witnessed during the exam. Well, it kinda made sense, but all the information was getting overwhelming, even with the magic fever he had plaguing his mind. Due to your heroic actions helping fellow examinees and your taking down of the 0-pointer, you have been elected to receive 54 rescue points. He did it. Izuku did it. He actually did it. You have passed. Come, Midoriya Izuku, welcome to your hero academia. He passed. UA accepted him, he's in the hero course, he passed, he did it. He had so many doubts in himself. No mage had ever been a hero, no mage had ever taken an entrance exam to any hero school, let alone UA. He was taking the first steps he could, even if it was under the disguise of being a kid with a weird quirk. But he did it. He felt hot tears running down his cheeks, and grabbed his phone as fast as he could. Brightness bedmed, sensitivity and magic bedmed, he reached for his phone and immediately called his mom, before running down the stairs to the shop, even just in his pajamas, that he got in. He did it. I am proud of you, my child, Mother Magic whispered in his ear. Izuku was going to UA. Midoriya, I can't believe we're going to be in the same class together. Uravity? Iker? Everything feels so unreal, and it all starts tomorrow. Uravity, also. You gotta meet Kiri tomorrow. He's the guy you asked for help during the entrance exam. Midoriya, oh, the boy who went with you to try and give me points? Uravity, I still can't believe they showed you that fool. Uravity, but yeah. He's in the same class as us. Midoriya, wow, cool. Midoriya, I promised I would go help my uncle with cleaning, I'll see you tomorrow. Uravity, good night. See you tomorrow morning. Izuku couldn't help but be awake early that morning. The first day of the rest of his life, where he's gonna be a hero. He's going to UA, he's going to be a hero. And he has a friend already. Maybe too. Uraraka had mentioned she talked to the boy Izuku roped into helping him during the entrance exam, but Izuku doesn't know much else than a face and a name. Part of a name. The rest of his family is up early too, and they're all buzzing with energy. Izuku, do you have the pack of tissues I got you? And your handkerchief? And the money for the ticket home? Oh, we need to get him a train pass. His mom definitely had the most energy of it all, and Izuku could understand. He hadn't been to school physically in a few years, not to mention he was going to UA, of all places. Inko, Usan sighed. They rested a hand on Inko's shoulder to reassure her. He's got everything, he's going to be okay. Right, Izuku? Izuku nodded, nervous, fiddling with the cap to his thermos. Usan's specific green tea, though it tasted more like a matcha blend, despite the fact it was just pure green tea. It was a special tea that Usan made for their big trips when they were out of Japan that helped strengthen connections to magic. It also gave the drinker a nice energy kick that would wear off mostly naturally. In his studying, Izuku might have gotten a bit addicted to it, but he can't help it. The flavor is good, the energy boost is good, it's basically coffee at this point. Oh, and your wand, don't forget. I have it, Mom. Izuku patted the small sheath that they had made for his wand, attached to his belt. Not that he'd be needing it the first day, hopefully. But UA is such a unique school, and all the teachers made their own schedules and class plans, so anything could happen. Plus, anything could happen between the shop and the school like it had before with the slime villain. It was safer to have it on him. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm your mother, I'm supposed to worry. Before he could get out the door, his mom gave him a hug and a kiss on his forehead. Have a good day, Izuku. I love you. Love you too, Ma. Bye, Usan. Don't forget you're on cleaning duty tonight. Usan didn't wish him a good day or good luck or even have fun, but Izuku could feel it. He could feel the warmth coming from his uncle in the magic they both shared. Just like that, Izuku was out the door. If he didn't hurry it up, he might miss his train, and even though Usan is going to start teaching Izuku spells that'll help him get around easier, something about an animal form, but that's something that'll probably take Izuku years to MSTR, but the idea was too exciting. He was still stuck relying on his own 2 feet. He traveled a bit faster in the other shadow plane, but walking through people and spending time there wasn't ever really fun for Izuku either. He made it on time at least. Mother Magic was on his side, it seemed. Mother Magic was not on his side. Izuku knew she forgave him for conduitless magic a while ago, and he knows that Mother doesn't control the luck of the draw that is putting students into classes, but walking into his classroom and finding the only other 2 classmates in there was the rather stuck-up kid from the entrance exam who inquired about the 0-pointer, and Kaken, of all people, was not nice. Izuku looked at the sign by the door. Twice. 3 times. He would love to just make himself invisible and pop back out when attendance was called, so he wouldn't have to deal with either of the other students already in the classroom. Not that the other boy had ever been mean to him. He did call Izuku out before he went to go say hi to Uraraka before they'd gotten each other names, which made Izuku feel slightly called out, but he wasn't trying to sabotage anyone. More like Izuku was slightly intimidated by him. Izuku can be intimidated a bit easily. He's working on it. Before he could turn around and decide to come to class a little later, a few more students started filing in, chattering amongst themselves and introducing themselves, though not acknowledging the situation in the classroom. He decided to wait outside the classroom for Uraraka, and she said she'd be arriving with Kiri, the other boy, so he could be patient. You really should not sit like that. Not only is it bad for your back, but your feet on the desk desecrates the legacy the upperclassmen left for us. Ha! Kaken's voice rung out louder. Deep breath, Izuku. No one noticed you awkwardly stand at the door for a few minutes before standing by it to wait for Uraraka. Except everyone else coming in, but they didn't ask you anything. Kaken doesn't know you're here. What luck. Izuku hasn't had a class with Kaken in. He couldn't remember the exact amount of time, but it had been a while. Bakugo, his brain yelled at him to say, to think, to recognize his ex-friend and bully by, but it felt too foreign and weird in his brain. But Izuku's stronger, and yeah, Kaken is obviously stronger and got into UA on his own merits and talents too, but Izuku had gotten stronger and maybe he could actually fight back for once. Only if it called for it. He didn't want to storm in and immediately declare Kaken his rival, like some sort of anime. Where'd you come from, eh? My name is Ida Tenya and I came from Sumai Academy, but I don't see why. Ah, a DMN elite, are ya? Kaken sneered. Izuku didn't have to turn his head around to know the exact face that he was making at the other boy Ida. Ida. The name is familiar. Izuku doesn't have much more time to ponder and take deep breaths outside the door, because he glanced up at the sound of his name. Uraraka and another boy rounded the corner, but it didn't look like the boy who he had enlisted to help them during the entrance exam, except he could feel the similar energy, so it had to be him. Midoriya. It's good to see you again. Uraraka lived on the other side of the city, which made it harder for her to travel to UA, but she had managed to sneak in a quick visit to the cafe when she was in the area, and she said that the matcha was the best matcha she's ever had. You remember Kirishima, don't you? Hey man. Kirishima greeted, giving him a big handshake. He didn't look the same. It was the hair. He must have dyed it and spiked it up to stick out more, Izuku assumed. It definitely stood out and showed a small scar above his eye. It's Kirishima Ejiro. Nice to formally meet you. Ah, you too. He felt awkward introducing himself, already sure that Uraraka had done her fair share of introductions at some point. Thank you for trying to give me your points, by the way. What? Kirishima's face flushed immediately. Ah, he hadn't been told yet, had he? Uraraka giggled. Ah, they told you about that? Izuku nodded. Yeah. They showed me. That was really nice of you. You didn't have to. I don't know how I lucked out with rescue points. Anyway, is something Izuku wanted to add but it went unsaid. Well, you totally would have deserved them. It was so manly, dude. Izuku glanced at Uraraka. She shrugged. Everyone has both quirks and quirks, Izuku supposed. Uraraka asked Kirishima a question, but Izuku didn't catch it, because another unsettling, familiar energy slowly crept up behind him. He turned around and looked down. There was a sleeping bag with a man inside of it by his feet. Izuku locked eyes with the man inside the sleeping bag, whose face let off the smallest bit of shock, if Izuku's ever seen it. He recognized the man. What was Eraserhead doing here? Us. They hadn't been told their homeroom teachers' names, in case students wanted to go search them up on the internet, some sort of privacy protection. Just their class name and the room their class was in, and supplies they should bring the first day. No names of any teachers. Izuku freezing caught the attention of Uraraka, who squeaked at the sight of the man on the floor. Kirishima jumped a little bit too. Eraserhead no. Izuku remembered his name, Aizawa. He became a bit of a regular at the cafe after their first meeting. Stood up, unzipping himself from the rather plush sleeping bag. A few packets of those applesauce treats made for little kids, the ones that they could just SCK up instead of dealing with the mess of having a spoon, also tumbled out with him. A few too many, but every hero has to have some sort of snack, Izuku supposed. It took you 10 seconds to notice, Aizawa said, but it was directed at Kirishima and Uraraka more than Izuku. A villain could sneak up on you and disable you in half that time. Uraraka and Kirishima said nothing, only stared at the man who was their homeroom teacher. He picked up his sleeping bag, rolling it up, before walking into the classroom. Izuku had the sudden urge that maybe they should go into the classroom now, too, and the three of them quietly padded into the otherwise noisy classroom and took their seats before Aizawa cleared his voice. All the students fell quiet and looked to the front of the room. A few whispered to their friends around them, and Izuku barely caught a few of the whispers. Is this really a hero? He looks like a homeless person to me. Heroes can look however they want, Karo. Maybe he's underground? Aizawa definitely had a presence in the classroom, Izuku noticed immediately. Even if his entrance was rather comic, either he rolled down the hallway in the sleeping bag or inched like a worm down it, he couldn't tell, because Aizawa was just the all of a sudden. It took you 20 seconds to quiet down. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. He sighed. My name is Aizawa Shoda. I will be your homeroom teacher for your years at UA. Find your gym clothes in the lockers in the back of the room and meet me out on Field Alpha in 10 minutes. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Oh no, this wasn't going to be. I am sure there is magic in everything, only we have not sense enough to get hold of it and make it do things for us. Francis Hodgson Burnett. He didn't know how awkward it would be changing in the locker room with other boys. He hadn't in a while, and it felt really weird to him to suddenly be doing it again all of a sudden. But the gym clothes they gave UA students were soft tracksuits, and Izuku rubbed anxiously at the fabric as he sighed, and decided in wearing his normal belt around his waist to hold his wand was better than just trying to hold onto it the whole time. At least he wasn't the only kid with a support item, but the other boy's item was a rather large, flashy belt that hugged tightly at his waist. Izuku wasn't going to question it. He booked it out of there rather quickly as soon as Kirishima was done, who had been asking him some questions that Izuku was hardly paying attention to because Izuku felt it. The other reason why it felt so wrong in the locker room. Kaken was staring right at him, glaring, baring his teeth. Like a wild predator, Izuku was his prey. Wow, you run fast for someone so short, Kirishima commented with a laugh. You looked like a deer in the headlights in there, though. You good? Izuku nodded. Why ya? Just not used to being around so many people, that's all. He tried to ignore how his voice cracked right there. Stupid mage blood, stupid small body that made him look 12. Did you come from a small school? Kirishima asked, as a few other students, a small group of girls began arriving on the field. Izuku and Kirishima were one of the first two, other than the intimidating boy Ida. Izuku nodded. I mean, I was homeschooled for the last few years, so, yeah. Pretty small. It slipped out a bit naturally, and Kirishima laughed. Before they could continue on, Izuku noticed Ida was going around to other students, loudly introducing himself to them. The group of girls who had come out, wow, one of them is invisible, another one is literally pink, and the girl with the ponytail is really tall, had been greeted, and other than the students that were arriving, and Kaken, Izuku noticed, not too far behind him, Izuku and Kirishima hadn't been greeted yet. Ida was tall, not that Izuku was necessarily intimidated more by tall people, but Izuku was short in comparison. He was barely past the other boy's elbow in height, and Izuku almost had to crane his neck to look up at his classmate. But other than the initial meeting they had at the entrance exam, Ida hadn't done much else to Izuku. So maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Good morning. My name is Ida Tenya. It's a pleasure to meet my fellow classmates. Hey Ida. Kirishima greeted first, with a big toothy smile. Wow, his teeth are sharp. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, and same? And Midoriya Izuku. Izuku greeted too, but he couldn't do it without his faithful nervous stutter. He didn't understand it came out more around people he didn't know as well, but when he was around his family, working, or casting spells, the words seemed to flow out naturally. But talking to people on a normal level felt weird and made Izuku want to just blink out of there, but he held back on his urges. Midoriya. I remember you from the entrance exam. You took out that 0-pointer. Suddenly, Ida bowed, so quickly that Izuku thought he was actually going to tumble down. I must apologize for any remarks I made about you during the beginning. You had the entire test figured out with the rescue points. I hope my cruel words didn't hurt you too much. No, you just accused me of trying to sabotage another examinee, which caused a lot of awkward eye contact with others. No big deal. Kirishima glanced at him. It's okay. We were all on edge that day, I totally get it. Why, you're good. That is good to hear. Ida bounced back just as quickly. The name was still so familiar, and it was bugging Izuku. Before he could ask, Ida was off again. It was nice to meet you both. He waved, before going to greet another group of students who were rushing their way out. Uraraka was in the crowd, but slipped away quietly when she noticed Kirishima and Izuku standing off to the side. But that was nice. Ida wasn't too intimidating now, at least. By that time, all the students had arrived on the field, one or two students quickly catching up after getting lost in the big building of Yue, understandably, and Aizawa, who was standing at the pitch of a baseball field. Sir, excuse me, but what about orientation? Uraraka asked, waving her hand and breaking the awkward pause. You won't be going. At that statement, Izuku felt his stomach sink even lower, and his classmates gasped in confusion. Before anyone else could speak, Aizawa went on. Yue is known for its very freestyle approach to education. It applies to us teachers as well. He plucked off a softball from the basket nearby, tossing it in the air as he spoke. Your previous schools prohibited the use of quirks in gym class. Any test you took had to be a base measure of your physical fitness without your quirk. But at UA, not only will you be tested on your strength without your quirk, You will be tested on your quirk itself. Aizawa locked his eyes with somebody tossing the ball. Bakugo Katsuki. What was your throw in middle school? 67 meters. Kaken responded, and Izuku felt himself sink a little bit deeper into the crowd of students around him. Aizawa nodded. Throw it with your quirk. The other boy got a devilish grin on his face, and he wasted no time in walking up to the pitch and tossing the ball, an explosion echoing throughout the campus, probably, with an added spice of a yell of, "Die!" along with it too. Izuku gulped. That wasn't fun. He'd been on the receiving end of those explosions one too many as a kid, and seeing it was a bit stronger, well. Kaken got number 1 on the entrance exam, so it was to be expected. I will be sending you through a series of 10 tests throughout the morning to test the strength of your quirks. Any orientation material you might need will be on the desk when you get back. Any questions before we begin? No one had a question, but the pink girl grinned. This is going to be so much fun, she said, and a few other students agreed with her. But it seemed to strike a nerve in Aizawa. Izuku noticed. Fun? You are hoping to become heroes after your time at UA? Being a hero is not a game. Aizawa noted something down on his phone. Fine. The person in the last place, with the lowest points, after all 8 tests, will be expelled. Oh no. A few students tried to fight back, but it was pointless. The rumors seemed to be true, Izuku noted, as Aizawa turned from the pitching field to lead them to a small track, already set up for sprints nearby. The students he'd heard about on some UA forums, the last class that Aizawa had were all expelled after their first week. A few lucky students managed to transfer into general education, but most of the other students had nowhere else to go but home. No other hero school would accept students who were expelled from UA, even if they were a rival school. This totally isn't cool, Uraraka said, biting her lip. What if you have a quirk that's not strong physically? Kirishima shrugged. Maybe Aizawa would see that all of his students had potential to be good heroes, and wouldn't expel anyone at the end. Maybe it was all just a ruse. But it also didn't make sense, knowing his track record. It could just be a strange way to motivate his students to do to the best of their ability and not slack off on their first day, or it could be a real threat. Midoriya? You're mumbling. Kirishima nudged him. Izuku did have a few spells in his roster for some of the tests, at least. Even though he's gripping his wand tightly, no other student bats an eye at it. The other kid with a support item has a much flashier one. For the sprint, Izuku was up against a girl with a mutant-type quirk, basically making her a frog. She would no doubt beat Izuku in the sprint, but beating his other classmates isn't on Izuku's mind. He needed to do his best and focus on what he could do. There was no spell that he knew that would make him faster. Blinking would make him just a few seconds faster, but he didn't want to rely solely on his ingrained spell, plus, it would probably bring up more questions than needed to be. Izuku set his eyes on the timer at the other side of the line on his side, and he got an idea. Well, he had to just make his time seem fast. Maybe he didn't actually have to physically be fast. It wouldn't affect the timer on his classmate's end. Please let this work, mother. He sent up a quick thought, hoping that she would answer. There was nothing, except a small buzz as he pulled on the magic from the ley lines. Aizawa shouted off, and Izuku didn't hesitate, pulling out his wand as he ran and cast Furio Chrono. It hit the strange machine like a lightning to metal, but it didn't damage it, only shook it for a second. A basic time spell, the only one he knew well enough to work, it would only be frozen for a few seconds. Izuku pushed himself as fast as he could sprint to the other end, barely skidding across the line before the machine clicked out and read his time. A few of his classmates already started to murmur, and Izuku looked at Aizawa's eyes to make sure he did good, to get some sort of validation. I didn't misunderstand, right? I can do this, right? Aizawa didn't flinch at it, only took down a note on his phone. I didn't get yelled at. He let out a deep sigh, moving out of the way for other students to start their sprint. And most of the other tests went the same. Relying on magic didn't always help him, in some cases, but for the standing long jump, a spell repent tossed him up into the air for a few seconds, though he did have to be careful as he hit the ground, a bit further ahead of Kaken. It was hard to forget that Kaken was in his class again. The sight of Izuku basically flinging himself into the air with a jump and barely catching himself on the fall in front of him made Kaken look ballistic, but the other boy didn't make any moves yet. Maybe he's mellowed out, Izuku wondered as the ball test came back around, the final event. Uraraka was up, and she had made her ball float up into the air. It hadn't come back down yet. Maybe he's a bit more chill? Uraraka got infinity. Freaking infinity. Somehow, that ball was never going to come back. As Izuku stepped up to the pitch, Aizawa looked him up and down. Midoriya, what is your quirk? He asked. And magic, sir. And what does magic allow you to do? Of course Yue would become suspicious of his quirk. Izuku supposed maybe later down in the line, he could try and tell them that no, he doesn't have a quirk, he's a mage. Yeah, magic exists, but hearing about magic from a 14 almost 15-year-old on his first day of school will make people laugh. His magic seemed to always cause trouble for him in his life. It's a family quirk, sir. It's really weird and hard to explain so briefly. He fell back on his usual response to what is magic, which is basically hard to explain. Not entirely a lie, but he isn't giving the full truth. Aizawa hummed, before stepping back and giving Izuku the ball. Izuku wondered if Aizawa recognized him from the cafe, but he hadn't made any comment as such yet. Maybe he was just another faceless civilian then, but Izuku remembered him, and from other things. Other, low-key illegal but not because we're fixing leaks in the magical world that could cause harm to yours and it's not illegal quirk use technically cause it's not a quirk, things. The cloaks. Mother hadn't called Izuku out to fix a leak in a while, but now that he thought about it, she probably would soon. He couldn't use Vita or Kanji, he was still working on those spells. Teaching yourself magic involves a lot of UPS and downs. He juggled on working on a lot of spells. All at once he couldn't sit still focusing on just one spell, and maybe he learned them a bit slower that way, but it kept him from getting bored. So, wind spell. What wind spells does he know, aside from the Furios and the Arxes and the Manus? Respiratus immediately comes to mind. Both his uncle and his dad had Respiratus, or an alternative, more fiery form, as an ingrained spell. It wasn't his blinking spell, but it was one of the first spells he learned alongside the basic shield spells and firing spells, because Ayu-san knew it too well. It would just require good timing. Izuku could do this. He was probably taking too long to decide, and mages were supposed to work better quickly than they were thinking. Mother, help me, he asked before tossing the ball into the air. Respiratus. He felt the magic swell up in his throat, and as he let out his breath, it swirled in the air and caught the ball, before flinging it off into the air. He held it for a second, but it was making his mouth pretty dry, and as soon as the ball was high enough in the air, it didn't matter. 402 meters. Not the best in distance, but not the worst. It was still pretty far off, though Izuku felt the air in his lungs tickle as he took a few gasping breaths. Respiratus wasn't a fun spell when it wasn't ingrained in you. Wow, it took a lot of breath out of you. Katsuki was furious. He'd never thought he would see Deku anywhere again, after what had happened those few years ago. The incident wasn't entirely his fault, but either the nerd never wanted to talk about it or just forgot about it, but after that, he left Aldra completely, either a new school or online. His shock when he saw Deku, of all of the nerds he'd left behind, walk into his classroom at UA was infuriating, but he was too preoccupied by the other nerd yelling at him to get his feet off his desk or whatever to care. Deku was a small, worthless runt. His quirk wasn't that strong when he last saw him. Deku, worthless, useless, runt, but here he was at you. It had to be a fluke. It had to be a mistake. But he was here. Whatever. Katsuki would probably be seeing him out of the door at the end of the day after the test, if their teacher was serious. But then, Deku shot something from that stupid stick of his and messed with the timer for the sprint. Katsuki saw it. And then he managed to get further than him in the long jump. Katsuki was there. He couldn't believe that a worthless runt had jumped further than him. DMN, spells, or whatever he called the words he said that made Katsuki's skin crawl. DMN quirk. It wasn't even all there, Katsuki would hardly call it a quirk. But the breaking point was the ball throw, the last test. Deku! A few of his classmates gasped as he charged. Deku wouldn't be staying in class for much longer, He'd probably get last place and expelled over the weird invisible girl. He's useless. The runt turned around towards him in horror, though by then he'd caught his breath from whatever weird quirk he'd used to toss the ball that far in the air. He had his stupid metal stick on his uniform belt that he wore out on his gym clothes like some kind of freak, and as Katsuki charged, he set off a few warning explosions. He was fuming. Deku wasn't supposed to be this strong. He was supposed to be a pebble in Katsuki's path to glory, one he thought he'd walked over years ago. But now Deku was back, it felt more like he was a boulder in the way. Katsuki's quirk is, at the very least, good at breaking boulders. Deku took a step back, disappearing from view. That demed runt. He's such a coward. Before Katsuki felt something wrap up his arms. The familiar buzz of explosions under his palm cut off suddenly, and he struggled against the strange new cloth bonds. It was made of some seriously tough stuff. His teacher's eyes are glowing. Is it his quirk? The weird cloth or the no quirk? Katsuki couldn't tell. He struggled against the cloth, but couldn't break it with the force of his own body, and his quirk wasn't accessible. The hell is this thing's made of? They're weapons for capture, carbon fiber, woven with a metal wire made of a special alloy. Hobo teacher explained. If Deku was anywhere nearby, he would have gasped and asked more questions about it, but the nerd disappeared off into that weird other place he can go to like a coward. Stand down, Bakugo. Katsuki let his hands fall, and the cloth winds itself around their teacher's neck like a scarf again. He thought it was just a weird fashion choice, but it was a weapon. Weird. The teacher turned to the class. I will not tolerate the use of quirks against each other in class when you are not training. This goes for everyone. He relaxed, slightly. Midoriya, you can come back now. Whoever is next, come up. Deku popped back into existence, back in the crowd of students, next to Infinity Girl and the boy with weird, spiked-up hair. His sudden appearance startled them, and the next student got up to take the ball pitch next. This isn't over yet, Deku. Izuku was shaking in his sneakers when he appeared again next to Kirishima and Uraraka. It wasn't nice of him to just suddenly appear, but after his instincts and magic pulled an expected sway Iktu on him, he took advantage of it and got back into the crowd of students. It was a coward's move. It was a coward spell. But Izuku was a little bit of a coward. He can't look Kaken in the eye as he rejoins the group, and the tall girl with the ponytail goes up next at the ball pitch. Are you okay, Midoriya? Uraraka asked, pulling him a bit away from the crowd and up against the building. Not too far away to hear Aizawa if he needed anything, but away enough that people stopped staring at him. Yeah, what was that about? Kirishima joined them. Izuku had seen his quirk a bit in the few tests, some sort of hardening quirk. Maybe strong enough to hold his own against Bakugo's explosions. Maybe. Why? I'm good. Izuku stammered out, clearly not good. His mouth felt dry enough from using that spell, he hardly ever used it after he learned it, so maybe he's a bit rusty with it, but the rest of him, including the magic pooling up inside of him, wouldn't stop buzzing. He capped off his magic in that moment. No more magic for a while, he decided, cutting off his connection with the ley lines. He hopefully wouldn't need it for a while, at least. Do you know him? I did. Izuku looked back down at his hands, curled tightly around his wand. We used to go to the same school. And then I started to get homeschooled. I don't really want to talk about it. Uraraka nodded, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. If there's something you want to tell Aizawa-sensei, I'm sure we can catch him after school. Izuku shook his head. No, Kaken might be a bit of a bully, but he's strong. He's passionate. Kaken is going to be an amazing hero. Izuku didn't want to put his future in jeopardy like that. It's okay, I'm okay. Uraraka bit her lip, pouting. If you say so. But if something else happens, I won't hesitate. Kirishima laughed, nodding. Yeah, you've got your friends to back you up if he tries to mess with you again, you hear? That's strange. It's strange to hear not just that people will back him up around Kaken people, not his uncle or his mom, and that he has friends. He's a bit of recluse, but it's come naturally so far, and he felt something swell inside of him. Not magic, but something else. Something else that was warm. What an utter disgrace it would be to find something truly magic and spend any time at all pretending and trying to convince yourself it is all just an unbelievably orchestrated and beautifully choreographed illusion. Tyler, not Gregson. Ayumu was not surprised that they felt the pull of mother magic in the middle of the night again. What was more surprising is that Izuku was left alone, not bothered at 2 in the morning by the pull of mother. He had a big day tomorrow, or, well, by the quick glance at the clock in the kitchen, today at school. At UA. Even though Ayumu did not like most heroes, they couldn't help but feel their hearts swell in pride at the thought. My nephew is going to UA. My nephew is going to be the first mage hero. Izuku had been through so many hardships in life, from being diagnosed as quirkless, bullied, almost kidnapped by a mysterious man, too many things for a child to go through. But through it all, Ayumu has watched him grow. Grow to be a young mage, with a lot of power and a decent amount of spells in his arsenal for a 14-year-old boy. When he came home from school that first day, Izuku dove into the books in the back room, asking Ayumu if there were more spells that he could learn to help him be a hero. Any person with a quirk should be jealous that Izuku had so many abilities at his fingertips, but as he's diving into spells that take much longer to learn, more skill to pull off, he's going to plateau. Hopefully not a long plateau. Izuku is a quick learner, like any other mage would be, but it seemed he might be just a little bit faster than normal. Still, he was going to be a little stagnant for a while, and Ayumu wasn't ready to deal with the crankiness over not getting the hang of newer spells for a while. They pulled their cloak closer around their shoulders. It's a chillier night for this time of year. They're traveling on top of buildings, following the trail mother left for them, keeping an eye and an ear out for anyone who might approach them. It doesn't feel like that big of a leak, at the very least. One they could handle alone. Granted, they've spent most of their adult years chasing these leaks down alone, especially after Hisashi disappeared. They no longer had the crutch of their older brother, and with all other family gone, sans Inko and little Izuku, for a brief time, they had been alone. It was a blessing from mother. They decided that Izuku was born with magic. They dropped off the building, spotting the source of the magical leak not too far away. It was in a park nearby, leaking out energy through the fountain. Not that big of a leak, but it was present and persistent, and if they just turned around and left, not only would it have made mother angry, it would probably get worse without attention. Only a few critters moved about this time of morning, and Aim could sense them nearby, along with, I would say good evening, but it's just about morning, is it not? A cheerful voice rang out, and Ayumu froze. They turned around, meeting a creature that seemed familiar. They remembered. I am surprised it took us this long to reconnect, Nedzu said, clasping his hands together. The small creature, the principal of you, looked too awake for this time of morning. It has been a while. Ayumu nodded. They remembered it, almost too well. They and Hisashi had gotten word of some strange animals being found dead in alleyways and parks nearby, which would not have caught their attention so much if it had not been for mother pulling them, mostly Hisashi, but Ayumu felt a bit as well, to the culprits. That's the funny thing about Hisashi. Though he was working in an office for most of his days, he loved to go out at night and keep an eye or an ear out for any magical issues that might arise. And sometimes, mother would lead him elsewhere, becoming a true vigilante. The first cloak. Thinking about Hisashi sent a pang through Ayumu's chest. The night they spent with Hisashi tracking down the people behind the mysterious animal bodies found throughout the city, freeing the animals and taking the criminals down, was one of the last few nights they spent like that before Izuku was born. Ayumu hadn't told Izuku about those days. Izuku had never asked much about his father, and Ayumu wasn't on every adventure Hisashi had. I would love to catch up with you, but I need a moment. Nedzu was part bear cat something Ayumu didn't know, but animals were sensitive to mother magic as well, and he probably felt the itch of a leak somewhere. Of course. I may be the principal of UA, but I have plenty of time now. Ayumu nodded, turning quickly to the leak. It barely took a moment to stitch together the leak from the ley lines, or as Izuku often called it, the magical plumbing. It didn't even cost Ayumu too much energy like the last one did, and they felt mother was pleased, and it was good. Alright, what do you want to talk to me about? Ayumu stood, glancing back at the creature. We have a student in one of our first-year classes. Midoriya Izuku, he is your nephew, I believe? At the statement, Ayumu nodded. And a mage as well? Magic had been a well-kept secret for centuries, but as fewer and fewer mages were born, it was not a secret kept out of necessity, it was not a secret kept out of habit, it was a secret that just existed as such. One that the few mages that were left did not want to add into society, one that was such a little problem for so few people, it was not acknowledged. But if Izuku were to become a hero, the knowledge of magic would be released into the world. Or, a small bit of his own world, of close confidence and closed-door talks. Still, Nedzu was right. There was no reason to lie. If Izuku showed similar abilities to them, it'd be too hard to refute. Ayumu nodded again. Fascinating. It was unnerving to see the principal's eyes sparkle, but at the same time, yes. Izuku was fascinating. You must understand, Midoriya, that no mage has ever applied to any hero school in the history of Japan, so this leaves us in interesting and ever-changing circumstances. Am I right to assume you have been teaching young Midoriya what he knows? Yes. Ayumu took a seat on the bench next to the principal. My grandparents left a large collection of magical tomes. Sometimes Izuku learns on his own, too. But I've been teaching him the majority of what he knows. There are a few spells that Ayumu didn't know how Izuku learned, but with unlimited access to most basic-level spell books in the backroom, they aren't surprised that Izuku did a little bit of self-teaching. They'd spent so much time teaching Izuku all of the elemental basics, the Manu and Arcs and Fario, comprising most of Izuku's younger years, alongside keeping magic under control, that they hadn't really opened many other books. It was easy for a young child to lose control of their magic, and much like quirks, which appeared at 4, magic did as well, usually, but times have changed. Ayumu and their brother were late bloomers at 10 respectively, and Izuku being a late bloomer as well conflicted with learning the basics. Although Izuku knows much, it is right outside the basics. I want to give you this. Nedzu pulled out a small slip of paper, along with a business card on it. UA has many resources, but they are all built for quirks, not for magic. I would like to meet with you again sometime, to discuss an individual plan for young Midoriya studying with magic involved. Izuku had just planned to cram in everything after school and on the weekends. It was not the best plan, but just for a first year, it would be preferable for now. But now the offer was open for an individual plan for Izuku, which made a lot more sense, and if Izuku could get his learning of magic done during school hours instead of crunching it all in whenever he could, Ayumu definitely knew it would be a weight off their nephew's shoulders. Thank you, Ayumu said, smiling and looking down at the slip of paper. It was the names of the heroes who would be teaching Izuku for his time at U, hero name and civilian name, though notably all might had no other alias. It is of no issue. Nedzu stood up, pushing himself off the bench. You and your brother did so much for me years ago. If I can help your nephew become an amazing hero, it would be an honor to do so. Ayumu smiled. UA was really better for Izuku. Mom, do you remember where I put my bag? Izuku had woken up to an early morning text from his uncle saying that there would be some sort of family meeting with the principal in the next few weeks, but nothing other than that. San had not returned from where they disappeared to at that time, a magical leak. No doubt, but that was usual for them. It was already the 3rd day of his time at U today. He had his first class in foundational heroics, taught by All Might himself, and Izuku had already brought home a permission slip for an off-campus field trip next week. Things were happening so fast. But they wouldn't go anywhere if he couldn't find his bag. The apartment they lived in above the cafe definitely needed a little bit decluttering from magic tomes and medical books strewn about, as Izuku was no longer the only student in the house. Oh! He heard his mother exclaim from somewhere in the house. Izuku poked his head out of his bedroom door. It's right here in the kitchen. Thanks, Mom. He grabbed it as quickly as possible. It was heavier than normal today, but that's just because he held his hero costume in it now. His hero costume. It wasn't supplied by the support department at school, because he and his mother decided to sit down for a whole weekend and design and make it together with the old sewing machine that his mom's mom had owned so long ago. It still worked by a miracle. A few things were designed by the support department, like Izuku's boots and some guards for his arms and legs, which he would hide under his costume, but those weren't what he was excited about. The robe and tunic he and his mother had created were much more exciting. And after all, when you have access to magic, why not try and add a bit of it to your hero costume? Ah, Izuku, before you go. His mom barely caught him before he got out the door, thermos in hand and still struggling to slip into his other sneaker. He glanced over his shoulder, and his mother was holding a rather oblong box in her arms. Ayumu told me to give this to you if they weren't home in the morning. Izuku glanced at his watch. He had a few extra minutes before he absolutely had to go, so he took the box, gently setting his thermos down on the floor to open the box. What was inside made him tear up, and maybe actually almost cry. It was a traditional mage hat, one that many would think of when they think of witches and wizards, wide-brimmed and a deep green color. A small note rested on top of it, written in the handwriting that Izuku could only recognize as his uncle's chicken scratch. Izuku, if you're reading this, I'm not home to give you this. But I thought you ought to have it as a hero. It's not only a traditional mage's hat, but it is also the one that was given to your father by his father, your grandfather. It is old. I tried my best to get the smell out. Sorry if it still smells a little weird. I'm proud of you, Izuku. The entire room is alive through homeroom, and even though they have to focus on English and math and history classes, they managed to get through lunch to have their first heroics class of the week. It was considerate of the school to not throw them on the first day. Or, well, the first few days. It allowed the students to get used to being UA students and the classwork that, while Izuku felt it was just as easy as any other homework he'd been given, did increase in the load of it. And then, the time came. He was here. He being All Might, of course. When Izuku learned that All Might, of all the pro heroes in Japan, would be returning to his alma mater to teach at UA, well, Izuku was ecstatic. The hero would be a new addition to the UA staff and would be teaching foundational heroics as a first-year class for the hero department. He felt the energy before it even hit the room, with All Might entering the room like a normal person, which was the exact opposite of what he did, but Izuku felt himself get all starry-eyed about being so close to his hero again. Would All Might remember him from the slime villain incident? Only time would tell. Alright, you zygotes. Get your costumes on and meet me in ground beta for your class today. Izuku barely caught the end of the introduction All Might had given, too fascinated in thought with All Might there. He probably didn't miss too much. Most of the other class was as starstruck as he was, no doubt. What is it going to be today? Izuku's mind began to wander. There's the possibility that they would have just basic training, if that, or perhaps some sort of syllabus or lesson plan to go over. Basic training would be the more reasonable bet, especially with All Might as the teacher, but what sort of basic training could he think of to throw their class in? Something to do with costumes, obviously, or he wouldn't have had to carry half of his school books today to make room for his. Midoriya, you're mumbling again, Ashido Mina groaned, stunning him out. She was getting her costume from near Izuku's feet, where they'd been pulled out from compartments below the windows. Sorry. His face flushed immediately, and he got up and out of the way of his classmates squeezing their way by to get their costumes from the support department. Izuku found the braces and boots he'd requested, and moved what he'd brought from home, sans the hat. It wouldn't fit. Whatever, he could still carry it in the box. It was really light. The only thing that weighed down the case, even with his costume uncomfortably stuffed in it, were the braces and boots from the support department, and it was good that those were heavy. Kirishima was waiting for him, right outside the classroom door. Surprisingly next to him is Ida, who was proving every day that he was not as intimidating as Izuku once thought. In fact, Ida was a bit nerdy, but cool, and Izuku found his friend group growing by the day. There you are, dude. Kirishima grinned. You got all spaced out during All Might's talk. Right? Kirishima's desk was on his right, and if Izuku had been muttering to himself about anything before he'd been snapped out of it, Kirishima probably heard it all. He thought he got that stupid habit under control, but maybe since it was a new environment he was falling back a bit on old habits. It is all right to be in awe of our teachers, as many of them are pro heroes. But try not to space out again, Midoriya, Ida said, and even though it could have been taken as some kind of scolding, Izuku knew by then it was just how he talked. I won't, Izuku said, though he heard his voice crack a little bit and cringed on himself. Ew, gross. But still, he felt like he was riding straight on magic through the locker room. The tunic and robe fit perfectly, breaths were just repurposed slacks that they had found around the house. The braces fit well under his sleeves, bringing more cushion to his wrists. The worst part about being a mage is serious carpal tunnel, if you don't get hit with any sort of magic sickness first, and his ankles and knees. The boots fit a little snug, he could probably bring it up with the support department to make them half a size bigger, but other than that, his costume was complete. Except the hat. Izuku glanced at the box he'd brought in with him, the very same mage hat that his father had given to him that morning. U-san had done their best to get the old smell out of it, but it still had a bit of it stuck in the fabric that would probably wear off the more time it spent out of whatever box in the attic it had been hidden in. Wow, Midoriya. Kirishima's voice cut through his thoughts and admiration of the hat. You look like you just came out of some fantasy story. His own costume was lacking in the upper department, leaving his chest and arms bare, with strange armor pieces circling his shoulders. It was all red like his hair. Was red his favorite color? Thanks. That's the look I was going for. He nervously rubbed the back of his own neck, before deciding it was enough attention on him and took another look at Kirishima's costume. You look really cool, T2. Kirishima looked down at his costume. By that point, the two of them had made it speedily out of the changing room, or, well, Izuku had, and Kirishima had decided to tag along, and were walking calmly towards the open gate of ground beta, where other classmates would no doubt be waiting. Thanks, dude. It came out super manly, I love it. Izuku nodded, thought did seem familiar to him. Not the design itself, but the general vibe of the costume, and the color looked really familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? Whether or not he had, was not what he was trying to focus on at that point. No, now he had to focus on his first ever hero lesson. Toshinori was already proud of this new class of students. He'd be teaching them all about the world of heroics, and just watching them walk out in their new hero costumes, he felt it deep in his soul that this class would be one to change history. And, surprisingly, there were a few students that Toshinori recognized. The Todoroki boy stood out, a mysterious enigma that had been held behind the closed doors of the hero endeavor, his first time at school. Ida Tenya as well, the younger brother of Pro-Hero Ingenium, and even Yaoyorozu Momo, another student recommended to UA by her prolific hero family. But another student stood out as well. It had been a year by then, when he'd last encountered the green-haired boy. Even though his face was rather ordinary, his quirk seemed to ingrain itself into Toshinori's mind. Midoriya Izuku. A quirk he'd only barely understood, and by the sounds of some of the other UA staff, they didn't either, one that gave him a weird, unfamiliar but also familiar feeling. But he remembered more the brave act the boy did in order to save his friend from the villain made of slime. He actually did make it into UA, and Toshinori was excited to see how all his new students would act in what he had prepared for him. Listen up, heroes in training. All Might's bellowing voice cut through the chatter that had grown in the crowd. Everyone quieted down instantly, their eyes trained on the pro-hero. Izuku couldn't see past the majority of his classmates, and he quietly squeezed himself to stand in front of Ida, so he could better hear and see the pro-hero and the instructions. Now, it's time to begin the combat training. You might expect most villain attacks to take place outside. Now, while there is truth to that statement, more of the heinous villains will be inside. Heists, hostage situations, backroom deals. Truly evil villains will hide themselves in the shadows. Today's lesson will split the class into teams of 2 versus 2, one team acting as a hero team and the other acting as a villain team. He paused to clear his throat. The villain team will be stationed inside with a large fake bomb, made of papier-mâché, and 2 heroes are tasked with infiltrating the building. It seemed pretty simple. If the heroes can capture the villains or touch the bomb, then the heroes will win. If the villains can capture the heroes, or if time runs out, then the villains win. The simplicity of it brought up a quick problem, however. Ida beat everyone to it. Excuse me, All Might. We are a class of 19 now, not 20. There had been an unfortunate student kicked out after the quirk test their first day. Izuku hadn't really thought about that student. His name wasn't memorable, though his quirk was definitely on the interesting end, at the very least, But Aizawa deemed him not worthy of being a pro-hero in the end, but it did mean there was now an empty spot in the classroom. All Might took a pensive glance at the class, scanning the students. You are correct, young Ida. We will just have to see how the lots go in the end, will we not? The odds were more stacked on one person going against two than a random three-person group, though that would leave another one person out. The angst of having an odd-numbered class, he supposed. Plus, All Might pulled out a cup, with what looked to be popsicle sticks with words written on the end of it. Compared to the massive frame of the hero, it looked small and dainty. You each will pull out a stick to decide who you will be partnered with. It stood out to Izuku immediately. It would be fairer to let everyone pair up with who they wanted on their first day, but in the real world, heroes are often partnering up with heroes they might not even know, so teamwork like that is important. Exactly right, young Midoriya. I said all that aloud, didn't I? Izuku felt his cheeks flush immediately. Maybe he hadn't gotten rid of the habit as much as he thought. But All Might agreed with him. He was right, the praise felt very good, at least. When it's Izuku's turn, he pulled out the English letter B. It's handwritten, and it dawned on Izuku that this is the first class All Might has ever taught, and he's even put in the time to write out and make the cards. Once all his classmates get their sticks with English letters on them, the class is thrown into a momentary frenzy to try and find the person they're partnered with. It looked like Uraraka pulled out the rough end of it all. She would be going it alone, then? Midoriya. Kirishima's voice managed to cut through the crowd. He's holding the letter B up in one of his hands. Looks like we're teamed up. Izuku nodded. Why, yep. It's a relief to know that in this world he isn't partnered with Kaken or is by himself, but instead with someone he knows. Somewhat. Kirishima sat with them during their lunch break, but Izuku's mind has been so full lately that he doesn't know a lot about them, aside from their quirks. He knew little bits of everyone, of course, but nothing past the surface level that they show off to the world, really. All Might called them back into order once everyone got their partners situated, and pulled the lot for the first two teams that would be training first. Team F will be the hero for the first training, and Team B will be the villains. Well, it looked like Izuku and Kirishima would be going through first, which would be nice. It's ripping the band-aid right off, over with quickly. He scanned the crowd for Team F, and he felt his blood run cold. Kaken was staring at him, red eyes lit with an uncomfortable familiar ire. There's something that Izuku can't stand about the look he's given. It feels like a million little bugs are crawling up his arms, and he glanced away, trying to avoid more eye contact. So why not live with the magic? Be a kid again and believe in the fantastical. Life is more fun with a little smoke and mirrors. LH Causeway. The building is awfully empty, but other than that, completely free of damage. Damage Izuku immediately predicted, knowing that Kaken is involved in this fight. He knew that he was going to go for him immediately. There will be bloodshed. There will be pain. Izuku could still, sometimes, feel the crackle of his explosions right before they went off. He's surprised that his hearing is still intact after all those years of being around his old childhood friend. Deep breath. It wasn't from Mother Magic, but the thought radiated with her warmth. Deep breaths and he could do it. He could do it. The papier-mâché bomb, that looked like it had been built carefully by an amateur artist, most likely All Might, sat tucked into the top floor of the building. It looked like some sort of anti-flammable substance was also poured over it, recognizing the smell immediately from when Izuku was first learning fire elemental spells. Ugh, he and Eusen couldn't get the stench out of the back room for weeks after that. But other than that, the villains had the advantage in the situation, given 10 minutes to strategize and plan to combat the heroes. The heroes were coming onto their turf, a building that varied with rooms that were simple, office-style rooms, to a few designed to be more like labyrinths, to rooms that were fairly empty, like the top floor, the one they were immediately at. So, have any plans yet? Kirishima asked, pulling him out of his thoughts. Have I been mumbling again? Nope. For emphasis, the redhead popped the P. You did look really deep in thought, though. He paused. Are you sure you're okay going up against Bakugo? Well, the first day and all, you were pretty shaken by him. And yeah, he has been an a-hole to pretty much everyone, sure, but especially to you. Kirishima glanced at the door. The mics that they had been given by All Might to communicate with each other if they ever got separated were muted, but they could still hear it when the exercise was going to start. I mean, if you ask All Might? No, not that he didn't trust the hero within an inch of his life. He had once saved Izuku, literally, so he did trust the hero with everything, but the idea of magic Izuku didn't really trust teachers that much. Or, at the very least, their position of power. They never listened to me then, why now? UA was a different school, but there was a little bit of fear still balled up inside Izuku. Even though Mother was always with him, he still felt afraid and lonely. Online school had been a temporary blessing, and if he ended up coming to UA, he at least hoped he wouldn't be around Kaken or he would be better. But that wasn't the case. I'll be okay. Izuku faked a smile for Kirishima, the biggest one he could muster up. Try and make his friend feel better about it. If anything, it might prove to him that I'm... He trailed off. Kirishima didn't ask for him to clarify, but he did beam. Yeah, shove it to him. Prove it that you're strong. That's manly, dude, but if he gets too violent, All Might will stop him. Izuku nodded. Hopefully, a pessimistic voice in the back of his head said to him. You will do great, my child, Mother said. Izuku glanced back around the room. He went through his spells, added Kirishima's quirk to it, thinking of a plan, of anything, and it started falling together in his head. It was a grand puzzle and Izuku was putting together the pieces. Alright, here's the plan. Maybe being bait wasn't that good of an idea, but he could get Kaken Bakugo to chase after him immediately. It was like holding a piece of meat in front of the face of a wild dog and then throwing it. Ito would be thrown off as well too. Nothing in him doubted that Ito was trying to play by the rules All Might had set up, rules, existing more as in things to do so you don't kill each other on my first day of teaching than anything else, and that when Kaken was thrown off, so would be Ida. Ida might try and take on Kirishima, but he trusted that his partner could hold Ida off enough, stall him. Izuku had cast a few arcs terrais around the fake bomb. The ground stretched and bent to his will, creating a careful cocoon of solid rock, and a few other small shields, like he had used on the day of the slime villain, as shields for Kirishima to duck between. He couldn't cast too many, he had 5 minutes to do it all after creating the careful barrier for the bomb, but there were a few that, if Ida wasn't careful enough, he would run into. He never wanted to directly use a spell on his classmates unless he had to. No doubt he'd have to use a few to defend himself from Kaken, but if he could avoid casting it directly on his classmates and surroundings, he would. Magic is dangerous for non-mages. Chaos magic especially, Usan's words echoed in his head as he positioned himself on the labyrinth floor. It was easy to get an idea of the floor quickly, as he blinked in and out of it to get a rough understanding. He could have put up a few more walls in the labyrinth too, in hindsight, but Kirishima would need something up there to help him out with if Izuku wasn't. Or, at least, Izuku wanted to leave him something up there. He had full faith in his friend to do this. Heroes may now enter the building. The static Y voice of All Might echoed in his earpiece. He tapped it once to turn his mic on, so his teacher could hear whatever happened. When Kaken reared his head and spotted Izuku, he knew it was gonna get ugly. A few moments passed in silence. His magic wavered slightly, like a wind chime in the breeze, but through floors and walls Izuku couldn't place people very well. And he was a sitting duck in the labyrinth floor, even if he blinked out. His grasp on his wand is white-knuckle tight. The wand had been slightly modified a while ago to give him a tie around his wrist, so when his hand went slack, it would still be on him loosely like a video console controller. Even though he knows he just needs to have his hands on the metal of the rod to aim it for spells that required it, he's worried that his sweaty hands are too loose, and if he doesn't hold on to it tightly something bad will happen with one of his spells. An explosion rings out from the floor. Voices, though Izuku can't pinpoint from where. I'm gonna burn that med runt. Bakugo, that is not the right way to refer to our classmates, even if we are participating in an exercise when they are the villains. And will you please quiet down? We do not know if they are nearby. A growl. Nearby or not, that runt knows I'm gonna burn his but when I see him. We should really figure out a plan, before we run into what the dastardly villains have planned for us. Izuku pulled on his magic, Sway Iktu, A spell he didn't even need to whisper the words of to disappear momentarily into the weird, other world, where color drained immediately and things became like mud to the touch. He poked his head through the wall he leaned against, following the voices, even if they were muffled. They were getting close, it seemed. Izuku jumped through another fake wall nearby, lining the labyrinth, before allowing himself to blink back into normalcy. I told you the plan, Four Eyes. Well, I do not think it is an apt plan for the situation we are in. Sheet. They took a turn Izuku didn't expect. He quickly blinked out before anyone could see him as the two heroes rounded the corner. Izuku leaned back on the wall, making sure his breath was quiet, even though he could not be seen or heard. Kaken stopped immediately, and Ida, too deep into what seemed to be some sort of strategizing he was talking about to the other, bumped his shoulder. Why did you stop? Ida asked. It was weird to hear his voice through the weird muffle that happened between the other and where they were. He's nearby. I can tell. Kaken growled. He glanced around before yelling out, Come on out, coward. Worthless. Useless. Brunt. Coward. DKU. Mother, give me strength, he sent out quickly, feeling the pull on his magic, before he jumped to the hall behind the heroes going through them sending a shiver down all their spines, Izuku included and blinking back into view. Kaken turned, immediately. Izuku wondered if there was a possibility the boy had grown used to the one spell Izuku had known from the start, the one he'd shown off that fateful day in primary school to everyone to prove he had power. He was just a late bloomer, before he was still ridiculed for his quirk, for his power, for his magic. It had been used one too many times once Izuku found himself comfortable enough to jump between, and maybe there was a certain energy it gave off that Kaken somehow got used to? Either way, the boy turned quickly and his red eyes locked with Izuku's own. There you are, Deku. He immediately charged with what Izuku would have expected, Ida frozen in shock momentarily. He always leads with his right. Izuku didn't hesitate, ducking under the right swing, kicking Kaken's feet out from under him. The other boy fell forward on his face, and Izuku blinked back out of view from everyone, pulling at his magic. Ida immediately went up a defensive position as Kaken pushed himself up. Izuku paused for a moment, taking in the costume designs that his two other classmates had submitted. Ida's costume resembled a knight in shining armor, but a futuristic knight as it exposed the engines on his legs. He's related to Ingenium, isn't he? The thought came and passed as he glanced at Kaken's costume. Two large grenade-shaped gauntlets covered his arms. Even if he didn't use his explosives, he could still swing those around and cause damage, and by the looks of them, they were more than just an aesthetic. Demon Deku. Four Eyes, get moving. I'll take on the fucking nerd. Ida didn't protest this time, and booked it back the way they had come. Izuku was hanging around a dead end. Hopefully the labyrinth would confuse Ida for just a little while longer. There were only a few other floors between them and the bomb. Get out here and fight. Me. Kaken screamed. His nose was turning a dark gray, probably bent or broke from the force of Izuku kicking him down to the ground, but he seemed unharmed other than that. Izuku felt his hand tighten around his wand. It wasn't fair that he had always been treated this way by who should have been his childhood friend. One of his best friends, once upon a time, before quirks came into his world and not Izuku's. The smell of nitroglycerin and sound of the sparks before an explosion haunted Izuku's memories. But if he was ever going to become the great hero he's always dreamed of being, there are fights he just can't ignore. Izuku blinked back again, between where Ida used to stand and Kaken. He felt the capture tape he'd been given as he and Kirishima entered the building on his belt, and swung his wand into its holster. He just had to outrun Kaken. Or get him in with the capture tape. Either works. Fine. If you want to fight me, you're gonna have to catch me first. Izuku yelled back, and Kaken turned on his heel again, baring his teeth at him. Izuku took off immediately after his words. The labyrinth was a little confusing, but he could lead Kaken the wrong way, away from the other end. He might run into Ida, but he was only picking up faint traces of his energy, which meant he was either too far, or had found his way up to the next floor. Get back here, Deku. Izuku nearly clipped his shoulder on a sudden turn, opening to the widest hall he'd found on the floor. Think Izuku? No, Don't think, go with what your instincts say. Izuku pulled out his wand again and aimed for the floor. There wasn't a lot of moisture in the room, but the spell would hopefully work the way he planned, and before Kaken turned the corner himself, the words left Izuku's mouth. Furio undo. A blue light shot out from the tip of his conduit, hitting the floor. He put more will into it, freezing the water that spilled out of the light. He would be at a disadvantage too, but when Kaken turned the corner and hit the ice, he went sliding into the corner. Deku! The other boy screamed, but by then, Izuku had turned another corner and down another hallway, and was long gone. If Ida had found his way up to the next floor, Izuku would have to stop him before he got too close to the bomb. He tapped on his earpiece quickly, making sure he was pretty out of sight from Kaken. How is it going, Kirishima? Could still bore the... How are things down there? I've been hearing a lot of explosions. Ida hadn't made it all the way up, then. Ran into both of them, but they split up. Ida might be on his way up, but it's hard to tell. He made another hasty turn. By the looks of it, though, every wall was beginning to look identical. What was his greatest ally, the strange maze floor that had been oddly added to the building, probably for training purposes like this, was slowly becoming his greatest weakness. And Kaken was still around. He had to find a way to take him down with the capture tape without getting near those grenades. Izuku had a bad feeling about those. And catch up with Ida, and make sure everything was okay, and make sure he didn't use too much magic. Izuku had a lot on his plate. But he was determined to do this. He never knew why Bakugo ended up hating him so much. Usen said it was because Bakugo had been filled with nothing but praise since he was younger. That it all went to his head, inflated his ego so big that he could float with it, and comfortably look down on everyone else around him. But Izuku still didn't understand why. Even after his diagnosis as quirkless, before magic came into the picture, he was still hated. Kaken Bakugo had been one of his first friends. Their moms knew each other from university, had been roommates for a few years before finding jobs and settling down in their own lives. But they remained in contact until Izuku went to school online, and they moved in with Eusan. He sometimes wondered if they still talked. Kaken had grown stronger. Izuku could tell, not just because he looked physically fit, but his quirk from the assessment had blown all the tests out of the park. It enough for him to get first place in that. He had gotten first place in everything else he's ever done, from even the DMN entrance exam at UA, to even something as small as a pop quiz in present mixed English class. Izuku got second that time, even though they were rightfully tied. Thus are the woes of alphabetical sorting, he supposed. But Izuku never wanted to strive for number one, or the best of anything. It would be cool to be in the top 10 heroes, but over time, it felt too chauvinistic to aim for the top 10 in Japan. He'd be cool if he ended up in it on his own, but he didn't want to aim for it. He just wanted to help people. Maybe that's where the divide first began. Where Kaken always strived for first, and little Deku didn't seem to mind much where he landed, as long as he did good. The echo of footsteps brought Izuku out of his thoughts. It wasn't the time to be reminiscing on bad memories, but it had come up as a thought, plaguing his mind, since he'd first managed to get away from his old friend. He was nearby, wasn't he? An explosion near his ears caught him off guard. Kaken had managed to spot him around the corner he'd ducked into. Izuku had thought he had more time, but that's where it ended. He thought, too lost in his own head, he thought. Izuku's ears rang, but he could still hear Kaken's rather jovial laughter over them. He backed away slowly as the explosion faded in his ears, and Kaken Bakugo slowly followed, cornering him into a dead end. Fuck, Izuku cursed in his head. A strange ring echoed too, different from what had faded in his ears, and the grooves of Kaken's gauntlet lit up. Izuku knew that wasn't good. One look to Kaken's face, it cemented the fact. There wasn't any sort of grin on his face, it was low and serious, a face Izuku recognized and never wanted to see again. His hand went to his wand, immediately. Deku! Kaken growled. You have power. Why don't you use it? Do you think I'm not worth it? Power. The word stood out in Izuku's brain for a brief second. Did Kaken know there was something off about Izuku's supposed quirk? They were probably running low on time, now. A check-in moments before had shown that Ida had found Kirishima, but the barriers Izuku put up were being put to good use. All they had to do was stall a little bit more, and the heroes would lose the exercise. Heh! Bakugo grinned, aiming his gauntlet at Izuku. You remember my quirk, right, nerd? How my palms secrete nitroglycerin and make my explosions. Izuku took a few more cautious steps back. This wasn't good. If they made it the way I asked, then these gauntlets store the nitroglycerin. He set his feet down firmly, aiming it at Izuku. Every fabric in Izuku's being, and maybe beyond, was yelling at him to move, 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 but he was frozen, like a deer in the headlights. There was no spell he could think of that could counter anything like what Bakugo was expecting. All Might's voice rang out in their ears, cutting through the static. Young Bakugo, if you release that, he will die. Stop this now. He won't die if I don't hit him. Kaken pulled on the gauntlet. The explosion charged up and fired, and that was what magic did. It revealed the heart of who you'd been before life took away your belief in the possible. It gave back the world all lonely children longed for. Lee Bardugo. Shota groaned, watching the tape over again. All Might's voice had not been saved in the recording, but he could recognize the response that Bakugo gave to his teacher. He noted it down. Circled it in a red pen once, then twice. Talk to Bakugo. The behavior in the mock battle was unacceptable. Bakugo was a phenomenal student, acing everything that came his way, and with that powerful of a quirk, he'd be quite the hero. Now only if he'd act like a DMN hero. Midoriya is lucky he escaped that fight without any serious burns. Whatever power he had, the one that allowed him to disappear for a moment, he barely got out of using it as the explosion hit him. A slow-motion, frame-by-frame look showed that it grazed his skin. He'd been sent to Recovery Girl to treat his burns, but he'd been able to make it back to the class to see the rest of the Midoriya and Kirishima won, but it was still reckless of them to try and split up. Reckless genius, Shota would describe more accurately, but Kirishima would have been a better defense against Bakugo than Midoriya, looking at quirks. Whatever there was between the two, it was probably ignited by 10 by now. He pinched the bridge of his nose. It was still late, but it wasn't a patrol night. Hizashi was asleep, having finished his grading of English tests and given up on begging Shota to go to bed. He was correct in assuming, after the first day, that the two would have some sort of tense relationship. The way that Bakugo reacted to Midoriya's quirk said enough about their relationship, but Shoyuta hoped it would stay a heated rivalry. While they're not encouraged at UA, they could happen from time to time between students, usually of different classes, not within the same class. UA boasted rivalry and competition as necessary to get students to do their best, but sometimes it can bring more heat than necessary into relationships. Sometimes literally. But what he saw in those tapes sent chills down Shota's spine. Sent his stomach spiraling. He'd heard a bit of it, but he didn't know what their relationship was, other than tense and bad and any other negative adjective he could add before it. Strike 1. When it hadn't been the last class he'd expelled, he'd give students strikes before he went straight to expulsion. Strikes were meaningless and only mental notes in his own head, and they were fluctuating. If a student showed change, he would remove it. The first day, the one student he expelled, Mineta Minoru, somehow managed to strike off 3 times during just the assessment test. 3 strikes, he was out. Even though he didn't get that low of a score in the placement test, the way he treated his female classmates, and a later look at the boys' record from previous schools cemented Shota's choice. But Bakugo wouldn't get the boot immediately like Mineta. Shota would try and see if there were ways to possibly transfer him to Class 1B so that he could still get the hero education he signed up for. Bakugo was determined and had more firepower than Shota saw in most villains. But if Bakugo got kicked out of the UA, there's no telling what a criminal underworld would do with the student who ranked first in the entrance exams but got kicked out shortly after. No telling. He couldn't let Bakugo go. Shota rewound the recording again, watching that moment, again. The explosion just barely scraped Midoriya, and then he was gone. 1 second there, 1 second gone. Midoriya's quirk is a weird case, one that doesn't seem to make much sense. There had to be more to it. Right? His uncle had scheduled a meeting with Nedzu about an independent study session. The uncle seemed to have the same quirk, a rarity to be passed down perfectly through generations. There was something different about the quirk, too, Netsu told him, that he'd learn at the meeting. Just keep an open mind, Aizawa. That's all I ask of you. Strange request, but it's the principle of UA, a talking animal. So Strange was just normal in his life. There were 3 other recordings he had to go over, he noted, leaning back in the stiff desk chair. A quick reprise, a quick catnap wouldn't hurt between then. He needed a refresher, after what Bakugo and Midoriya had just put him through. The ceiling fan in Izuku's room is on low, but it's got just enough strength to gently breeze over the repairing fabric of his hero costume. Had he been a second slower, he would have seriously gotten burned from Kaken from Bakugo's quirk. It could have seriously hurt him. His dreams of a hero could have ended there, for all he knew. But they wouldn't. They would stay as an annoying thorn in his side forever, wouldn't they? The green of his robe is highlighted with golden threads, slowly repairing and regenerating. When Izuku asked how this fabric worked, he'd gotten a pretty interesting response. When the fabric is broken, torn, burned, destroyed, a magical enchantment activates in it that slowly takes in magic from the ley lines to repair. Bigger damages seem to take forever. He added a small note in his notebook to look for more magical fabric, to make a backup costume. His robe would be done by the time their field trip next week would come around, but if this happened when he was in active duty, that'd be kinda bad to be without part of your costume. Of course, Aizawa fought just in a black sweater and joggers. So just the loose tunic and his rough breathes to cover up the light as air braces he wore to protect more vulnerable parts of his body. He took a glance at the clock by his bed. It was ticking slowly to 1 in the morning, and he sighed, allowing his body to fall back on the bed. It had been only that day that they had their first mock trial as heroes in training, to establish some sort of baseline for their heroic skill. Or whatever reason All Might explained at the end of their lesson, Izuku's ears were still ringing from that explosion Bakugo sent his way. Maybe he could request some sort of ear protection? Or ask Au-san about enchantments, figure out if something exists for his mage hat to add a little more protection, not just from sound-based attacks, but maybe just protection overall? Something like that had to exist in enchantments, and Izuku wasn't quite on that level yet. He scribbled it down in his notebook, before setting his pen in the crease of it and shutting it. Tomorrow was an average day. They would have average days in between larger training days during the beginning, to get them used to the grind of UA. They'd get more constant after the sports festival good. Izuku didn't know if he could handle being thrown into everything all at once, and he's glad UA managed to give them a little time in the kiddie pool before throwing them in the deep end. The only light that lit up his room was from the street light outside, and a fitting hero-themed night light plugged into his wall. Not that he was afraid of the dark, per se, more so he'd stopped stumbling into his desk in the wee hours of the morning when he was just awake. Like this. Head full. Many thoughts, he thought to himself, checking his phone again. There were no new notifications on it, just as he'd expected, and he scrolled through a forum he had been reading earlier, seeing if there were any updates. What is All Might's quirk? Discussion. Mighty Midget, 2:10 p.m. It's gotta be some sort of emitter-type quirk, right? I mean it's some sort of jacked-out super-strength quirk? Obviously, but we can cancel out mutation, unless it's a weird mutation, and transformation type doesn't make sense. Awildal Batros, 2:11 p.m. What if it was a transformation type, though? Think about it for a second. It'd be why no one can understand it. If he transforms into the bigger silhouette we know All Might as, no one would suspect a smaller form to be his civilian identity. Think about it. Why is All Might one of the few heroes nowadays with a secret identity? Secret Nymph 001, 2:13 p.m. I mean, there are a few other heroes with secret identities, but All Might is the most well-known. At least, in Japan. At Midget it makes sense that it'd be an emitter, but what if Albatros is right in assuming it's some sort of transformation type that allows him to take on a larger, stronger form? He locked his phone up. He dabbled in quirk theory. Reading through forums on quirks was a nerdy side hobby, but he'd been around All Might not just all that day or, well, the day before. It had passed midnight already and he did notice something off about his quirk. All quirks came from magic. The fact that Izuku can feel the power, means something. All Might's quirk was almost blinding in power. He couldn't meet the hero in the eyes very often. But being around it, Izuku was able to sense it a little bit more. It felt layered. It felt old. He already jotted down all his thoughts about it in one of his other notebooks, not the personal journal he heard get kicked off his bed as he turned over, trying to will sleep to come, but it was layered, it was old. What does this mean? All will come in due time, my child. Mother's voice hummed. When he arrived at school the next day, he noticed immediately the crowd of reporters swarming the front gate. They seemed to surround every student that breathed near them, asked them persistent questions, but they gave up once the student passed the barrier through the gate. Their student ID would be recognized, and they'd be safe on the other side. Getting through was the problem Izuku was faced with. Well, luckily for him, he's got a great spell for dealing with this. With no hesitation, Izuku mumbled, "Sway Iktu," and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. No reporters would notice as he walked through them, even if they had sudden shivers pass over them, like someone walked over their grave. But he stopped right outside the crowd. There was a purple-haired boy, general education, by Izuku's best guess, who stood on the edge of the crowd of reporters, weighing his options. Be late for class once the reporters leave, or try and make his way through the crowd. Izuku was transfixed, not because of anything other than the boy seemed to glance briefly at Izuku and meet his eyes. Which was impossible. Izuku was in the shadow realm, where no one could see him. They could only briefly feel him as if he was a ghost walking over them, but he could have sworn the purple-haired boy met his eyes briefly, before deciding it was best to try and fight his way through the crowd. "Excuse me, sir, do you mind telling us what All Might is like as a teacher?" "I'm a general education student," the boy snarled in return to the teachers who hounded him. "I haven't seen him on campus." Izuku followed him through the crowd. The reporters he passed through only felt whispers of a cool breeze pass over them, and shivered as he did. The purple-haired boy stopped once he was in the gate, out of earshot from the reporters behind him. He glanced back at the reporters, looking through Izuku this time, and he sighed, before being on his way. No, Izuku had to have imagined that. Right? It seemed today was just full of oddities for Izuku. First of all, he'd gotten back results from the mock battle trial. He had witnessed Bakugo, just say it, DMN it, he had witnessed Bakugo get chewed out by Aizawa for the way he acted in the training yesterday, and Izuku got a tense, "Don't sacrifice yourself for others," Midoriya from the teacher, too, but everyone had more or less passed, even if they had failed the actual battle. So that was nice. Mother made no comment on anything all day, but she was probably enjoying whatever was happening to him throughout the day in her celestial tower or wherever she lived. Because this was a bad idea. When Aizawa mentioned class representatives, every student shot for the spot immediately, and the classroom became loud. It only quieted down because Bakugo barked at everyone to, in his words, "Shut the hell up already, I'm the leader now and you'll listen to me," which didn't go very well for long. So Izuku decided to try and interject and say that should do this somewhat democratically. Vote for people, and whoever got the most votes would get the office. The problem of people just voting for themselves would probably occur, but if someone really got more than one vote, then they'd be pretty good for the job, right? That another student overlooked their own bias towards themselves and put their vote forward to another person. He didn't expect to be standing up at the front with Yaoyorozu, Momo, and win. He was the vice president of the class, sure, but he was elected into a leadership role without his consent. This was incredibly unfair. And if he wasn't paralyzed from shock from standing in front of his classmates like this, he would demand a recount. Why yeah, thank you for trusting me. I'll do my best. He stuttered out, after Yaoyorozu gave the class a shy thank you as well. Yaoyorozu Momo was one of the 4 first-year students to get in based on recommendation. He had seen her in action during the mock trial, with her quirk that allowed her to create anything she could think of with the fat stored in her body. A fascinating quirk, and she came from a pro-hero family, and she got in on recommendation, so it made sense that she would be voted in some sort of leadership position. Even after Aizawa shooed them back to their seats, Izuku still felt his nervous energy bouncing around, his thoughts racing. Why would someone vote for me? I'm not leadership material at all. Is this really how UA is like? His thoughts carried him all the way to lunch, barely absorbing anything in his history class. Review for the test the next day. Izuku knew most of this stuff, and English class, again, easy class. The table he sat at on the first day seemed to have a small group of people growing, even if 1 or 2 people floated between tables. Kirishima decided he would try and sit with Bakugo again, trying to form a friendship with the prickly boy, which was, to Izuku's shock and horror, actually working, while for the 3rd day in a row, Izuku, Uraraka and Ida were joined by Tsuyu. "Why do you always have a bento box with you, Midori-chan?" Tsuyu asked, pointing at the carefully crafted lunch that Izuku had brought with him today. She was rather straightforward with everything, including asking everyone to call her by her given name. "Ah, my uncle likes to bake and cook and stuff," Izuku quickly explained, motioning to orderly packing of the bento box and its many delicious and healthy foods. His thermos still had piping hot tea in it from this morning when he grabbed it. "You've talked about your uncle before. Are you two really close?" Uraraka asked, pointing a chopstick at Izuku in a non-threatening manner, between gulping down large chunks of the hot lunch that the school prepared for students. Izuku nodded, feeling a faint smile form on his face. "We, have the same power. So he's basically helped me train my whole life and stuff. Magic is chaotic, magic is living. If you do not control it, it can build up and it can seriously harm you. One of his first lessons was harsh, but thus was the way of magic sometimes." "That's very interesting," Ida interjected. "It is very rare for a family to pass down the same quirk so well. You're Ingenium's younger brother, aren't you?" Izuku's mouth spoke before his brain did, and the words just tumbled out. He hadn't asked Ida the question before, but it seemed like, well, they were talking about quirks and power, why not mention his thoughts? Ida was momentarily shocked, but he nodded, trying to avoid choking on his rice. "Wow, yes. Ingenium is my older brother. I'm surprised no one has asked me yet. I suppose it is rather obvious." "Cool," Uraraka squeaked out. "So, you're another hero prodigy too, huh? Did you get in on recommendation and not say anything?" "No. I wanted to make it into UA on my own, and I wanted to test my abilities to make sure I was truly worthy of being a student here," Ida stammered. The conversation flip-flopped, then, to everyone at the table stating why they wanted to be a hero in the first place. Uraraka wanted to make more money to help her family, Ida wanted to hold up his family's legacy, Tsuyu wanted to be a hero to help her family too, and because she felt like it was morally right, and, well, Izuku felt like his reason of helping anyone I can didn't fit in as well here. But he'd seen small glimpses of the true world, before he had unlocked his magical potential that fateful day so many years ago. Children, taken off the streets, not to be seen again. No one ever solved the case of those missing quirkless kids, and Izuku was almost one of them. But he wasn't, because he had mother magic on his side. But he was just lucky and an exception. He wanted to make sure that he could prevent as many people from being hurt by villains as possible. An impossible dream, to help that many people, but it would eat him up if he didn't. Then, someone mentioned something about quirks. Izuku had to hold back on his questions for everyone so he wouldn't nerd out too much, but he froze when Ida said, "Midoriya, might I ask what exactly is your quirk?" That's a tough question, Izuku's first thought was. He knew that magic wouldn't always be a secret, and Aizawa would be having a meeting soon with the principal and his homeroom teacher about plans for individual study. Something about Aizawa and Netsu being old friends, letting Aizawa know about magic so he understands why Izuku does weird things, but he hadn't thought about it so soon. "Yeah, your quirk is rather unusual, Midori-chan," Tsuyu added. "But it's a really cool one, still." As if it were some instinct, Izuku fell back on the white lie they had concocted when he was a child, to protect him not just from the people who tried to take him, but from others who would see a small, defenseless, quirkless kid and feel justified in causing him harm. It's complicated, really. My uncle likes to say that we're able to see quirks and copy them, in a way, but we've got to figure out the right words to do so, and it uses up a lot of energy that we kinda just get from everywhere. Everyone blinked at him. Yet it makes no sense, I know. Luckily for Izuku, the second, or third, counting if that boy did see Izuku, weird incident of the day happened right then and there, and alarms started to blare in the cafeteria. Students were immediately sent up into a frenzy. Alarms meant many things, but mostly, someone was on campus that shouldn't be. Visitors retrieved special passes at the official entrance that allowed them passage onto the grounds, but if someone had a quirk that allowed them to get through walls, or climb over them, or teleport, well, the school needed a security system for that as well. And someone had tripped the alarms, somewhere. Izuku felt his magic pull immediately, and he blinked out of there without even thinking. His classmates, too frazzled by the noise, didn't seem to notice Izuku's disappearance, or maybe they didn't comment on it, since this was something he's been known to do multiple times. Blink allowed him to pass through living people, and likewise, living people could pass through him as well. He fought off the prickly feeling that the crowd gave off as they ran through Izuku, crowding together outside the cafeteria, trying to find their way out, trying to find the intruders, or were just unfortunately swept up in the crowd. Izuku balled his fists, pushing himself through the crowd and to the window. He couldn't quite phase though it, that required a different spell, and he can't exactly juggle two spells at once yet, but being near it, Izuku could see out the window. Reporters. Reporters were on campus. Really? That's all? Izuku felt annoyed that it was just reporters that had set off the alarms, but if that was the case, no one had any reason to worry. He should probably tell someone. It was easy to find his friends in the crowd, and luckily he could push people around as he blinked back into normalcy by Ida, who had managed to grab Uraraka's arm in the chaos, to try and keep someone close to him during the chaos. Ida! Izuku tugged on his sleeve, and he noted immediately how the taller boy jumped at his sudden appearance. Right, he did literally pop out of nowhere. The reporters broke through the gate. Your voice is louder. Do you think you could try and calm down the crowd? Midoriya, yes. That would be the right thing to do. He turned to Uraraka. Uraraka, use your quirk on me, so that I can float. It is just reporters that broke through the gate. Okay. It took only a second for Uraraka to hit Ida for him to immediately rocket into the air. He took hitting the ceiling with as much grace as one would expect from Ida suddenly flying up into the ceiling. Which was, in Izuku's terms, very graceful. Wow, I wouldn't be able to keep myself upright in that situation. He was right too, in assuming Ida's voice was louder. When he spoke to calm down the crowd, people heard him, over the chaos of the ringing and the yelling from other students. It calmed down not by a lot, but in a wave that grew out as students heard him and passed on the message that okay, it's just reporters, chill out, don't worry. That was a smart idea, Midori. Uraraka commented as she touched her fingertips to let Ida down. His landing was less than graceful, but he'd recovered just as quickly. You're gonna do great as our class VP. Really? His face flushed. I dunno, I've never really been a leader before, and I'm not loud like Ida or that confident in myself. Then take it as a learning opportunity. To make yourself more confident as a leader, Ida suggested, straightening his back. The rest of the crowd had died down, only a few students hanging around to peek out of windows to see the tail end of their teachers chasing reporters off campus like they were wild boars. I will admit, I was a little jealous that you were able to become a leader like Yaoyorozu, but I have faith that you will do great things, or I would not have voted for you. It. Oh yeah, I voted for you too, Midori. Hey, wait, you gave me your votes? Yeah, we trust you. I think Kiri and Tsuyu also voted for you too. If Yaoyorozu wasn't a recommended student, I bet you would have gotten the actual class representative role. So this is what UA is. Like, Izuku thought, returning to the cafeteria to finish his lunch in the little time they had left of their break. Strange and new. And also, really nice. Everything was going according to Sensei's plan. Believe in your heart that you're meant to live a life full of passion, purpose, magic, and miracles. Aroi Bennett. The bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint was alive with chatter. It was their first off-campus trip for training. His classmates all arrived with costumes in hand, changed them the moment homeroom let them out, and all met up outside in the parking lot to hop on the bus. Izuku's robe had finished repairing itself, and the fabric hummed with contentment as he felt everything: the excitement of the trip, the nervousness of meeting another pro hero, 13, and oh right, he's a leader, he's supposed to be doing leader things. Izuku and Yaoyorozu tried to organize the students the best they could on the bus, so they were sitting around people they normally didn't during class. To encourage new friendships. Which is how he found himself sitting next to Tsuyu, even though she knew him and saw him close enough to allow him to call her by her given name, they still sat on the other end of the classroom from each other. Which is fine. Izuku would much prefer sitting next to Tsuyu rather than someone a little more loud like Shiro or completely closed off like Todoroki. Tsuyu was probably the best option for himself in this situation. Despite the idea that Yaoyorozu had to try and get their classmates to talk to people they usually don't, most of the class got involved in a discussion across the bus about, well, everything. I think Crimson Riot was the manliest hero. He's who inspired me to want to be a hero when I was a kid. Crimson Riot? Who's that? Crimson Riot is a bit of an older hero. He's done a lot of work in Osaka in more recent years, but his quirk is really fascinating. Izuku caught himself quickly, covering his mouth with his hands and resisting the urge to chew anxiously on his finger. He'd said all that aloud. Kirishima only laughed. Yeah dude, you know your hero stuff. Mother, I am so not used to all of this, Izuku thought to himself. Why I guess I kinda do. You're one of those hero fanboys, aren't you? This time, Kaminari speaks up. I guess, if you put it that way. He glanced down at his hands he dropped in his lap again. Hey, I didn't mean to call you out or anything. Kaminari said again, though it was a little chaotic as he was almost on the entire other side of the bus as Izuku was. I was just noticing you know a lot about heroes and quirks and stuff. Right? Everyone had come to know Izuku as the guy to come to about anything hero or quirk related. He'd already gotten numbers of a few of his classmates, mainly Kaminari and Ishido and Sato, who would text him if they needed help with their homework about history. He'd really established himself as that kid already, and he'd only been back in public school for 2 weeks, for God's sake. Either way, it wasn't like they were actively making fun of him. Or, well, not with the intention to harm, like his old classmates used to. They were fascinated by how much he managed to store in his head, and with everything he had to remember with magic, how could he fit heroes in it too? The mystery still astounded Izuku, and how much he knew about not just heroes, but quirks too. Your quirk, Midori-chan. What is it called again? Tsuyu asked from next to him. Magic? Well, they could have been more creative with the name, but he was 6 and basically given the job to name his own quirk. Most kids were old enough to name their quirk, though family did tend to help out a lot. It was U-san's idea too. Magic. His mom laughed when they decided that's what they were going to call it. After all, why not hide the truth in plain sight? Just that. It reminds me a lot of those movies with the wizards from England, but it's powerful. You could probably get into the top 10 easily after we graduate. Izuku flushed. It was never his exact goal to be in the top 10, but hearing it thrown about so casually made him feel warm inside. His magic hummed, and he nervously wrung his hands at his sides to expel extra energy. Oh, thank you. You probably can, too, so anyone can, if they're determined enough. I'm going to be the #1 FING hero, and don't you forget that, Deku. Bakugo's voice echoed from the back of the bus. Izuku flinched at it, but Tsuyu hummed. I don't see Bakugo ever becoming popular. He's got a terrible attitude. I do not, Frogface. See? Tsuyu pointed out as a few of their other classmates laughed at Kaken. But it was all in good fun, and he didn't look like he was hurt. Which was different. Quiet down back there. Aizawa's voice echoed from the front of the bus, where he took up an entire section of seating in the yellow sleeping bag he'd always cocoon himself in when there were no classes. It seemed he was determined to get a bit of sleep on the bus as well. We're about 5 minutes from arriving, so make sure you have everything you need together so we can get off the bus quickly. The USJ Unforeseen Simulation Joint, not to be confused with Universal Studios Japan, was a large building, housed mostly under a dome. It was settled comfortably in the outskirts of Mizudafu, and was one of the biggest buildings he's ever been in. Izuku could glance out and see across the ground, looking at the multiple simulations housed for rescue training. Rescue training. Logically, knowing that certain types of magic could not be used on humans, the second best thing for those types of magic would be rescue. He could destroy the things that people were trapped under, or lift them, stop the spread of fires and slow down the sinking of a ship. And he could heal them when they got out too. Which was double nice. He hadn't used many healing spells in a while, only ever using them when he accidentally burns himself making coffee or hot tea in the cafe when he's working, but those are a rare incident. No one has proof he's ever spilled a whole pot of coffee on himself. The rescue hero, 13, was even cooler to see in real life. Though their costume only boasted of a simple space suit, their quirk made up for everything else. I love 13. Uraraka chimed in next to him as they entered the overlook, where they could see everything. They're like my favorite hero. Their quirk is really powerful. Izuku noted, watching as Aizawa approached quietly, and the two teachers spoke in hushed breaths. He noticed 13 hold up 3 fingers, and Aizawa seemed to groan, before the two teachers turned to the class as a whole. Wonder what that was about. Hello, students. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or as many people refer it to, USJ. 13 started, arms open wide. Their costume made them look like some sort of comfortable teddy bear, warm and open. They're one of the few pro heroes who still dons a secret identity. No one knows what the person under it is like, but they're brave, kind, compassionate, all the traits a good pro hero needs. Today you will be using your quirks in exercises around my facility to practice the art of rescue, but before we begin, I have 1 or 2 points to make. They paused. Clearing their throat, they continued. As I am sure you are all aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in anything and tear it apart. Which has proven pretty useful for rescue operations, Izuku thought to himself, thinking of the images he'd seen on the internet of 13 in those exact situations. However, my power can also easily kill. They added, I've no doubt there are a few of you out there with similar abilities if you are not careful. Izuku wandered to the thought of chaos magic, not an element, but a magical energy that for most mages was hard to manage and control, just like its sister, order. They were powerful energies, and if a mage wasn't careful with chaos magic, especially around non-mages, then they could really hurt someone. Or kill someone. He hadn't needed to see the proof of the chaotic energy harming non-mages. He took his uncle at his word on that. His ingrained spell, Blink, is chaos magic, which made him conflicted about chaos magic as a whole. It has protected him ever since his first spell, but it could cause so much harm to his mom, to his friends, to anyone around him, if he didn't use the magic carefully enough. It was, put simply, quite stressful to think about, so he's just not going to use chaos magic and just live like that. Except his ingrained spell, or any chaos magic that doesn't directly attack a non-mage. In our superpowered society, our use of quirks is heavily restricted. While some might find it annoying, it is only to allow people to all live happy and safe lives. It takes one accident with a powerful quirk to cause many deaths, after all. 13 said. But we're not here to learn about the many ways your quirks can be used to harm people, we're here to give you a new perspective. Your power is not meant to inflict harm, but save lives. Izuku smiled. That is all. Thank you for listening to this old person's rambling. 13 finished with a bow. A few students clapped, Izuku included. What 13 said was right about everything about quirks. Mother's sudden voice in his head made him freeze. It didn't sound like the warm tone he usually got, the gentle nudges to fix magical leaks, the soft assurances when he was nervous. This one was different, it was cold, it was like mint, it was stunned. Izuku glanced around, as Aizawa began to organize the class into groups to begin exercises, when he noticed it. Right in the center of the USJ where 2 ley lines met, not the powerful, multiple ley lines like on UA's campus, but 2 just crossing each other was strong already. There was a small dip in the magical energy. Almost as if there was a black hole in the center of the plaza. Reality seemed to bend a bit, in the center of the plaza, as a black, swirling cloud began to form. It felt like it was pulling on everything, and it felt so strangely familiar, something he'd seen or felt before. Mother, what is happening? Izuku frantically pulled on his own magic, as it was noticed by Aizawa, who ordered the students to huddle close. She was quickly responded. I do not know, my child. But it does not feel right. Stay safe, she said. The black cloud expanded, and people began walking out of it, led by one person, who wore just a simple pair of black jeans and a t-shirt. They didn't pause in walking out, and then more and more people followed, different shapes and sizes, and Izuku immediately knew who they were even when they hadn't said anything yet. Villains. It was his own voice in his head this time. Stay back, Aizawa said, pulling up the yellow goggles he usually had buried in his capture weapon. Aizawa-sensei, what's happening? Someone Izuku didn't recognize who, stuck in the moment, asked. Huddle back and get closer to the exit. Aizawa ordered. Izuku turned with the other students, but the same black cloud that had expanded in the center of the plaza, that had allowed the villains to get in, began to appear by the exit, blocking their way out. The sensors are jammed. I can't get a message through, 13 added. Izuku could get through easily if he just blinked out of there, but something fear, nausea, uncertainty kept him rooted for once. 2 yellow eyes appeared in the mist. 2 familiar yellow eyes. No way. Izuku's memories jumped back immediately to that day he had discovered magic. The villain that stood before him was the strange spaceman who had tried to kidnap him all those years ago. He always hoped that the villains responsible for the disappearances and the attempt on himself would be caught, and he began to think that they had, after so many years, but it looked like they hadn't. Or this villain was a lucky one that got away. I'm afraid we can't let you go. The smoke spoke. The voice sent chills down Izuku's spine. The eyes trailed around the small group, setting down on Izuku for a brief moment. Maybe there was a spark of recognition in those eyes as well. Or maybe Izuku was overthinking. He was definitely overthinking. Aizawa had disappeared down into the crowd, while 13 made themselves a barricade against any villains that came near, spreading their quirk out to the stairs behind them. But Izuku could still glance over the shoulder of the pro-hero and see the chaos that his homeroom teacher was jumping into below them. He's outnumbered and outgunned, but he's still taking them all down. He noted. There was no way that Aizawa relied solely on his quirk, and after running into the pro those few nights when Mother nudged him awake to fix up magical leaks, Izuku could put his faith in his teacher to fight off the villains. For a while. Excuse our interruption, the black mist began. He began to form a head of sorts, even though his amorphous body was stretched out in front of the door. We are the League of Villains. We've come here today to end the life of All Might. Impossible. Could they even manage to kill All Might? He was the symbol of peace, he was the #1 hero. Even people outside of Japan were able to recognize his beacon, his smile, and know that with a hero like All Might in the world, they would be safe too. All Might was seemingly immortal. But if villains came in this strong, they probably can, Izuku thought to himself. Before the mist could finish, Izuku watched out of the corner of his eye as Kirishima and Bakugo charged the villain, trying to hit the smoke. He wanted to yell and scream at them to stop, but by the time he could react, the two had hit through the villain, dispelling the mist. Take that, you villain F-. Bakugo yelled. It was a pathetic attempt, the smoke said, beginning to reform again. 13's cry of get back was drowned out by the villain. Nonetheless, my job remains unchanged. The smoke began to spread, expand, covering everything in a misty, black darkness. It felt like that day, the day so long ago that Izuku would love to forget, but this time he couldn't blink away. He was frozen to the spot, and he couldn't think as the darkness swallowed him whole. He hit the water hard but not hard enough to knock him out. Izuku was able to take a deep gulp of breath when he hit it, and even though the water was dark and murky, he could still tell which way was up. Hopefully. Have I been dropped in the flood zone? He thought, trying to swim to the surface as fast as possible, but there was a faint movement in the corner of his eye. His eyes stung from the chlorinated water, and he couldn't hesitate in staying this deep in the water for too long, so he pushed forward, until something knocked into his side, and the air he held in his chest was pushed out. There were villains in the water. Of course. Izuku couldn't see much more. Then dark, blurry shapes in the water, and muffled voices. One voice he heard was much clearer, though, and he felt something long wrap around his waist, and pull him out of the water and onto the boat in the flood zone. He coughed out the water he'd accidentally swallowed. It was just him and Tsuyu, it seemed. Thanks. It was the best I could do, she said, her tongue still partially sticking out of her mouth. Oh, that's what she grabbed me with. Despite knowing it was his classmate's tongue, it didn't gross him out as much as it probably should. Tsuyu was a friend, she was just saving him. We do seem to be in a bit of trouble, she said, glancing over the railing of the ship. Yeah, he said, looking over the edge of the railing too. He hadn't lost his mage hat, thank Mother Magic and every holy god above. He'd feel awful if he'd lost his father's hat nor his wand, which was good, all things considered. Is there anyone else in the water? It was just you and me here. The I hope at the end of her sentence went unsaid. It was impossible to tell where the villains were underwater, except for the few that stuck their heads out to watch the students on the boat. But Izuku couldn't remember any other screaming from the fall moments before other than his own, so it should just be the two of them. This is bad, Izuku mumbled, taking a few steps back from the edge. He didn't care that he was mumbling again, everything was bad and stressful and not very good. They're here to kill All Might, they knew he was supposed to be here today, but he isn't. How did they get our schedules? Unless it was the media break-in the other day, could they have used that as a diversion from what they really were doing? And if they've come here all confident in killing All Might, does that mean? Nope. Izuku did not want to think about that possibility. He glanced over the edge of the ship again, then back to Tsuyu, and it felt like something sparked in his head. They don't know what our quirks are. Tsuyu ped her head to the side. Well, if they knew your quirk worked so well in water, they wouldn't have sent you to the flood zone, would they? He explained. They might have gotten the schedule, but they overlooked the quirks that everyone had. So instead, they decided to try and scatter us and overwhelm us with numbers. He glanced back out over the water. The plaza wasn't too far away, considering the position of other zones in the building, and he could still see silhouettes in the distance standing on the walkway, meaning not everyone was separated. If they could just get back over there, they could get out of here. The villains in the water, with more than a dozen heads poking out of the water, were just treading the water, looking up. They knew somewhat of what Tsuyu could do, but they didn't know what Izuku could do. They should use that for their advantage. Looks like you've already got a plan forming, Karu. Tsuyu interrupted his thoughts. If it helps, I can jump really high, stick to walls, and my tongue stretches up to 20 meters. I can also spit up my stomach to clean it, but I don't see how that would help. Or the poison, it just makes people sting a bit. Izuku nodded. That was helpful information. He felt for his conduit tucked neatly in its sheath. I have a few water spells that I can use, and I can make them ice if I need to. There's an idea. How far do you think you can get across the water, Tsuyu? She glanced out, squinting to see the edge of the land. I can probably make it. Alright, here's the plan. It was pretty easy to land on the other side, even though Izuku and Tsuyu pretty much tossed themselves into the dirt on the other side. It hadn't gone completely to Izuku's idea. He only meant to cast a Furio, just a blast, to freeze the water surface to prevent the villains from taking chase in that one area, but he might have had too much will and intent pooled into the spell, and the words spilled out from his mouth before he could think. Gale Aquis. It was similar in power to the ice attack he had seen Todoroki use during their mock trials, but it was just a thick sheet of ice over the water. The villains could break through it eventually, but it would take a while, and there were villains who couldn't survive long underwater. Hopefully they'd be more focused on that. Hopefully they wouldn't drown. But he and Tsuyu made it across the lake. They just needed to make it past the plaza, up to their other classmates, and take down the smoke villain to get out of there. Everything was much easier said than done, but they'd gotten through one thing, and they just have to take it one step at a time. But remember, just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean it isn't real. Catherine, how? Izuku. Izuku stopped at the sound of Mother's voice. She was desperately pulling at his magic, tugging at it in a way too familiar. Was there really a magical leak in the middle of all this mayhem? Midori-chan. Tsuyu's voice is just barely above a whisper. They're trying to make their way quietly at the edge of the plaza, between a few bushes and a concrete wall that cornered off a different zone, under renovations, according to the signs on it. Izuku, there is something you need to do. What is it? Mother pulled his vision away from Tsuyu, and towards the center of the plaza. He could see Aizawa fighting, but Aizawa was starting to tire and lose the fight. No hero backups had arrived, so no one at UA must have heard about it yet. The first person that came through the smoke, the villain who had a hand over his face, was standing next to a creature of gargantuan size. It wasn't a human. It wasn't someone with a strange mutation quirk. It was a monster. Izuku shivered just looking at it, but even just looking closer, he could see it. Faintly, but he could see it. The creature was wrapped together in magic. I do not know what that thing is, but it is a being made of both quirk and magic. They are not supposed to mix, but they have figured out a way for it to work. Was it even possible for something to exist? Izuku knew that quirks came from magic, and that everything was connected, but just because they were connected, it didn't mean they went together. You are the only one that can destroy it. What? Shota was losing. He could tell the moment one of the villains swung at his back he'd gotten that villain down, but they seemed to just keep coming from all angles, and his eyes were starting to get more than just dry, they were starting to get tired too. But he couldn't lose yet. His students were scattered throughout the facility, and he'd die 10 times over before he lost a student again. There was a loud splash nearby and a strange twinkle in the air, and out of the corner of his eye he could see 2 students, Azui, and someone who could control ice, which meant it was probably Todoroki, unless Midoriya had some sort of weird ice powers, 2 getting out of the flood zone. But he couldn't focus on them for too long, or a villain would sneak up from behind and try and get him. He could only hope all his students were able to make it out okay. Now, a new voice joins the noise of fighting around him, and Shota watches as the villain with the hand covering his face charge at him. He'd heard the name Shigaraki thrown out, once or twice, and he had to have been he was counting and watching the whole demon time, to figure out when Shota let down his quirk. Minute. He was too outnumbered. Shigaraki grabbed him by the elbow once he was down, and everything started to be URN. He kneed the villain in the side, flipping Shigaraki off of him, before doing another attack from 2 other cronies who had charged at him. They, in a lucky turn of events for Shota, ran into each other and hit each other's heads, giving him a second to glance at the searing pain in his elbow. It was disintegrated. He could see his muscle underneath, most of the skin gone, and it was bleeding pretty heavily. All right. That's Shigaraki's quirk, then. He just needs to avoid him at all costs. Your quirk isn't good in long, drawn-out battles, Eraserhead. Shigaraki grinned, sitting up. This is different from your usual game, yet you jumped into the fray to protect your students. It's sickeningly sweet. Shigaraki spoke like one of his students, like a child. He looked like he could be an upperclassman too, but most of his face was covered in dried skin and hidden behind the strange mask hand. But you've mistaken me for the final boss. What? The creature is on him before he can think. There's a painful snap. He can't feel anything. He can't move. He's pinned under something. Meet the Nomu. Izuku can almost hear the snap from the center of the plaza. He hadn't moved from the time Mother first called on him, and Tsuyu joined him, looking towards the center in shock. There was blood. There was so much blood, and in the center of the mess was Aizawa. Eraserhead. His teacher. And Mother expects him to take that thing on? She's gone silent since she said that to him, moments ago, and isn't listening to anything he sends her way. Please don't let Eraserhead die. Please don't let him die. Please don't let him die. But Mother told him he was the only one who could stop that creature. It was wrapped in magic threads, strong enough for Izuku to see over the hulking mass of muscle that made up the creature. It trailed over the body like golden string, and it felt like magic was leaking out of the creature's chest, keeping the body knit together. It's a walking leak, Izuku thought. We should go, Midori-chan. Tsuyu said, but she wasn't tearing her eyes away from the scene either. Aizawa is dying. Eraserhead is dying. Izuku was tasked to help. No, he said, clenching his wand. He felt his eyes watering, but he wasn't just going to sit back. Not only was he being told he's the only thing that can defeat that creature, he's the only one what can weaken it for someone else to take down, someone else with more experience, but he can't just sit by and watch as their teacher dies. Izuku doesn't hesitate. He heard Tsuyu call his name as he dove out of the few bushes they hid behind, cheering up the first spell that came to mind. The gale he had cast earlier drained a lot more out of him than he'd like, but seeing Eraserhead hurt and prone and dying sparked new energy in him. Adrenaline. Instinct. Furio Congeria. The black energy sparked out of the tip of his wand, and it hit the creature in the side. Unlike other hits the creature seemed to take from Aizawa, this one hit and dug into it. The creature pulled back, in the shock of a sudden, new pain. Of course, now all the eyes were on Izuku. He must have looked like an interesting sight, some sort of child, soaking wet with water, holding just a metal rod at something that could kill All Might. The man with the hand over his face turned quirky to Izuku. What are you supposed to be? A magic user? The word hit too close to home, but Izuku watched as the villain scratched anxiously at his neck, and the black cloud formed again. Shigaraki, the black cloud said, pulling the villain from his stupor at Izuku. A name. 13 has been incapacitated, but a student escaped. Reinforcements will be here soon. We need to go. Kojiri, another name, Izuku took note of. We're on the winning side. So what if we don't get to kill All Might today? It's a farm of experience right now, with 13 and Eraserhead down. Shigaraki turned to the creature perched over Aizawa, who was looking very worse for wear. Nomu, deal with this brat. The creature the Nomu perked up at its name, and two beady eyes locked onto Izuku. He tried to outrun it, but it had a speed quirk. It had a strength quirk. It had a regeneration quirk. How did Izuku know all this? The Nomu picked him up like he was nothing by the neck of his robe. It didn't conveniently tear, which gave the creature a good hand on Izuku, and it threw him, tossed him, aside like he was nothing. Like he was a chew toy of a large dog. Izuku hit the ground hard. Something cracked, something broke. There was pain. There was so much pain. Everything hurt, and well, he disappointed everyone, didn't he? He wanted to be a hero. Maybe he could be born in the next life and try again. Izuku closed his eyes and opened them again to a warm, yellow light. The warm light was not like the light at the end of the tunnel he's heard of. The ringing in his ears has stopped, and he can sit up immediately like there was no pain, like he had not been dying too, a moment before, in a beat of rash stupidity, throwing himself into the fray without thinking. He was in a garden. There were a few flowers he recognized and cherry blossoms floating through the sky, but they weren't the familiar pink hue like the ones outside the school. These were a warm, golden yellow, full of magic. Where was he? Was this where mages went after they died? No, this won't do, fate. Mother's voice echoed through the garden. Izuku stood up carefully, noticing he wasn't in the hero costume he was just wearing. He was wearing a golden sokutai, but the fabric was soft and light that it felt like he wasn't wearing anything, like he didn't have a body. And maybe he didn't. Mother's voice grew louder. No, wait. Around the corner, he saw her. She was an appealing woman with dark skin and hair braided tightly behind her head. She was an appealing woman with bright blue eyes and brown curls. She was an appealing woman with long, dark hair and amber eyes. She was Mother. She was everything. She was magic. Oh, Zook, my child. Mother approached carefully, reaching a hand out. She was tall, even though he could not get a read on her shifting appearance. Looking at her was like looking at a kaleidoscope, but instead of random colors and shapes, it was people, her appearance changing by the second, too fast for his eyes to catch. But no matter her form, small and petite or large and strong or curvy, she was appealing. Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes, and they came out before he could stop them. He failed her. He failed Mother. No, Izuku, you did not fail me. Mother's arms were warm and comforting, just like his own mom's. They wrapped around him 2 arms, no, for arms, no, 2 again, and embraced him tightly. She was his second mother, she was the mother of his power, she was mother magic, and her hugs were the second best in the world. Nothing could beat the soft embrace from Midoriya Izuku, but she was a much better hug than the awkward limbs of Iu-san. I'm so sorry. Izuku managed to say between sobs. It is not your fault, my child. What you were up against, I am sorry for throwing you against it so quickly. It is a creature that defies death and fate, and only magic can stop it. You are just a child, I should not have rashly thrown you into the fight like that. She hugged him even tighter. But she pulled back, allowing Izuku to wipe furiously at his snotty, teary-eyed face. He still failed Aizawa. He wasn't going to see any of his friends again. Who else would get killed? Who else could he have saved? Oh, Izuku. Mother hummed. Your story does not end here. You are destined for greater things, and the creature will not tear you from them so simply. I'm going to give you a choice. He perked up, but still tried to rub all the tears out of his eyes. I am going to send you back home, no matter what. That Nomu defies everything that it should. I do not expect you to take it down when I send you back, and you can wake up in the hospital, alive and safe. Or I will allow you back into the fight, if you so longing. I will not send you alone. For a temporary moment I will allow you to use all magic regardless of your conduit. I will be with you to take down this creature. But it might come at a cost. A cost? Magic is living. I cannot unlock it so easily for you as I would like. You might get sick with magic afterwards. But you also might not. It is the risk of being open with magic at such a young age. The cost. Everything came with a price. He could just wake up in the hospital when everything is over. He could just allow it all to pass over him and not deal with any fighting. But that would leave Aizawa, his friends, that Nomu, all to deal with itself. There would be more death if he left, and he could try and heal Aizawa. Even if it meant he'd get sick, he could take down the Nomu. He could take it down. I want to go back. Izuku said. Please. Mother smiled. I had a feeling you would want to, even if it risked your magic completely. She said, brushing a few loose hairs out of Izuku's face. I will allow you safe return, and the power you need to take down the Nomu. Thank you. Izuku closed his eyes. And Wokbakup. You have magic in your fingertips, magic in your eye, magic in the arms that hold. And tell me not to cry. There is magic in your voice. When you talk to me each day, there is magic in your smile. And in the things you say, there is magic in the way you let me be myself with you. There is magic that you teach me to be good and brave and true. I am growing older, and soon I'll go away. But the magic that you taught me will go with me every day. Coming back to the world, he hadn't even been gone a few seconds in reality. The Nomu had turned around on him, and as his vision faded back in, he could see Tiu, at the other end of the plaza, crying. He could feel so much more. He could feel quirks, humming and singing songs, and everybody, from the chorus inside the Nomu to the violins inside of Aizawa still singing, still alive, and even the drums inside Shigaraki and the smoke man, Kurojiri. Take your conduit. Mother felt closer to him than she ever had before. His wand was just a few inches from his hands, and he felt his wounds beginning to stitch themselves back up with magic. Mother's doing. His fingers wrapped slowly around the thin metal of his conduit, pulling it closer. It was the first conduit he ever made. There were many memories buried deep within its cracks. It was a thin metal that Iu-san just had lying around, wrapped carefully around more metal, handcrafted. The first spell Iu-san taught him, before anything else, Manu Flamma. His hands beam fire, and he could bend the metal, so instead of having a stick from the yard he'd picked up randomly, it would be something he made himself. It took him weeks to make it, but it was his conduit. Going without it felt like he was leaving behind a part of his soul. Having it taken from him felt like he was losing a part of himself. Mother gave him his next instructions. Oh, the conduit would not be making it out of this battle. Another price to pay, but if it meant that nobody was going to die, then okay. Izuku grabbed his conduit with two hands, slowly sitting up as magic stitched his broken bones together, pulling the shards of bones that had broken off his ribs and into his lungs out and fixing them back together like a broken puzzle piece. What the hell? The voices of people around him didn't matter. Izuku took his conduit and slammed it into the ground, as deep as he could dig it into the world. You are magic, and to magic you return. He never imagined that he would cause a magical leak on purpose. The conduit hit the ley line in the earth, and like a knife puncturing a pipe, magical energy exploded in a golden light. It filled his soul, it filled his being, like a second skin, energy beneath it quaking, and Izuku slowly stood on his feet. Everything was vibrating. Everything was singing. Aizawa was still down on the ground. His violins were reaching their diminuendo, and Izuku would not let that happen on his watch. The Nomu was ordered to charge him again, and with a wave of his arm, Izuku casted Crongelo. It hit the Nomu, freezing it in place. It wouldn't stay still for long, so Izuku picked up his pace and got to Aizawa's side as fast as he could. Manus Isis, he ordered, and white energy coated his hands in an instant. It sparkled in the light, and Izuku didn't know where or how deep the extent of Aizawa's wounds were, but he didn't have long, so he just slapped his hands down on his teacher's side and willed as much power into it as he could. Enough to keep him alive. Enough to stabilize reverse damage. The snapped arm slowly fixed itself, the disintegrated arm regenerated, even though the fabric still remained chipped and broke. The violins began to sing again, though their song quieted down, it was still there, still present in their melody. "What the hell are you doing, you hacker?" Shigaraki yelled as Izuku stood up. The Nomu freed itself from the time spell Izuku had trapped it in, and Izuku allowed himself to grab a hold of Aizawa before blinking out of there. He'd never taken a non-mage along with him through the other, but Aizawa was knocked out from quirk exhaustion, probably too much magic in his system at once, but he was alive. He was stable. Izuku felt bad dragging the knocked-out hero across the plaza as fast as he could, but he left him leaning against the stairs, blinking back in to drop him off before blinking back by the Nomu. "Dirty hacker. Undoing all my hard work. I'm just going to deal with you myself." Shigaraki threw himself at Izuku as fast as he could, forgetting any order he had barked at the Nomu moments before. Izuku was faster, luckily, and managed to duck out of the open palm that Shigaraki held open. Disintegration, some sort of contact-type quirk. Probably stronger on meaty stuff than other stuff, so I should probably use a hand spell, then. Manu Taro. He felt his hands stiffen up, almost like Kirishima's quirk, but they were tough rocks. He balled them up into fists before swinging one at Shigaraki, who blocked it with his own hand, but seemed surprised when suddenly, Shigaraki was met with rock and not an actual meaty punch. "Look out." Izuku barely dodged another open palm strike thrown his way. He swatted it away with his forearm, but the palm hit for just a second, and the self-recovering fabric of his robe disappeared in a second. His spell managed to reach up to his elbows for better protection, but that bit of the sleeve was long gone. "You're like sensei." Shigaraki faltered for a moment, which gave Izuku the perfect moment to jump back, turn his attention to the Nomu. He reached out for the magic and felt it, deep within the earth, reaching out from the ley lines. Through the leak he created, it tugged at the magic, and filled his words with it as he charged the Nomu. Lakis. The spell would take time. He didn't have time. Kurogyari tried to appear at his feet, to trap him from getting at the Nomu, but Izuku was just a little bit faster on his feet. Mother was helping. Izuku reached the Nomu, and could see the leak from the center of the creature's chest. Without orders it stood around like an oaf. There was no soul in it, it was just a creature made of quirks, knit together with magic that Izuku didn't recognize. Clauses. Izuku grabbed at the magic leaking out of the Nomu's chest and pulled, quickly, to avoid the creature throwing its entire body at him. The magic leak exploded out of the creature, and the threads began to disintegrate like Shigaraki had used his quirk on it, but they faded back into the natural magic of the world. The creature couldn't stay together anymore without the magic. It stood for a few moments, before stumbling on its feet and then collapsing. Izuku felt bad. The Nomu could hardly be considered a living thing, but it had been in existence, and he had to pull the plug on it, or it would hurt his friends. His family. It hurt him, his teacher, and if he didn't stop it, who knows what would have happened. Shigaraki froze in shock at the sight of a 14-year-old boy taking down a multi-quirked creature. "You? You're not human either, are you?" he asked, his voice cold, but his fists were clenched, except his thumbs stuck out to not activate his quirk on himself. Not human. The words stung Izuku like the wounds he had before, but these ran deeper. He wasn't human, was he? Not just at that particular moment, with mother magic flowing through him and helping him like an avatar. But in general, he wasn't a human. He was a mage. He didn't have a quirk, he didn't have a quirk factor, he couldn't get sick like others, He had to watch himself to not hurt non-mages. Is this why, so long ago, mages broke themselves off from humanity, because of Mother's interference? They themselves were not human? Izuku heard them coming before they broke through backups, reinforcements. The trumpets of Ida's quirk announced his presence first, and he hoped that when Mother left him eventually, he would still be able to listen out for the songs of other quirks. What had once been hums had become appealing songs, and he would miss them dearly. Other heroes were there. Teachers at UA Izuku stepped back carefully from Shigaraki, keeping his eyes on the villain as his attention was torn away. Mother was leaving him quickly, and he'd like to be at a good enough distance to not get hurt by the disintegration. Thank you very much. You did well, my child. I am proud of you. Thank you, Mother. His knees were shaking at the sight of the Nomu, collapsed on the ground, not moving. There was no blood, there was no gore, but he had felt the magic that had once sewn the creature together, and he tore at it, and it felt more invasive than what would happen if he stabbed it. Do not be afraid, I am here. All Might's quirk is different from the other songs. Even as Mother left him, he could still hear the songs, just quieter, and he had to listen out for them more, but they weren't just hums anymore. All Might's quirk sounded like a literal song. It had violins, it had a piano, it had a guitar. Multiple instruments wound together for his song, and it was amazing. All Might landed between Izuku and Shigaraki. Even though his song is a multitude of instruments, it is still quiet. It is somber. It is weak, though it plays strong. Leave my students alone. Izuku smiled, allowing himself to fall down. He was tired, he was seriously craving a big meal, but the heroes were here to save the day. The Nomu was defeated. His teacher was safe. That's all he wanted. A little magic can take you a long way. The beeping of the heart monitor is what stirred Shota awake first. The room he was in wasn't as bright as he had expected, but he still opened his eyes slowly, taking his surroundings in slowly as well, noticing where the pain was and where it wasn't anymore. One of his arms is wrapped up, but it isn't the twisted form he remembered. His head hurts a little bit, and he can feel stitches in his sides, and bandages wrapped around one of his legs. Not as bad as he had thought he had it back when. Well, his memory was a bit fuzzy with the incident. There was someone called the League of Villains and his students. Are they all okay? Shota took another glance around the room, noticing more things. His mouth was incredibly dry, but other than that, the room was empty, sans the slouched-over body of Hisashi, crooked in the hospital chair, dozing off slightly. Shota felt a smile cork his lips. Idiot. He let his own eyes flutter close too, but not to sleep, to think. To try and remember. There was the, what had he called it? A Nomu? There was the Nomu. And Midoriya. Slumped over on the ground. There wasn't any blood, but from what he could see, prone and dying and in the same condition, Midoriya was one of his students, was dying or dead, and he was helpless to stop it all. The minute he was getting too weak. He couldn't move. He was drifting, it was hard to keep himself still alive. And then there was a bright, yellow light. Izuku glanced at his reflection, again. The mirror had fogged up from his hot shower for once. He wouldn't be yelled at for taking too long of a shower, because after everything he'd been through in the past 2 days, his mom and uncle were giving him a break. Which was nice. For now. A group chat that Uraraka had made with a few other of his friends following what the school and local media are calling the USJ incident, was blowing up on his phone, buzzing on the sink, but Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from his reflection. And it wasn't for any narcissistic need. He couldn't tear his eyes away from, well, his own eyes. Mother Magic had said there would be a price. His eyes always had little flecks of gold in them, reflections of his own magic, but the gold had grown, and now there was also a little orange and red, and it looked so much more like Nebula than it ever had before. He ruffled his hair, which was already a mess post-shower, and let his wet curls fall in front of his eyes. It didn't hide the new color. He flicked off the lights, and there was a small, faint glow to them as well. Less than human. The sound of his mother's quirk came before he heard her knock on the bathroom door. The new development of suddenly hearing quirks, not just feeling them with his weird magic sense, was something he was going to have to get used to eventually. It wasn't as intense as it as before at USJ, where he and Mother were truly connected, but it was present now, a new sense, in the background, like tinnitus but not as painful. Izuku, are you all right in there? Her voice was muffled through the wood of the door, but she spoke over the piano tune of her quirk. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied, pushing the dark curls out of his hair. His almost golden eyes were just going to have to be something he would have to get used to. Hopefully. Okay. He heard his mother sigh. Is there anything you want to talk about? Later, of course, not when you just get out of the shower. Izuku doesn't know what to start with. How he had basically died, ascended, been given godly powers by mother to slay a monster made of quirks strung together with magic. How he had witnessed one of his teachers die in front of him and tried, in reckless haste, to save him, only to almost join him as well? How he had to fight against villains, how he might have killed someone, because the world was cruel and unforgiving as it always was. He didn't know where to start. And his mom, she wouldn't understand the magic half. Not at all. Filing it later for therapy, he thought to himself, cynically, glancing back at his reflection. It was still him, but he could tell the magic had taken something on it. It had stripped him, a bit, of humanity. His phone buzzed again and he finally looked at the chat. Uravity, I'll admit it, having school closed for the rest of the week was good in theory, but I'm actually bored out of my mind. Ida, Uraraka, now would be ample and appropriate time to get ahead in our studies. Tsuyu, you may be right, Ida-kun, but also it's only been 1 day since the incident, we should take as much time as we need. Ida, you are quite correct, Azui. However, if Uraraka has exhausted every avenue on her lonesome, studying is something we all can do. Red Riot, I really need to get studying too, but some of these math questions are ridiculous. Red Riot, Redicilus. Red Riot, hate myself.jpg. He smiled at the typo, reading through the previous messages as he made his way back to his room to change into comfortable clothes. It wasn't too late out, it was only about 6, but he and his family had pretty much said, screw mealtimes, and had just been snacking on pre-made bakery treats and fresh fruit all day. Midoriya at Red Riot, if math questions are causing you a lot of stress, I can try and help. Red Riot, Midori, you are a literal and figurative lifesaver. Ida, Midoriya, if it is possible at some point, we should try and organize a meeting, since we will be off for the next few days and the weekend. Uravity, Ida, you are a genius. Uravity, we could meet up at the mall or park or something. The weather's supposed to be amazing all week. Ida, my intentions originally were for studying Uraraka, but socializing with our classmates and future colleagues should be just as important. Uravity, just let me know when and where and I'll do all the planning, Omega. Ida, I will have to double check with my parents, but I should be able to meet up at some point. Tsuyu, my parents took a while off work, so I can hang out whenever as well. Red Riot, manly dude. I'll have to ask my moms, but I'm sure it'll be good. Red Riot, also Midori, if you're free for a video call soon, I'd love to get these math problems done sooner than later. Izuku had to pause for a second, looking over the messages. Hanging out with friends, outside of school? He hadn't done that, no. Izuku couldn't even think of any time he had done that with anyone other than Kaken, before things really got bad and Izuku had to go online. He'd never done anything like it. His heart was skipping beats in his chest. He could feel his magic humming loudly, and he pulled it back in, trying to avoid breaking something else on accident. That was a thing now. Izuku had to keep his magic under more control now. It wasn't a magic fever like it had been after the entrance exam, but it seemed to slip out from under his fingers a bit easier now. Butterfingers. Midoriya, that sounds great, Uraraka. And yeah, Kirishima, I'm free anytime now. He wasn't expecting an immediate call. You're a godsend, Midoriya. It's no problem. Math is kinda hard, especially when you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, which I don't. Izuku tried to hold back a laugh. Poor Kirishima, poor math. The boy had been hunched down over his desk for the latter half of the day, wanting to get some homework done before they went back next week, and neither of his moms had been able to help. Neither moms were in any STEM-related field, and didn't remember anything about calculus. Also, hey, when did your eyes change color? Didn't they used to be green? Alright. Izuku felt his cheeks flush immediately at the question, and he looked away from his phone. Even though he didn't have to keep eye contact with Kirishima over video, he still felt awkward about, well, everything. Which wasn't new for Izuku, but it felt worse. After the USJ incident. Right, I heard about that. Did you really go all Super Saiyan on those villains? Super Saiyan? Old anime reference, sorry. Kirishima laughed. Still, I didn't see much, but on the bus ride back, everyone was talking about seeing some weird lights, and Azui said it was you that took down the weird creature thing. What was it called? A Nomu. Izuku said, feeling his voice drop. His magic crackled under his fingertips, and he shook them out, dispelling the extra energy. Wait, did you actually take it all down on your own? Izuku nodded, then paused. He looked at Kirishima, who was hunched over his desk, hair pulled out of his face with a headband that he probably stole from his mother, miles away. He thought about Uraraka and Ida, and Azuitsu and Kaken, Bakugo, and everyone else in his class, and Aizawa, and he sighed. Magic wasn't going to be kept a secret anymore, he realized. Magic was a secret, long ago he'd heard enough about that in Ayu-san's lectures. But it was his decision to let people know about magic, in the end. There weren't many mages left to form a secret society, and maybe the government would be super concerned if they didn't know already, but it was Izuku's power. He could tell who he wanted. It's actually a long story. Izuku said, I need a little bit of time to think about it. But I'll explain it to you guys when we hang out, okay? Sure, dude. You don't need to talk about anything you don't feel comfortable with, though. I know. I'll have to tell people eventually. What was that? Nothing. Izuku glanced at the new notification on his phone, another message in the group chat. They were deciding on a date. It was strange to think that Izuku was going to go meet up with friends, but his mom and Iu-san approved of everyone he had talked about already. They hadn't really met anyone yet, but his mom and his uncle exchanged a glance Izuku could only read as, finally he has some friends, I'm so happy for him, and he knew that they would like everyone. Thank you for meeting with me, even though it's in the middle of quite the predicament. Nizu said, looking down at the mismatched group that filled his small office at UA. On one side was the Midoriya family. Midoriya Inko, the mother, Midoriya Ayumu, the uncle, and Midoriya Izuku, the student. The youngest seemed to be the most nervous, even though all of the family was, presumably, briefed beforehand. On the other side were Aizawa Shota and Yamada Hisashi. Aizawa still had one arm in a sling, but other than that, Aizawa and Yamada just wore simple civilian clothes. It is important we're having this meeting, for young Midoriya's success here as a student relies on what we talk about in this meeting. Nizu explained, even though both parties knew why they were there. Or at the very least, Ayumu and Aizawa did, partially. Aizawa quirked an eyebrow. It's important for all students to succeed at UA, but is there any particular reason Midoriya is singled out? It came off a little ruder than the teacher/pro hero probably intended, but that was just how Aizawa existed. Yamada still elbowed him on his good side, but the hero did not budge. The youngest Midoriya glanced down at his hands, becoming suddenly interested in his thumbs. You see, Midoriya is a special case when it comes to his quirk. Nizu turned to the Midoriya family. Would any of you feel comfortable with explaining? What is said here will not leave the room. Ayumu nodded, clearing his throat. I'll explain. He looked at the two teachers. You see, there's something different about Izuku and his, quirk. I don't know if either of you two have noticed, but it doesn't fall under the normal definition of what a quirk is. Because he doesn't have a quirk. What do you mean? Aizawa asked. Yuma quirked a smirk, and Nizu knew the right person had stepped up to explain the whole situation. It'd be pretty entertaining to watch as well, but he kept his paws together and just watched the exchange with a smile on his face. I'm surprised you haven't recognized some of our spells, Eraserhead. Ayuma said with the same smile. But it is pretty simple. Izuku doesn't have a quirk, Izuku has magic. A beat of silence. Excuse me? The world is much bigger than what quirks are. Nizu interrupted. He knew his employees well, and the smirk Ayumu held even after Midoriya Inko elbowed him and hissed at him under her breath to behave. Ayumu could accidentally antagonize him more than anticipated. For a while, scientists have debated on the source and origin of our quirks, but science hasn't gotten too far on that end because scientists are looking in the wrong direction. It's been under our proverbial noses the entire time. So, you're telling us that quirks come from magic? Yamada asked, twirling a lock of his blonde hair around his finger, deep in thought. Precisely. Nizu nodded. Mages like the Midoriyas here have existed for longer than history can account for, but they've always been a secretive sort, but as quirks began to take over, mages began to disappear. There are very few left of them today, and the Midoriyas may be the only ones in Japan to exist at the moment. He watched Aizawa and Yamada glance at the Midoriyas, Ayumu who smiled, and Izuku who was trying to steel himself with a few deep breaths. Inko looked like she had just been dragged into the whole mess, which made sense, given that she was the only one in the family that had a quirk and not magic. That makes a lot more sense than I would like it to. Aizawa sighed, glancing at the Midoriyas, Ayumu specifically. But why do you sound so familiar? Ayumu shrugged. Given that young Izuku here has something we cannot account for, I've rearranged his schedule a bit. Nizu interjected, bringing out the file he had planned on him for a while. Since he has tested out of English rather easily, he will have his uncle come in during the day to help him train his own magic in an independent study session, and since you have no classes for that PRD, Aizawa, and we cannot have an adult on our campus who is not employed in us without supervision, it will be your duty to be the supervision for them as they train in one of our training rooms or outside, wherever they wish for the day. Aizawa nodded. What? Yamada interrupted, glancing at Izuku from across the room. You mean to tell me you've been fluent in English this whole time, and you let your classmates say dumb stuff all the time? Even though the youngest Midoriya hid behind a blushing face, he shrugged. Come on. Yamada specifically slipped into English. Is this a magic thing then? And maybe. Izuku slipped into English as well. I think mages learn languages better than most people, right, Usan? We do. Ayumu nodded. Nizu glanced around at the room. He could almost peer into Aizawa's mind. It didn't make sense, but it also made sense completely to him. It looked like pieces were slowly coming together in his head, and Aizawa's eyes widened, glancing at Ayumu. You're one of the cloaks, he said. Ayumu nodded. Yeah, that's what you've been calling us. But we're not technically doing anything illegal. Just patching up magical leaks so they don't accidentally cause unjust chaos in our world. And since it's not a quirk, it's not illegal quirk use either. At the sound of leak, Midoriya Izuku flinched. Nizu would have to file that away for later. Well, I believe that settles it for the formal part of this meeting. He slid the newly revised schedule over to Izuku, and a copy left on the desk for Aizawa and Yamada to take home as well. Is there anything specific you'd like to as of us, Midoriya-san, for training your nephew? It's Izuku's training. Ayumu glanced at his nephew. Anything specific you need? Not that I can think of. Izuku shook his head. He spoke in a quieter voice than what Nizu had witnessed around friends. Probably stressed out from the day, and whatever he had experienced at the USJ the few days before. Which, Nizu read the file on downright horrifying. Absolutely disgusting, what they would do to a class of first years in the name of killing All Might. Class 1A got away with no fatalities, but they were just incredibly lucky. Izuku glanced to his mother, who remained pretty quiet through the whole ordeal as well. She was not gifted with magic and didn't understand it like Ayumu and Izuku did. Nizu assumed, but she nodded and pulled something out of her purse to hand to Izuku, who stood up and passed it to Aizawa. I didn't know how much this could help, but I wrote down as much about magic as I could get in this notebook. It's kinda a crash course, I guess. Aizawa nodded, taking the notebook, flipping through the pages. By the low whistle Yamada gave, Nizu could only imagine it looked like Izuku's own entrance exam, which was analytical and verbose for someone his age. Thanks. If we have nothing else to discuss, I don't want to keep either of your families for much longer. Nizu stated, which the teachers knew was keywords for get out of my office, smiley face. He turned to the Midoriya family first, looking at the students' guardians. If either of you have any questions about Izuku's training and as a student, please feel free to reach out to me. Ayumu, you have my number. But other than that, I hope the rest of your day sees you well. Ayumu nodded. Thank you so much for having us, sir. Inko said, dipping into a bit of a bow. It was no issue. It is my job to make sure all my students succeed, after all. Anyone who has loved has been touched by magic. It is such a simple and such an extraordinary part of the lives we live. Nora Roberts. The small break the school had given all the students after the USJ incident had ended, and it was time to start getting back to life as usual, life as normal. Not that they could ever go back to that normal beforehand. Before 19 students were forced to face down villains before they could barely walk in their hero costumes, facing death head-on way too early. But they could pretend. They could pretend everything was okay. Izuku was very good at pretending. So many things had happened in so very little time, too, that it felt like he could barely keep up, with Aizawa and present Mike and some other teachers now knowing magic exists and Izuku is a mage like his uncle. So many things had happened. Usan and his mom had been the support he needed during the meeting, but some sort of strange guilt was deciding to eat him up and stun him into silence. Maybe it wouldn't be that noticeable, Izuku thought. He was wrong. The moment that Aizawa walked into the classroom the first day they were back for classes, there was a beat of silence before someone Kaminari, Izuku is getting better at names, asks aloud, "Whoa, sensei, what did you do to your hair?" It had been noticeable in the meeting but no one pointed it out. It was a small streak of Aizawa's black hair that had turned gold, the color of Izuku's magic. Nothing. Aizawa deadpanned. But there's, like, a blonde streak in it. Mina spoke out as well. Don't be shy, you look really cool with it. Aizawa glared at the two students who spoke up, and they both sank into their seats. Izuku could feel his ears burning a bit out of some sort of mixture of embarrassment and fear, because it was a gold streak that started to turn the moment Izuku hit his teacher with an onslaught of healing magic from Mother so that he wouldn't die. There could be worse effects. A golden streak in hair is not the worst thing that could happen, but some of his classmates had seen him take down the Nomu that day. Some of them were probably already having questions. What was he going to do? I have some announcements to make this morning. Aizawa's voice interrupted Izuku's internal panic that he was trying to focus and keep internal. As you all know, the annual sports festival was scheduled to be this week. However, given certain circumstances, the school has decided to push the date of it back to 2 weeks from now. There was an eruption in the class. The school was going to still have the sports festival, the biggest tournament of the school year, after a villain attack nearly killed one teacher and hurt students, both physically and mentally. Quiet down and let me explain. Izuku's classmates glanced at each other before sinking back into their seats. It will be heavily different from festivals in the past. It is not going to be a public event, but a private one, where only professional heroes and members of agencies will be attending, along with the families of students. You all will only be getting a certain amount of tickets, and those invited will need to complete a large background test in order to protect the campus. It all made sense. Heightened security measures to protect the students and staff and pro-heroes and families coming to the event. That being said, the event will still be televised like every year. Aizawa added, with a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Not the sort of exhaustion from being tired, although he very well should be after being nearly killed and revived by a sudden flood of magic that healed almost every wound, but still left one of his arms in a sling and a small scar under one of his eyes. But it was the sort of exhaustion that came with trying to do something and not being able to do it. Defeat. Aizawa glanced around the room, before his eyes settled on Kaken Baku. Bakugo, you scored first place in the entrance exam. You will be giving a speech at the beginning of the festival. Meet me after English today so that we can get you started on it. Bakugo rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue, sitting back farther in his seat with a slump. Izuku could immediately tell that the speech wasn't going to go well, but at least Aizawa would be there to monitor the process of whatever was about to happen. That is everything. Don't kill each other for the rest of homeroom. I don't need to do any more paperwork. The teacher said solemnly, taking a seat at the front of the class and pulling out papers. Some sort of writing, perhaps homework from the other day that he needed to grade. Izuku glanced around nervously at his classmates. A little bit of discussion had picked up about the sports festival, what family everyone would be bringing after school study sessions and training together so they could do their very best at the festival, casual classroom chatter. His eyes landed on Uraraka and Tsuyu, who were sitting near each other, and Ida. Kirishima sat a little further away, and Izuku sighed, his eyes falling back into his lap. The lack of a proper conduit, he had found his oldest wand from when he was younger, which was a poorly wrapped stick with iron, that would hold him off while he worked on his new one, was rather draining emotionally and physically for him. He broke it because Mother told him to, so that he could save everyone and create a leak of magical energy to save everyone. One Eusan had to go fix that night when Izuku was asleep, and that sort of power couldn't be explained very well, could it? He glanced back over at his friends. He didn't know how to talk about it. Eusan spoke so casually, and everyone believed them and understood easily. But Izuku wasn't good with words. He SEKD at words. It's a miracle he's made it this far socially. He will just have to deal with accidentally burning down bridges whenever he gets to them. Midoriya, can I talk to you for a second? Izuku glanced up from digging out the bento box from his bag. Tsuyu has her own bento box. It's lunchtime, and of course Izuku wants to go eat the delicious food his uncle has packed immediately. But Tsuyu's words make Izuku's blood feel cold. Sure. Everyone else was leaving or gone. Uraraka glanced back into the classroom, and Tsuyu waved her hand. We'll catch up, unsent words. She nodded and followed Ida and Kirishima to the cafeteria with a cheery bounce in her step. Izuku watched and then turned back to Tsuyu. What's up? What happened at the UJ? With your quirk? Tsuyu was the closest of everyone at the time, notwithstanding Aizawa-sensei, who now knows the truth, of course. All Might doesn't, but they'll probably explain it to him at some point. But of all his classmates, Tsuyu saw the most. And she's smart, she'd put it together. Yeah. Izuku nervously picked at the plastic bento box in his hands. It's a long story. We've got almost 40 minutes for lunch, Karo. I'll tell you. Izuku took a breath. Don't think I'm crazy, all right? Tsuyu nodded. I technically don't have a quirk. Izuku can't help but nervously laugh. It had been a long time since magic first came into his world, but everyone who knew about magic had known about it before him. It's magic. I'm a mage. Magic. Tsuyu echoed. Magic. Mage. Mage. Izuku nodded. Oh. Tsuyu replied. A beat of silence. They could hear laughter in the halls. Somewhere, Izuku could also hear the melody of their quirks, too. Something he was trying to get used to. Tsuyu's was louder. Now that he was closer, he could hear hers louder. It was a strangely unique sound he would later learn to be an accordion, a lilted song that breathed within her. It was nice and calming. Tsuyu rested her finger on her lip, a little quirk of hers. That makes sense, Karo. Another beat of silence. Izuku. He didn't know how to feel, other than what? Telling her had been that easy. To be fair, she was the one who asked. He didn't know how he could ever approach the topic on his own. He hadn't ever. So to have such a simple reaction to what felt like taking the weight of a whale off his chest. Izuku stood silent and dumbfounded for a moment. He heard laughter from the universe. Not now, Mother. Is it like the movies I mentioned the other day? They both started making their way to the cafeteria. Izuku was starving and he was sure Tsuyu was looking forward to her lunch as well. Not quite. But close. Izuku replied. Different but, yeah, kinda like that. Karo. So all that light, and you healing Aizawa-sensei, and taking down that monster thing, was magic. Tsuyu ped her head to the side. Yep. He wasn't keen on explaining how it worked. Anyone other than Eusan was aware of his self-sacrifice to try and stop the Nomu. Well, they'd have a lot of constructive criticism that Izuku wasn't ready to deal with. Eusan already gave him an earful, and they definitely tried to give Mother an earful as well, to less success. Can you not tell anyone about that, though? Sure. Tsuyu nodded, as they both entered the cafeteria. Uraraka noticed them and started waving them down to the table. where Ida and Kirishima Saturday, it's your secret to share, not mine. Thanks, Izuku let out a deep sigh. And thanks for, believing me, I guess? Tsuyu smiled and nodded at him as they both sat down at the table. Kirishima immediately leaned in with a grin. So, what were you guys talking about? And nothing important. Izuku stammered. Everyone laughed. Maybe, everything would be okay. Ayuma sat across from Aizawa, their arms crossed, as the pro-hero looked over the plan that they had created for Izuku. This is, the teacher brushed the golden streak of hair out of his face. Slow. Oh. Yes, it is. Ayumu replied. Izuku has mstread a lot of the easy spells, or, well, almost mstread. Higher power spells like these will take time to work, so we don't cause any serious injury. Aizawa quirked an eyebrow, and then set the plan on the table. He said nothing else of the plan. Ayuma had never been to UA before. They had passed it, of course, many times. Both as a human and as a crow. The building was, just as their nephew said, on a convergence of ley lines. Woe would be upon the school if they ever had a leak on campus. Of course, if Izuku was there, it could be contained long enough for Ayumu to arrive. Silly human security measures couldn't stop Ayumu. At least, not as a crow. Aizawa leaned forward in his chair. There used to be one more of you, right? Ayumu looked away from the windows, which they had been staring out of a second before. The cloaks. Your nephew wasn't always one of them. Aizawa clarified. Oh, yeah. A sudden memory, Hisashi, holding a baby Izuku, while Ayumu stood a few feet apart, watching in awe and curiosity and wonder at the new life in the world, flooded their mind. Her mind. His mind. The gender. He's gone. Oh. Apologies for bringing it up. It's all right. Ayumu shrugged. She ran a nervous hand through her hair. He's been gone for a long, long time, Aizawa-san. No formalities. Just Aizawa. The teacher cleared his throat, then looked back at the lesson plan. If I can ask, how the hell does any of this work? Ayumu chuckled. Well, that's a big question, Eraserhead. How long do you have? Shota was not prepared for the history lesson about magic. He's still struggling to wrap his head around it. But it took up the rest of the lunch PRD before he and Midoriya's uncle. He was going to have to differentiate them somehow. It was going to get confusing, met up with the younger Midoriya outside for his training. Midoriya, younger Midoriya, Izuku. He will refer to his student and his student's uncle by first name in his head to avoid the confusion, arriving at the field outside where they first did their quirk assessment test in his gym uniform. Ayumu grinned as Izuku approached. Shota rolled his eyes. Izuku greeted them both. In one hand he held a wooden stick. Similar to that old wand of his, but apparently he'd broken it at US. Shota doesn't remember any of that. All right, Izuku. Ayumu said. They spoke like a teacher, like they had experience. Izuku listened, but of course, Ayumu was a teacher, of sorts. Shota isn't sure why he's surprised. Because of your mishaps at the USJ place, and your loss of conduit, I'm going to switch up what spells we're learning for a bit. Really? Izuku asked. His eyes even sparkled a bit. Is it what I think it is? Ayumu nodded. Izuku's smile got wider. What is the spell again? Shota turned to the older Midoriya. Ferroforma, he said, slowly. I was teaching him a bit of it before the incident last week, but it's a useful spell. Shall I demonstrate? Shota nodded. Ayumu took a step back. Ferroforma. And before his own eyes, he watched as a full-grown adult shifted into the form of a bird and took off into the sky. The transformation hurt his eyes, already a bit dry, of course, as it tessellated and shifted in ways that Shota could never describe to another soul. Izuku grinned watching it all. Oh god, Shota thought. The world is not ready for magic. He looked at Izuku, who cheered as his uncle landed and turned back into a human again. At least it's Izuku. The world could deal with Izuku. Hopefully.